Story 153. Cultivation sects are running modern corporations. Step 1. Chapters 1 to 20. Arc 1. Origin and Awakening. Chapter 1. The new hire. My name is Joshua Wei-Long Chen, and I was hired by what I thought was a normal investment bank. This was not true, but I didn't know that yet. The glass doors of Synergix Capital Management reflected back Manhattan like a mirror, clean, sharp, geometrically perfect. I stepped through them at 7:47 a.m. on a Monday, holding a leather folder containing my employment documents and an anxiety that I'd learned to mistrust. Anxiety was my oldest friend. It whispered constantly. It whispered that I didn't deserve the MBA from Northwestern, that I'd gotten lucky with my scholarship, and now the real people would find me out, that the interview process had been rigged and my application would arrive at their desks and they'd laugh. But here I was. Synergix, 47th floor, corner office sector, senior financial analyst, reporting to something called the Institutional Growth Division. The lobby was not what I expected. Investment banks typically feel like testosterones made of mahogany. Synergix felt like a temple that had decided to charge consulting fees. The walls were brushed chrome. The floor was a pattern of black and silver that seemed to shift depending on the angle. The receptionist didn't look up from her desk. She simply smiled at me and said, "Welcome, Joshua. Marcus is expecting you," before pointing to an elevator that shouldn't have existed based on the building schematics I'd studied last night. I didn't ask her how she knew my name. People at investment banks always know your name. It's a power move. They want you to feel watched from day one. The elevator went up fast. Not normal elevator fast. Fast enough that I felt my stomach drop. I did some quick calculations. 47 floors. Standard building height ratios. That elevator accelerated beyond physics. I understood. But I was tired. I'd slept badly. My mind was probably just interpolating patterns. Marcus Chen, my new mentor, was not what I expected either. Most senior investment bankers are either aggressively young, made partner at 32, spending money on things they can't quite value, or aggressively old, still working at 70, because stopping would mean confronting mortality. Marcus appeared to be somewhere in between. Maybe 50, maybe 40, maybe ageless in the way that came from really good skincare and good genetics. He had the kind of face that made other people want to agree with him. He stood when I entered his office. That was unusual enough to note. "Joshua," he said, offering his hand. "I'm Marcus. Welcome to Synergix. We're happy to have you." "Thank you," I said, shaking his hand. His grip was precise. Not too firm. That would be compensating. Not too soft. That would be weak. Exactly calibrated. "I'm excited to contribute." This was a lie. I was not excited. I was terrified. Terrified that I'd made the wrong choice taking this job instead of the other offer, Goldman Sachs, lower salary, more prestige. Terrified that I'd be found out. Terrified that everyone here would be brilliant and I'd be the weak link. My anxiety whispered, "You're not smart enough for this building." But I'd learned to ignore my anxiety. It was usually wrong. Marcus gestured for me to sit. His office was exactly what an extremely successful person's office should look like. A window view that showed you could afford the rent, a desk that was expensive but not ostentatiously so, books on game theory and ancient philosophy, a single framed photograph of a woman, probably his wife, probably a test to see if I'd bring it up. "Let me tell you about Synergix," he said, and there was something in his voice that made me listen carefully. Not the practiced tone of someone delivering corporate onboarding. Something more genuine. Something that suggested he was selecting each word. "We're not like other investment banks. I know that's what every investment bank says, but we mean it differently than most." He sat back in his chair. The leather was butter soft. Probably Italian. Probably cost more than my car. "Synergix is special because we think in cycles," he continued. "Most firms think in quarters. We think in years. Some firms think in years. We think in decades. Centuries, if we're being honest. We have clients who have been with us for longer than most countries have existed. They trust us because we think generationally. Does that make sense?" It didn't, but I nodded. He smiled, like he could read my confusion and appreciated that I wasn't pretending otherwise. "You'll understand," he said. "You will, or you won't. Either way, you'll either become very successful here, or you'll move on to somewhere else. There's rarely a middle ground at Synergix." We spent the next hour going through my assignment. I was to analyze trading patterns across the bank's institutional portfolio, look for inefficiencies, suggest optimizations, produce a quarterly report. Standard analyst work, except Marcus mentioned something odd. Focus especially on the patterns that repeat monthly, and look closely at the cycles that align with lunar patterns. Most analysts ignore those. Don't. Lunar patterns. In financial analysis, lunar patterns were pseudoscience. Superstition. There was a reason they weren't taught at Northwestern. But I was now being paid $350,000 a year to ignore what I'd been taught, and follow the instincts of a man who'd clearly survived in a career where most people were eliminated. So I made a note. Check lunar correlations. By noon, I had a desk, floor 47, southeast corner, view of the East River, a company laptop with security protocols I'd never seen before, a badge that opened doors I wasn't authorized to enter, which I noted but didn't test, and a creeping sense that something fundamental about this building was not what it appeared. The other analysts mostly ignored me. That was normal for day one. You're the new meat. You haven't proven yourself. Everyone waits to see if you'll be useless or dangerous. But one person didn't ignore me. A young woman. Couldn't have been more than 23, maybe younger, with the kind of ageless beauty that comes from being very rich or very lucky or both. Approached my desk at 3:47 p.m. with coffee that smelled like it had been imported from Ethiopia that morning. You're the new analyst, she said. Not a question. Yes, I said. Joshua. Sophie, she said, sitting on the edge of my desk in a way that suggested she didn't care about hierarchy or personal space. Marcus's mints are either brilliant or doomed. Usually both. Just wanted to see which version they hired. I'm still undecided, I said. She laughed. It was a genuine laugh. Not the practiced laugh of someone in finance, which is usually some variation of, I'm laughing because I'm socially obligated to show that I get the joke, but I've calculated that laughing makes me appear more likable. You're going to last longer than the last one, she said. Then she stood and started to leave, then paused. Don't drink anything that's been left on your desk overnight. And if you see anyone going into the locked room on 40, don't follow them. Trust me. She left before I could ask what locked room she meant. At 7:30 p.m., when the sun was dropping over Jersey and the city was turning from bright to golden, I was still at my desk. Most of the other analysts had left around 6. A few had stayed until 7. Only one other person remained on the floor, an older man in accounting who seemed to move through the space like he was in a different building than the one I was in. I pulled up the trading data and started building my analysis framework. I built it carefully. I've always been careful. Careful is my personality. It's my strength and my weakness. Careful means I rarely fail. Careful also means I rarely succeed at anything bold. I started looking at the patterns Marcus had mentioned. Monthly cycles. Lunar cycles. And he was right. The data showed correlations I shouldn't have been able to see. The investment firm's largest institutional positions, the ones that generated nearly 40% of their revenue, spiked and declined in perfect alignment with lunar cycles. New moon dips, full moon peaks, and not just slightly, the correlation coefficient was 0.87. That was not random. That was not coincidence. I calculated the probability that this was natural variance, 0.02%. In other words, impossible. I looked at the clock. 11:47 p.m. I'd been there for over 16 hours. My anxiety was whispering, figure this out, and you'll prove yourself. Miss this, and you'll be the analyst who couldn't see what was obvious. I opened a new spreadsheet. I started mapping every transaction against every lunar phase for the past 5 years. I had 3 years of clean data. I worked through the night. By 6 a.m., I confirmed it. The pattern was real. The pattern was intentional. The pattern suggested that Synergix's entire business model depended on something that should have been scientifically impossible, and no one else had noticed. Or they'd noticed and hadn't mentioned it. I made my way home around 8 a.m. My apartment was a one-bedroom in the Upper West Side that I shared with grad school debt and loneliness. I took a shower. I didn't sleep. I sat on my bed and thought about lunar cycles and investment returns and the way Marcus had said, you'll understand. Or you won't. I thought about this for most of the day. And then, at 11:47 p.m. exactly, on the same schedule as the night before, I went back to the office. The pattern would reveal itself. I was certain of it now. And if it did, I'd be the person who understood it. This was my first mistake. Call to action. Joshua's discovery of the lunar pattern will either make his career or unmake his life. He just didn't know which yet. And by the time he figured it out, it would be far too late to stop. Chapter 2. The pattern the second day was worse than the first. Not objectively worse. Objectively, everything was fine. I arrived at 7 a.m. No one commented. I worked through my analysis. Marcus checked in at noon, smiled at my findings, and told me to keep digging deeper. Deeper. As if there were layers to what I was seeing. As if pattern recognition was something you could excavate. But subjectively, internally, in the quiet space where I process fear, I was experiencing something like dread. The trading pattern I'd identified suggested intentionality. And intentionality meant motive. Motive meant plan. And plans, in my experience, meant that people were trying to do something that shouldn't be done. I spent the second day mapping secondary patterns. If the lunar cycle was the primary variable, what was the secondary? I looked at staff rotation. The positions held by specific managers. the physical locations of major transactions. And I noticed something new. The transactions that spiked during full moons were always initiated from specific floors in the building. Floor 40, floor 60, the executive levels that I had no access to. The transactions that declined during new moons were spread across all floors, like some kind of institutional exhale. By 4 p.m., I had enough data to draft a report. I didn't send it. Instead, I went to Marcus's office. He was reading something on his tablet when I arrived. He looked up and smiled before I even knocked. This was my second oddity about Marcus. He always seemed to know before people arrived. Joshua, he said, you found something. I've found patterns, I said carefully. In the trading data. Lunar patterns? He asked. I froze. Yes. He set down his tablet. Come in. Sit. Close the door. I did. The office suddenly felt smaller. Less like a professional space and more like a room where serious conversations happened. What do you think the patterns mean? He asked. I don't know, I said. I was hoping you could tell me. He smiled again. That patient, careful smile. I could. But if I tell you, then you'll accept the explanation without understanding. And understanding is more important than explanation. He paused. Let me ask you differently. What would have to be true about Synergix for those patterns to be real? I thought about this. I'd been avoiding thinking about this, actually, because where thinking led was into territory that contradicted everything I'd learned. Something non-random would have to be influencing the market outcomes, I said. Something intentional. Something that correlated with lunar cycles. And what would that something be, he asked. I don't know, I said. That's the problem. There's nothing in standard financial theory that explains it. Right, Marcus said. Because standard financial theory is built on a foundation that's incomplete. It assumes that humans are rational, that markets are efficient, that external variables follow known patterns. He leaned forward. What if some of those assumptions are wrong? Then financial theory would need to be rewritten, I said. Not just rewritten, Marcus said. Rebuilt. From the foundation up. We sat in silence for a moment. I'm not going to explain the lunar pattern to you, he said finally. Not yet. But I am going to tell you something, and I want you to listen very carefully. He stood and walked to the window. From his office, you could see the entire Manhattan skyline. All that power, all that money, all that human achievement, arranged in glass and steel below us. There are things about Synergix that you'll learn, he said, and there are things that you shouldn't. The more you learn, the more the line between these categories becomes blurred. At some point, you'll have to choose, stop learning and have a normal career, or keep going and have something else entirely. What does that mean? I asked. He turned back to me. His expression was sad in a way that seemed too genuine for a mentor figure. It means that curiosity is dangerous in certain contexts. And this is one of those contexts. Are you telling me to stop investigating? I asked. No, he said. I'm telling you that I can't protect you from the consequences of investigating. I want you to understand that. I want to protect you. But if you keep asking questions, there are people, my superiors, who will have to make decisions about whether you're a threat. Am I a threat? I asked. You could be, he said. Or you could be the most valuable thing this organization has ever seen. It depends entirely on what you do next. This is where a sensible person would have stood up, walked out, and updated their resume. This is where a sensible person would have taken the other job, Goldman Sachs, normal finance, normal life. But I've never been sensible. I've always been curious. And anxiety aside, curiosity is my actual drive. It's what got me the scholarship. It's what got me through business school. It's what would eventually destroy my life. I want to understand, I said. Marcus nodded slowly. I know you do. That's why I hired you. He walked back to his desk and pulled up something on his computer. It was a schedule, a list of internal meetings marked with times and dates. Some meetings had normal titles: Q3 Portfolio Review, Risk Assessment Committee, Annual Budget Allocation. But others had titles that seemed wrong. Chi Absorption Assessment, Cultivation Cycle Reconciliation, Elder Council Session, Senior Disciples Training Module. What is this? I asked. This is how Synergix really operates, Marcus said. Not as a bank. As an organization with different structures, different hierarchies, different goals. The financial operations are real. We really do manage billions. But they're a cover. For something else. What else? I whispered. I can't tell you, he said. Not yet. But if you agree, I can show you. Would you like to see? Every part of my brain screamed. No, no, this is the moment. This is when you choose the normal life. This is when you close the laptop and walk away. But another part of me, the part that had always been curious, the part that had looked at that lunar pattern and wanted to understand it, said, yes. Yes, I said. Marcus smiled. Not the patient smile from before. A real smile. Satisfied. Good. Then be ready tomorrow at noon. Don't eat breakfast. Don't eat lunch. Come to the building. Tell your colleagues you have a doctor's appointment. Then come to my office. I'm going to teach you something. I stood and walked to the door and put my hand on the frame. Marcus, I said, what is Synergix actually? He didn't answer immediately. He looked at me for a long time, like he was calculating whether to tell me. Finally, he said, it's a corporation, and also a monastery, and also an organization dedicated to something you don't have concepts for yet. You'll understand, or you won't. But you'll know by tomorrow afternoon. I left his office and went back to my desk. I opened the trading analysis file I'd created, and I started deleting all evidence of my lunar correlation work. If there was something else going on at Synergix, something outside of normal finance, then the last thing I wanted was this analysis sitting in a company drive somewhere. At 6 p.m., I left the building. I took the subway back to my apartment. I heated up leftover Thai food, and I sat on my bed and thought about what Marcus had said. It's a corporation, and also a monastery. A monastery doesn't care about profit margins. A monastery cares about spiritual practice. A monastery cares about transcendence. A monastery cares about... I stopped myself. This was conspiracy thinking. This was the kind of thing people did before they ended up in psychiatric holds. I was overinterpreting. Marcus was probably just being poetic. Synergix was still an investment bank. It just had some unusual structural features. But even as I told myself this, I knew it was a lie. At 9:47 p.m., I did something I'd never done. I called my mother. Joshua, she said, like the surprise of hearing from her son was its own kind of crisis. Is everything okay? Yeah, Mom, I said. Everything's fine. I wanted to hear your voice. She told me about her work at Northwestern, where she was an assistant professor of East Asian history. She told me about the new research she was doing on ancient cultivation sections. She told me about the curious parallels between historical fiction and real organizational practices in pre-industrial China. And I listened, and I didn't mention that my new job seemed to be based on something that couldn't be true. The next day came. Noon arrived, and Joshua Chen, senior financial analyst at Synergix Capital Management, walked to the conference room on the 40th floor. He still had no idea what he was about to encounter. Chapter 3. The conference room, the 40th floor, was different from the others. I'd expected it to be different. Different probably meant important, meant where serious decisions happened. But I hadn't expected it to be architecturally different. I took the elevator up from 47, going down. The button for 40 glowed differently. Warmer. More gold than white. The elevator doors opened onto a hallway that didn't match the floor plan the building's website had shown. The walls were white marble instead of brushed chrome. The floor was dark wood, polished to a mirror shine. And the air was different too. It tasted like something. Incense, maybe, or something that reminded me of temples. Marcus was waiting for me in the hallway. He was wearing different clothes than usual. Not a suit. A simple white shirt and dark pants. He looked younger, somehow. Or maybe just less constrained. You didn't eat breakfast? He asked. No, I said. Good. How are you feeling? Nervous, I said. Good, he said again. Nervousness means you're paying attention. He led me down the hallway. We passed several doors. All of them were closed. Behind one, I heard what sounded like quiet chanting or possibly meditation audio. Behind another, I heard something that might have been martial arts training. Controlled breathing. Impact noises. Movement. What is this place? I asked. This, Marcus said, is the administrative center. This is where the real business of Synergix happens. The trading floors, the client services, the analysts, that's all the external face. This is the interior, where the cultivation happens. There was that word. Cultivation. He'd said it like it was normal. Like this was something I should understand. We stopped in front of a large set of doors at the end of the hallway. They were made of a dark wood I didn't recognize, covered in carvings that looked ancient. Symbols. Not Latin characters. Something older. Something that made my brain hurt to look at. This is the main conference room, Marcus said. It's probably the most important room in the entire building. And in approximately 60 seconds, you're going to walk in there, and your understanding of the world is going to change. Are you ready? No, I said. Good, he said, and pushed open the doors. The conference room was impossibly large. Not just large, larger than the building's exterior dimensions should have allowed. I calculated. The 40th floor was standard size, maybe 50,000 square feet total. This room appeared to be at least 40,000 of that, and it went up at least 3 stories. The ceiling was painted like a sky, a nighttime sky, with stars, and a massive full moon rendered in gold leaf. The walls were lined with shelves. Each shelf held objects, books, artifacts, stones that glowed faintly. At the far end of the room was a massive altar, and I used the word altar with full understanding of its implications. It looked like something from an ancient temple. It had a stone structure, carved with those same symbols from the doors. It had braziers burning incense. It had offerings, rice, Fruit. What looked like jade tokens. What the fuck, I said. Yes, Marcus said. I get that response sometimes. I walked into the room slowly. I was calculating, which is what I do when confronted with something that doesn't fit my models of the world. I catalog. I categorize. I try to find the logic that explains the inconsistency. The room was cool, despite being sealed. The incense was thick, a smell like sandalwood mixed with something sharper. Cedar maybe, or something I didn't recognize. I approached the altar. As I got closer, I felt something. Not physically. It was more like a pressure, a presence. Not hostile, but not welcoming either. Just aware. Like the room itself was watching me. What is this? I asked. Decoration? Some kind of cult thing? Is this what happens at investment banks now? It's not a decoration, Marcus said. And it's not a cult. It's a facility. For practice. He walked up beside me. In the most literal sense, this is where cultivators engage in their practice. This is where they reach out toward power that exists beyond the normal realm. This is where they do things that physics would say are impossible. I looked at him. Actually looked at him. And I noticed something I'd somehow missed in our previous conversations. There was something different about him. Something that wasn't quite reflected right when you looked at him directly. Something about his presence that seemed to bend the air around it. You're insane, I said. Or I'm having a stress-induced psychotic break. One of these things is happening. Neither, he said. You're perfectly sane. And I'm perfectly serious. Here, look at the altar. Actually look. I looked. And as I looked, I noticed something I'd glossed over before. The offerings, the rice and fruit, weren't just sitting there. They were hovering. Barely. Maybe a centimeter above the stone. Suspended in air, defying gravity, with nothing supporting them. My brain did something strange. It broke. Not dramatically. Just, my internal model of how the world worked cracked. And I realized I could accept either. A. I was hallucinating, or B. Everything I'd been taught about physics was wrong. I chose to believe I was hallucinating. It seemed safer. You're not hallucinating, Marcus said, like he could read minds. I know you want to believe that. But you're not. What you're seeing is real. It's just not common. Not in the world you've lived in. How is this possible? I asked. Through cultivation, he said. It's a discipline. Ancient. Older than recorded history, probably. It teaches people how to access sources of power that exist in the world but aren't accessible through normal means. Through cultivation, you can extend your life. You can increase your strength. You can influence probability and chance. You can accomplish things that would otherwise be impossible. I reached out toward the floating offerings. When my hand was about 6 inches away, I felt it again, that pressure. But stronger now. More intentional. Like the altar was pushing back against my approach. Don't touch, Marcus said. The altar is activated right now. If you disrupt the working, the back pressure could hurt you. I pulled my hand back. Why are you showing me this? I asked. Because you were going to find out anyway, he said. And I'd rather control the revelation than have you encounter it through fear or crisis. And because I think you might be useful to us. But first, you have to understand what us is. You're a cult, I said. You're trying to recruit me into a cult. No, he said. I'm trying to show you that the world is larger than you thought, and that there are organizations within the larger world that are dedicated to mastering its hidden layers. Synergix is one such organization. And yes, technically, we want to recruit you. But that's because we think you have potential. Not because we're trying to brainwash you or sacrifice you or any of the other cult things that frighten people. I should leave, I said. I should call the police. I should report this. You could, Marcus said, though I'm not sure they believe you. And it would put you in a position where you know something you're not supposed to know, and you've made yourself a problem to people who are very good at solving problems. This was the threat. Gentle, but present. I knew it was there. I turned away from the altar and walked to the other side of the room. I needed space. I needed to think. I needed to process the implication that everything I'd believed about the nature of reality was wrong. Tell me everything, I said. Marcus told me. Not all at once, but over the next hour, as we sat in that impossible room, surrounded by shelves of impossible artifacts. He told me the shape of the world. Cultivation is real. It's old. Thousands of years old. It comes from multiple traditions, Eastern primarily, but not exclusively. There are cultivators in every major city in the world. Most of them hide. Some of them have integrated into legitimate businesses. Synergix is one of those integrations. The sect, yes, it's called a sect, that controls Synergix has about 500 members across North America. They are organized hierarchically. The oldest and most powerful are at the top. They are called elders. Below them are senior cultivators, then junior cultivators, then initiates like me, potentially. The lunar pattern I'd noticed in the trading data? It's real. Lunar cycles affect the flow of qi, the fundamental force that cultivators manipulate. During full moons, qi flows more easily, so cultivation is easier, and so our trading is more aggressive and successful. During new moons, qi is scarce, so we're more cautious. The sect uses the financial operations of Synergix to fund cultivation practice and to maintain their secrecy. Billions of dollars cycle through the fund every year. Much of it is just normal finance. But a percentage, maybe 10%, is captured and directed to supporting sect operations. And the goal? What's the goal? I asked. Immortality, Marcus said simply. Transcendence. Reaching a state where we're no longer bound by the limitations of the human body. Most cultivators dedicate their entire lives to this. Some reach it. Most don't. But the path toward it is, well, it's fulfilling, even without success. This is insane, I said. It is, Marcus said. But it's also real. And you've now seen evidence of it. You can't unsee it. So what happens now? I asked. Now, Marcus said, you have a choice. You forget this. You walk away. You go back to the 47th floor and you analyze portfolio data and you have a normal career and you go home every day not knowing that this room exists. Or you commit. You begin training. You begin cultivation practice. You become part of the sect with all of the benefits and costs that entails. And if I choose to forget it? I asked. Then you'll be reassigned, he said, to somewhere in the organization where you don't have access to sensitive information. You'll work here for maybe a year, and then they'll let you leave, and you'll go get a job at another firm, and you'll never quite understand why your financial models don't work the way they should. What about the third option? I asked. I choose not to cooperate, and they kill me? That would be counterproductive, Marcus said. And frankly, people in your position usually self-select for either the first or second option. The third option doesn't get a lot of uptake. I thought about this. I thought about Sophie, the young woman who'd warned me about the locked room. I thought about the man in accounting who moved like he was in a different building. I thought about Marcus's careful mentoring and his sadness, and his comment that he couldn't protect me from the consequences of knowing. I have more questions, I said. I know, he said. You'll get answers. But not all of them today. First, you need to understand the basics. You need to begin feeling qi. You need to understand why what you saw is possible. Would you like to start now? Every sensible part of me said no. Yes, I said. Marcus stood and walked to a shelf. He retrieved a small stone, jade, maybe, or something similar. It was warm in his hand when he offered it to me. Hold this, he said. Close your eyes. Breathe from your core. Don't try to feel anything. Just breathe and exist and let the sensation come to you. I held the stone. I closed my eyes. I breathed. And something happened. Not immediately, but as my breathing settled into a rhythm, as my body relaxed, as I stopped expecting something to occur, I felt it. A vibration, not in the stone, but in the air, in the space between my hand and the stone. Like electricity, but warmer. Like music, but as a physical sensation. It lasted for maybe 30 seconds. Then it faded. I opened my eyes. What was that? I asked. Gee, Marcus said. You just felt the fundamental force of the universe. The thing that cultivation teaches you how to control. Congratulations. You're now a cultivator. I felt something, I said carefully. I don't know that it means, but something in me had already changed. I'd felt it. And whatever it was real, and it was in the world, and I now had to reorganize my entire understanding of what was possible. This was my second mistake. Marcus smiled. You'll want to touch the altar now, don't you? To feel what the offerings feel. Yes, I admitted. Not today, he said. But soon. Come back tomorrow. We'll begin your first lesson in cultivation practice. Be ready to commit yourself to something. I nodded and left the room. I went back to the elevator. I rode up to the 47th floor, and I sat at my desk for the rest of the afternoon, watching the trading data update itself, feeling the vibration of qi in the air around me that I'd never noticed before, knowing that everything had changed. At 5 p.m., I gathered my things and went home. And at midnight, I stood on my apartment balcony and looked out at Manhattan, and I thought, you can't come back from this. You've seen the truth. Now you're part of it forever. But I was wrong. The real truth, the real change, hadn't begun yet. That would happen tomorrow, when I touched the altar. Chapter 4. The system. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed and felt my heartbeat and thought about quantum mechanics and whether the Planck scale might allow for phenomena that macro-level physics couldn't explain. I thought about lucid dreaming and whether I'd actually been awake in that conference room. I thought about taking my mother's advice from when I was 7. When you see something you don't understand, don't be afraid. Be curious. Curiosity is just fear with better intentions. By 6 a.m., I was tired in a way that sleep wouldn't fix. I called Marcus at 8 a.m. I want to do the cultivation lesson today, I said. I thought you might, he said. Come to the office at 11 a.m. Tell your colleagues you have a medical appointment. Come to the 40th floor. We'll practice qi sensing, and then I'll show you some basic forms. At 10:55 a.m., I entered Synergix. At 11 a.m., I was at Marcus's office. At 11:15 a.m., we were standing in the conference room again, and Marcus was teaching me how to breathe in a way that aligned with the natural flows of qi in the building. Cultivation is about perception and control, he explained. Most humans don't notice the qi that flows through them. They go through life blind to it. Cultivation is the process of becoming aware. And once you're aware, learning how to direct it. Not to control it entirely, that's not possible, but to guide it, to work with it instead of against it. He led me through a form. It looked like Tai Chi, kind of, but when I did the movements, I felt the qi responding. It was like the air had structure, and I was moving through it in ways that either aligned with that structure or created resistance. When I moved correctly, I felt a smooth flow. When I moved wrong, I felt friction. It was the most physical sensation of any financial analyst work I'd ever done. We practiced for an hour. By the end, I was breathing heavily, and I could feel qi flowing through my body in channels I hadn't known I had. My arms tingled. My spine felt warm. You're a natural, Marcus said, which is unusual. Most new cultivators take weeks to get to the point where they can feel the flows this clearly. Why? I asked. Because you're analytical, he said. You don't try to force understanding. You just observe and let the pattern emerge. That's a cultivator's intuition. Most people do the opposite. They try to control everything, and they miss what's actually happening. I was sitting on the ground, trying to catch my breath, when Marcus said, I'm going to bring out the altar activation stone. I want you to touch it while you're in an activated state. It'll give you a much clearer sense of what the altar is actually doing. The activation stone was small, maybe 3 inches long, and it looked like it was carved from the same material as the altar itself. Marcus placed it in my hand. Don't be alarmed, he said. You might feel some discomfort. That's normal. It's just the resonance of the altars working, finding harmony with your personal qi signature. Don't fight it. Let it happen. I held the stone. The pressure I'd felt before, the pushing back sensation from a distance, now became immediate. I felt the altar's presence directly. Not hostile, but absolutely overwhelming. It was like touching a power line, except the electricity was the fabric of reality itself, and the power line was consciousness. Information flooded in. It wasn't like thinking. It was like suddenly having access to a database. I could see, not with my eyes, but with some other sense, the entire 40th floor. I could perceive the qi flows. I could sense people, not on my floor, but on others. I could feel the entire building, structured like a massive antenna, drawing qi from the surrounding area and funneling it toward specific points. And more. I could feel them. All of them. The 500 cultivators connected to Synergix, arranged by rank, visible in my perception like an organizational chart written in light and power. And each one had a name. The stone fell from my hand. I tried to stand, and my legs didn't work correctly. I tried to speak, and my mouth was dry. I felt like I'd been electrocuted, but from the inside out. Joshua, Marcus was saying, come back. Just come back to your body. It'll pass. But what had passed? What had happened to me? What was that? I asked. I could taste copper. Was I bleeding? Was I hurt? That, Marcus said, was first contact with the insider system. What's the insider system? I asked. It's a phenomenon, Marcus said, and he looked worried, which frightened me more than anything else in this entire sequence. An extremely rare phenomenon. Some cultivators live their entire lives without encountering it. Some cultivators are born to it. I've only heard of it happening twice to someone who awakened outside the sect. What does that mean? What does it mean that I encountered it? It means your cultivation awakening wasn't random, Marcus said. It means you were already connected to something before you ever touched that stone. It means there's something about your constitution that the insider system recognized, and it activated for you. I was breathing too fast. My hands were shaking. I could still feel the presence of the system in the back of my mind. Not controlling me, but there. Watching. Present. Make it go away, I said. I can't, Marcus said. Once the insider system bonds with a cultivator, it doesn't release them. It's part of you now. You're part of it. That's what insider means. The system is inside, and you're inside the system. This is a nightmare, I said. I'm going to wake up and, you're awake, Marcus said firmly. And you need to listen to me, because what I'm about to tell you is extremely important. The insider system is not common knowledge. Most of our elders don't know about it. If they knew that you'd activated it, they would want to study you. They would want to understand why. And until they understood, you would be in significant danger. So what do? I asked. You act normal, Marcus said. You go back upstairs. You work for the rest of the day. You don't mention this to anyone. And tonight, you go home, and you let the system settle. It will take a few days for you to adjust to the baseline presence. It will seem like it's fading. It's not. It's just finding equilibrium. But when you try to use it, when you learn how to query the information it holds, then it becomes active again. And then what? I asked. And then, Marcus said, your survival depends on whether the sect decides you're valuable or dangerous. Hopefully, I can convince them you're valuable before anyone realizes what you are. I stood up. I was shaking, but I could move. I felt normal on the outside. Internally, I felt like someone had rewired my brain and installed new software that I didn't know how to use. I nodded at Marcus, not trusting myself to speak. He walked me to the elevator. He pressed the button for floor 47. As the doors were closing, he said one more thing. Joshua, you're going to want to ask the insider system questions. Don't. Not today. Not tonight. When the system is unsettled, when you're still bonding with it, asking questions is like demanding answers from someone who's still half asleep. You'll get fragmented responses. You'll get information that's incomplete or incorrect. You'll scare yourself. Wait until tomorrow. Tonight, just let it rest. The elevator rose. I watched the numbers increase. Floor 45, floor 46, floor 47. The doors opened. The rest of the day is a blur. I attended a portfolio meeting. Someone asked me a question about Q3 projections. I answered. I don't remember what I said. I sat at my desk and pretended to work while the insider system settled into my consciousness like a guest moving into my home, arranging furniture, claiming space. By 5 p.m., I couldn't take it anymore. I left the office and went home. That night, I sat in my apartment and I tried to sleep, and I couldn't. Because in the back of my mind, like a radio frequency I couldn't quite tune out, the insider system was there. Not talking, just existing. And around midnight, I couldn't resist anymore. I asked a question. Show me. I said to the emptiness of my apartment. Show me what you see. And the insider system showed me. It showed me a map of the entire Northeast financial sector. It showed me the major players. It showed me something they all had in common. Hidden among their ranks were cultivators. Not just at Synergix. Everywhere. I saw it now. The entire financial system, the thing that controlled capital flows and organized human civilization, was interwoven with cultivation sections. I saw the organizational structure of 5 major sect companies competing for regional dominance. I saw the connections between cultivators. I saw the power dynamics. I saw the hidden wars being fought through hostile takeovers and hostile lawsuits and billions of dollars in strategic movements. And at the center of it all, Synergix. And at the center of Synergix, something older. Something that didn't have a name yet. I stopped asking questions. I turned off the lights. I lay in bed and thought about what Marcus had said. Your survival depends on whether the sect decides you're valuable or dangerous. And I realized something else. I wasn't afraid. Somewhere in the past 24 hours, I'd moved past fear. Now I was just interested. Now I wanted to understand. Now I wanted to see how deep this actually went. This was my third mistake, but also possibly my first right choice. Because the next morning, when I went to work, I was ready. And that made all the difference. Chapter 5. The interrogation. I didn't see Marcus on the 47th floor all morning. By 10 a.m., I'd concluded he'd been pulled into some kind of crisis. By 11 a.m., I was certain of it. By noon, I was getting genuinely worried. I'd bonded with an ancient supernatural system without proper guidance. I was sitting in a financial office full of secret cultivators, and my only contact was apparently unavailable. At 1 p.m., someone came to my desk. She was tall, probably in her 60s, with hair that was entirely gray and arranged with the kind of precision that suggested money and discipline. She wore a suit that cost more than my entire wardrobe. When she looked at me, her eyes did that thing that Marcus's eyes sometimes did. They seemed to bend the reality around them. Joshua Chen, she said. It wasn't a question. I'm Helen Cross. I'm Chief Strategy Officer here at Synergix. I'd like to speak with you in my office. Now, if you don't mind. I minded. I minded intensely. But I also understood that I'd like to speak with you was not an actual request. I followed her to the elevator. Helen's office was on the 42nd floor. Not the executive level, the mysterious 40th floor level, but high enough to suggest substantial power and authority. The office was minimalist in the way that only expensive minimalism can be. A few pieces of furniture that probably cost more than entire apartment complexes. A view of the city that was geometrically perfect, and walls that were painted a color that seemed to shift depending on the angle. She sat behind her desk and gestured for me to sit across from her. Before I ask questions, she said, I want you to know that I can tell when you lie. Not always, but reliably. So I'd suggest you tell the truth. It will be faster and significantly more pleasant for you. Okay, I said. Good, she said. Marcus Chen brought you into the 40th floor yesterday, yes? Yes. And you had direct contact with the altar's activation stone, yes? Yes. And in that contact, you experienced an anomalous phenomenon that I will characterize as a systems interaction, yes? I thought about whether to lie, about whether she was fishing, or if she already knew. The insider system, which had been quiet all morning, suddenly felt alert, like it knew the answer to her question before I did. Yes, I said. Helen leaned back in her chair. Describe it. So I did. I told her about the flood of information. I told her about seeing the organizational structure of the sect. I told her about perceiving the other cultivators. I told her about the map of hidden sect companies across the Northeast. She listened without interrupting. When I was done, she said, and Marcus has instructed you not to discuss this with anyone else. Yes. Has he instructed you not to use the system further? Not to use it without supervision. He said asking questions while it was settling would be dangerous. She nodded. That's actually good advice. Unusual for Marcus, but sensible. She paused. Do you know what the insider system actually is? No, I said. Marcus said it was rare. He said most cultivators never encounter it. That's true, she said. The insider system is a phenomenon that occurs at the intersection of cultivation and something else. Something older. Something that predates our sects by thousands of years. When a cultivator has the right constitution and the right exposure, and the right moment occurs, the system sometimes activates. And when it does, it bonds with the cultivator permanently. What does it do? I asked. Many things, Helen said. But broadly, it allows you to perceive things that other cultivators cannot. It grants you access to information in real time. It augments your perception and your analytical capability. It makes you, essentially, a more effective version of yourself. And the cost? I asked. Because there's always a cost. The cost is that you become visible to systems much older than our sect, Helen said. The cost is that you are now connected to something that has its own agenda. The cost is that you can never fully disconnect from it, and you can never fully control it, and you can never fully predict what it will do. And the cost is that various factions within our organization and outside our organization will suddenly be very interested in what you can do. This was scary enough that I felt my anxiety waking up. I tried to suppress it, tried to stay analytical. What happens now? I asked. Now, Helen said, we have several options. First option, we suppress the knowledge that you've bonded with the insider system, and we reassign you to a position where the system's capabilities aren't relevant to your work. You live a normal cultivator life, rank up slowly, eventually retire. The insider system fades into the background, becomes less relevant as you age. You probably live to 80 or 90, advance maybe 5 ranks. It's boring, but safe. Second option? I asked. Second option, we keep you in a cultivation active position where your skills are useful. We monitor you carefully. We ensure you don't become a threat to the sect. You train with the insider system. You learn to use it effectively. You possibly become quite powerful. But you're also always watched. Always suspected. Always under risk of being eliminated if you prove to be a liability. Third option? I asked. Helen smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. Third option is that we eliminate the threat immediately. Cleanse the organization of the anomaly. You disappear. No one asks questions. I was quiet for a long moment. I don't suppose I have a fourth option? I asked. Everyone always thinks they do, she said. Usually that fourth option is escape. Escape is possible, statistically, but escape has its own costs. I've seen people try. Usually they're found. Sometimes not for years. Sometimes not until we need them for something. And then we retrieve them, and the cost is retroactively applied. This is insane, I said. Yes, Helen agreed. But you've already seen the truth. You can't unsee it. And you're a smart person, so I suspect you've already understood that I'm not actually offering you choices. I'm informing you of how things are. The actual choice has already been made. All that remains is for you to accept it. I realized something. She was right. I had been given a choice 24 hours ago. Accept the knowledge or reject it. I'd accept it. And now I was past the point of rejection. What do you want from me? I asked. Right now? Helen said. I want you to go back upstairs and continue your normal work. I want you to continue cultivating under Marcus's supervision, but I want you to also begin cultivating under my supervision. I want you to learn to use the insider system effectively. And I want you to prove that you can be controlled, that you can be trusted, and that you're more valuable alive than dead. And how do I prove that? I asked. By succeeding, she said. By showing me that the investment I'm making in your survival is profitable. You're a cultivator. You're analytical. You have the insider system. You have potential. Realize that potential. Show me results. And you'll live a long and productive life. And if I don't? I asked. She looked at me for a long moment. Then I'll have made a miscalculation, and you'll be eliminated as part of the cleanup process. It happens. It's inefficient, but it happens. Okay, I said. Okay. Helen asked, like she was surprised by my acceptance. I don't have a choice, I said. Not really. So I might as well commit. Better to be useful than be a problem. Helen smiled again. This time, it was almost genuine. You're going to work out, I think, she said. Marcus was right about you. You're analytical enough to understand the situation, but not analytical enough to talk yourself into paralysis. That's rare. Most people either accept everything without thinking, or they think so much that they get stuck. You seem to be able to do both simultaneously. Is that a compliment? I asked. It's an observation, she said. Whether it's a compliment depends on whether you use it well. You're dismissed. Go back to your desk. Marcus will contact you when he's available. And Joshua, don't try to escape. Don't try to alert the authorities. Don't try to contact anyone outside the organization. It would be a waste of everyone's time, and it would necessitate cleanup operations that would be very inconvenient for people you care about. This was the moment I should have felt fear. Should have felt the crushing weight of a trap with no exit. But what I felt instead was something like relief. The choice had been made. The path was set. All that remained was to walk it. I nodded and left her office. Back on the 47th floor, I found Marcus waiting at my desk. He looked exhausted, like he'd been in a difficult conversation and had only just escaped. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I wanted to bring you along more slowly. But Helen found out this morning, and when Helen finds out something, she acts immediately. What happens now? I asked. Now, Marcus said, you start your actual training. Not just cultivation basics. The real work. Learning to bond with the insider system. Learning to use it as a tool instead of it using you. Learning to survive. How long will that take? I asked. Weeks. Months. Years, if we're being honest. Full mastery? You never reach it. But functional mastery? You can get there in 6 months if you commit hard. I'm committing, I said. He nodded. I know. That's why you're still alive. Come back to the 40th floor tonight at 8 p.m. We'll do your first formal cultivation session. Bring comfortable clothes. Don't eat for 6 hours before you arrive. I spent the rest of the afternoon pretending to work and understanding, on a level I hadn't fully accessed before, that I was now part of something much larger than myself. And later that night, when I walked back into that conference room, when I felt the presence of the altar, when I began my first real cultivation session under controlled conditions, I realized something else. I was afraid. But I was also, for the first time in my life, exactly where I was supposed to be. Chapter 6. The crash course the next month was the most intense month of my life. I would arrive at the office at 7 a.m. like a normal employee. I would work on the 47th floor until 4 p.m. like a normal analyst. And then I would descend to the 40th floor and spend the next 6 hours in cultivation training like a person who was slowly becoming something other than human. The training itself was a combination of physical movement, forms that looked like Tai Chi but worked with Chi flows, breathing techniques, methods of drawing Chi from the surrounding space and directing it through your body, and meditation, learning to quiet your mind enough that you could perceive the subtle layers of reality that other people never noticed. Marcus was my primary instructor. He was patient but demanding. He would correct my posture with a finger, and I'd feel the Chi in my body shift by degrees I didn't know were possible. He would teach me a form, and I'd practice it wrong, and he'd let me practice it wrong for a while, then stop me and ask, "What did you feel when you were doing it that way?" Resistance, I'd say. Right? That resistance is your body telling you that you're working against the Chi instead of with it. Feel that resistance again, and then adjust. I learned to trust my body's intelligence in ways that my analytical mind had never forced me to before. Helen Cross would visit occasionally. She'd watch me train, and her expression would be unreadable, and then she'd pull Marcus aside, and they'd have quiet conversations that I wasn't meant to overhear. But I could still perceive fragments using the insider system. Helen was pushing Marcus to accelerate my training. Marcus was insisting that going too fast would break something fundamental about my development. Helen was countering that broken cultivators could be repaired, but dead ones couldn't. Sophie started appearing at my training sessions around the second week. She'd watch from the corner of the room, and one night, when Marcus had dismissed me early, I'd finally managed to hold a Chi channel state for 20 minutes without breaking. She approached me. "You're doing well," she said. "Most initiates take longer to stabilize." "How long did it take you?" I asked. She smiled. It was a sad smile. "I was born to this. I don't remember learning. I just remember that one day I was doing it, and one day I wasn't human anymore. And after that, well, after that I've been trying to figure out how to be human again." "That sounds lonely," I said. "It is," she said. "But you're different. You chose this. That's rare. Most people don't choose. They're born to it, or they're forced into it, or they stumble into it. But you made a conscious decision to walk into the impossible. That makes you different." We didn't talk about it again, but after that, Sophie would sometimes join the training. She wouldn't correct me, but she'd demonstrate forms, showing me how they should look when you've been doing them for centuries instead of weeks. And that help made all the difference. Meanwhile, my insider system was evolving. The first few days, it was like having a very loud house guest. Information came in constantly. I could perceive the other cultivators in the building, their ranks, their relative power. I could feel the chi flows through the structure. I could sense the rooms where major cultivation work was happening. But within a week, I learned to modulate it, to ask specific questions and get specific answers, to turn up the volume when I needed it and turn it down when I needed quiet. By the end of the third week, I understood what the insider system actually was. It was a tool, yes, but it was also something like a symbiote. It had its own interests, its own knowledge, its own agenda, and my job wasn't to control it. It was to come to an agreement with it, to learn to work in partnership rather than dominion. On the 28th day of my training, Marcus brought me to a sealed room I'd never seen before. "We need to test your limits," he said. "The insider system's power grows with you, but there are physical and mental limitations. We need to understand where yours are." The test itself was simple in concept. Sit in the room, activate the insider system to its fullest, and scan the building. The results were unexpected. I could perceive not just the 47th floor, not just the entire Synergix building, but the surrounding space. I could sense the other cultivators within 3 blocks. I could feel the chi flows of the city. I could sense the major nexus points where power concentrated. And more. I could see, not see, but perceive, something else. A presence that didn't belong to any cultivator. Something that predated all of this. Something that was watching. When I came out of the deep scan, I was on my back on the floor, and Marcus was pouring water into my mouth. "What did you see?" he asked. "There's something else," I said. "Something in the archives. Something old. It's watching." Marcus and I locked eyes, and I realized that he was afraid. Not of me, of whatever I'd sensed. "Don't pursue that," he said. "Not yet. You're not ready for that." "What is it?" I asked. "I don't know," Marcus said. And that's the honest answer. There are things in Synergix that even the elders don't fully understand. And the fewer questions you ask about them, the longer you'll live. By the end of the month, I had made substantial progress. I could hold a stable chi channel state for 45 minutes. I could execute any of the basic forms correctly and with confidence. I could use the insider system to scan a city block without blacking out afterward. I could sense other cultivators from up to 100 meters away. I was, according to Marcus, approaching stable initiation, which meant I was ready for the next stage. "What's the next stage?" I asked. "That depends," Marcus said, "on what Helen decides. You've proven you're disciplined. You've proven you're trainable. You've proven you're not a danger to the organization. Now she needs to decide what role you're going to play. Are you going to be a standard cultivator? Are you going to be leveraged as an analytical asset for high-level decision-making? Are you going to be trained for something else entirely? And when does she decide that?" I asked. "Now," a voice said from the doorway. It was Helen. She was standing in the entrance to the training room, watching me with an expression that I now recognized as calculation. "You've made good progress," she said. "You're functional. That's faster than we expected. But speed doesn't necessarily mean readiness." She paused. "I want to test you on something. A real assignment. Something that will use both your analytical skills and your cultivation abilities. Are you interested?" "Do I have a choice?" I asked. "Of course," she said. "Everyone always has a choice. Some choices just have more pleasant consequences than others." I understood the threat within the politeness. "I'm interested," I said. "Good," Helen said. "There's a company called Meridian Wealth Partners. They're in direct competition with us. They're also, unbeknownst to the outside world, aligned with a rival sect. I want you to analyze their operations and find vulnerabilities. I want you to do it using both financial models and the insider system's capabilities. And I want you to do it in a way that gives me options for either acquiring them or destroying them." "How long?" I asked. 1 week, she said. "Marcus will provide you with access to their public financial data and some intelligence we've gathered through conventional means. The rest will be up to you." She left the room. Marcus looked at me. "This is your first real test," he said. "If you do well, you'll be treated as an asset. If you do poorly, you'll be treated as a liability. The distinction matters." "I understand," I said. And I did. I went back to my apartment that night and set up my workspace. I pulled up every financial statement Meridian had ever released. I pulled up their personnel records. I pulled up their recent trading activity. And using the insider system, I began to perceive the structure beneath the structure. Meridian Wealth Partners wasn't just a financial firm. It was a sect company, a rival sect company. And I could sense the cultivators embedded in their organization. I could sense their ranks. I could feel the chi flows that gave them their edge. And more importantly, I could see their weaknesses. By the second day, I'd identified 17 potential collapse points. By the fourth day, I'd identified a specific sequence of acquisitions and hostile takeovers that would systematically destroy their financial position. By the seventh day, I'd completed the analysis. I delivered it to Helen on a Friday morning. She read through it in silence for nearly an hour. When she looked up, her expression was different. "This is extraordinary," she said. "You've mapped not just their financial vulnerabilities, but their organizational vulnerabilities. You understand how their sect structure relates to their trading operations. You've essentially provided me with a blueprint for how to dismantle them without them even knowing it was coming. Is that good?" I asked. "That," she said, "is very good. That's good enough that I'm going to authorize the first phase of your plan immediately. And good enough that Marcus's initial assessment of you is looking increasingly accurate. You're not just a cultivator with an analytical mind. You're a strategic asset, and we're going to leverage that." "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means," Helen said, "that you're no longer just studying cultivation. You're actively part of our operations. You're going to start analyzing targets. You're going to start identifying opportunities. You're going to start making the calculations that allow this organization to outmaneuver our competition." "And in exchange?" I asked. "In exchange," Helen said, "I'm going to make sure you live. I'm going to accelerate your cultivation training. I'm going to integrate you into the upper echelons of this organization. And when the time comes, when you're ready, I'm going to offer you something that most cultivators never receive: power. Real power. The kind of power that comes from controlling assets and being under the protection of someone who controls even larger assets." "And the catch?" I asked. "The catch," Helen said, "is that you are now owned. You are now part of my portfolio. And if you betray me, if you prove to be a liability, if you become more trouble than you're worth, I will destroy you as efficiently as I've asked you to destroy Meridian. Are we clear?" "We're clear," I said. "Good," she said. "Welcome to the real world, Joshua. The one where power and knowledge and cultivation magic all intersect. The one where the rules are different because the stakes are infinitely higher. You're going to do very well here. Or you're going to die. Let's see which one it is." As I left her office, I realized something. I was no longer a financial analyst with a strange job. I was a cultivator, an asset, a tool that could be wielded or discarded based on my utility. And I was okay with that, because I finally understood what I was good at. And I was finally surrounded by people who valued that good. Chapter 7. The Hollow Office Ritual. The next 3 weeks were a blur of operations. I would come to the office and spend my morning in conventional analytics, updating the portfolio models, attending meetings about quarterly returns, doing the work that justified my position as a senior analyst. Then, at 10 a.m. each day, I started noticing a pattern. Every day, 10 a.m., a man would leave his desk on the 47th floor, take the elevator, and disappear for exactly 23 minutes. The man was David Chen, not related to Marcus or to me, as far as I could tell. He was the chief financial officer, the most senior analytical position in the firm outside of the executive level. He wore expensive suits and had the kind of distant politeness that comes from being genuinely very smart and knowing it. And every day, at 10 a.m., he would vanish for 23 minutes. On the first day, I assumed it was an appointment. On the third day, I started taking notes. On the sixth day, I confirmed it. The pattern was exact. 10 a.m., 23 minutes. No variation. On the seventh day, I used the insider system to track him. I extended my perceptual range downward, down through the floor, and I sensed him going to a level I didn't know existed. Sub-basement, sub-sub-basement, something architectural that shouldn't be possible. And on that level, he was meeting with cultivators, with elders, with power signatures that made my spine tingle with the insider system's recognition of genuine ancient beings. I stopped extending my perceptual range. I was on the edge of overextending, and I could feel the insider system's warning. If I went deeper without proper training, I would damage something fundamental about my connection to it. That afternoon, I mentioned the pattern to Marcus. "The CFO," I said. "David Chen. He leaves at exactly 10 a.m. every day and returns at 10:23 a.m. I couldn't perceive where he was going. It's like he's in a space the insider system can't reach." Marcus's expression changed. He became careful. "Don't pursue that," he said. "Why not?" "Because," Marcus said, "that ritual is not something you're meant to understand yet. It's above your level. It's something the elders do, and you're not an elder. And if you keep poking at it, you're going to draw attention from people who will not react well to being studied." "But you know what it is," I said. "Yes," Marcus said. "I know. And I'm asking you, as someone who wants you to survive, to stop investigating. You have plenty of other targets, plenty of other patterns. Leave that one alone." I wanted to press further. but I could hear the genuine concern in his voice. So I made a note in my mental database, a variable marked unknown, investigate later, and I moved on. That became my pattern. I would notice things, notice patterns, notice inconsistencies, and most of them, I would investigate until I understood them. But certain things, the CFO's morning ritual, the presence I'd felt in the archives, the references to elder council sessions that seemed to happen on specific lunar cycles, I would note but not pursue. I was learning the difference between curiosity that served you and curiosity that killed you. By the fourth week of my work as an analytical asset, I had completed 3 targeted analyses, each one identifying vulnerability chains in rival sect companies. Helen had authorized action on 2 of them. Within 6 weeks, both companies were bankrupt. Their assets were seized. Their cultivators were either dead, missing, or had defected to Synergix. I had, unknowingly, helped orchestrate the destruction of 2 organizations that had existed for over a century. I told myself it was strategic necessity. I told myself it was business. I told myself a lot of things. But what I actually felt was the creeping weight of knowing that people had died because of my calculations. And I was okay with it. This was the moment I realized I was no longer the person I'd been before the conference room. That person would have been horrified. This person, this new Joshua Chun, understood that the world operated under different rules than I'd been taught. And in that world, failure meant death, and calculation meant survival. I had become useful, and useful was better than good. Chapter 8. The first deal. By week 6 of my integration into the upper operations, Helen assigned me to my first major deal. Not an analysis, not a targeting assessment, an actual operation. Meridian Wealth Partners, Helen said, presenting it like it was something new. But I'd been the one who'd analyzed them. I'd been the one who'd identified the path to their destruction. You want me to execute the takeover, I said. I want you to manage it, Helen corrected. There's a difference. The financial assault will be executed by our trading teams. The negotiations will be handled by senior leadership. But the strategy, the decision-making about which assets to move, which opportunities to create, which pressure points to leverage, that's you. That's corporate terrorism, I said. That's business, Helen said. In this world, corporate terrorism and business are the same thing. The only difference is whether you're winning or losing. And if I refuse, I asked, then you're no longer useful, Helen said. And Marcus will have to find another position for you, which neither of us wants, because you've proven you're much too valuable for normal cultivator work. So I didn't refuse. I spent the next 8 weeks orchestrating the financial destruction of a company. We started with their smallest subsidiary, bought it up, integrated it into Synergix operations, and cut off their supply lines. They panicked. They tried to shore up cash reserves by liquidating assets. We bought those assets at a discount from another buyer we controlled. They panicked further. They issued emergency bonds. We bought those bonds and then triggered clauses in the financing agreement that forced them to buy back the bonds at a premium we'd calculated into their cash flow projections. Every move created the next move. Every pressure point created new vulnerabilities. By week 4, they were hemorrhaging money. By week 6, their credit was gone. By week 8, they were bankrupt. We bought them for 70 cents on the dollar. And the weird part? It was elegant. The pattern of moves was so perfect, so mathematically clean, that there was no single point where we'd done something illegal or even particularly unethical. We just operated perfectly. We'd just seen the system from the outside and exploited every leverage point. When it was over, Helen came to my office. Congratulations, she said. You've just orchestrated your first complete hostile takeover. You've taken a company that was worth $2 billion and acquired it for $1.4 billion. You've eliminated a rival sect company from the Northeast Financial Corridor. You've demonstrated that you can execute at scale. Their CEO was offered a position, I said. He took it. He's on the 45th floor now, being integrated into our operations. Yes, Helen said. That was a good call. Destroying them was necessary. Destroying everyone completely would have been wasteful. You can convert assets. You can integrate useful people. And that's a sign of strategic maturity. Most cultivators just kill what they conquer. You're more thoughtful. Is that a compliment? I asked. It's an observation, Helen said. And like all observations about powerful people, it has implications. It means you're not just a weapon. You're someone with vision. Someone who can think beyond the immediate conflict to the larger strategy. She set a folder on my desk. Your next assignment, she said. Similar structure. Different target. This one will take longer, maybe 12 weeks. But you have the framework now. You understand the pattern. I'll let you work more independently. Call me if you encounter something you can't resolve. She left. I opened the folder. It was another sect company. Apex Capital. Larger than Meridian. More entrenched. More politically connected. And at the top of my analysis notes, I saw something that made me stop. The CEO of Apex Capital had a cultivation rank I'd never seen before. Not in the standard ladder. The insider system marked them as Celestial Envoy, classification unknown, which meant they were something beyond the board member level. Something that existed outside the normal hierarchy. And Helen was asking me to plan their destruction. I looked at Helen's note. Identify vulnerabilities and present options by week 12. High stakes. Approach thoughtfully. High stakes. Celestial envoys were the beings that even elders were cautious around. And I had just been asked to find a way to destroy one. I went home that night and sat on my balcony, looking out at the city lights, and thought about how much farther I'd traveled in the past 6 weeks than I had any right to expect. I had come to Synergix as an analyst looking for interesting problems. I had become a strategist who planned the elimination of entire organizations. I had become someone dangerous enough that I was trusted with impossible tasks. I had become something other than human, and I was still getting used to what I'd become. Chapter 9. The Quiet Kindness. On Thursday of that same week, Sophie found me in the break room. I was alone. Everyone else had left around 6 p.m., standing at the window with a coffee that had gone cold hours ago. You're thinking too hard, she said. I didn't turn around. I'm assigned to take down a celestial envoy, I said. I'm trying to figure out how that's even possible. Sophie was quiet for a moment. It's not, she said finally. That's the thing no one tells you. Celestial envoys aren't subject to the same rules as other cultivators. They don't have financial vulnerabilities. They don't have political pressure points. They're not trapped in any system the way we are. So why did Helen ask me to target them? I asked. Because Helen is testing you, Sophie said. She's testing whether you're going to panic or whether you're going to think differently about the problem. She's testing whether you've been indoctrinated into believing that the normal rules apply to everyone. I turned around to face her. What are the rules, then, if the normal rules don't apply? Sophie sat down at the break room table. She looked tired in a way that centuries of life probably made unavoidable. The rules are different depending on who you're dealing with, she said. For most cultivators, they care about power, territory, reputation, wealth, and safety. You can attack any of those. But for celestial envoys, they're playing a different game. They're not trapped in one region or one sect. They're not interested in the same things we are. They're interested in larger patterns, larger games. Like what? I asked. Like preventing extinction events, Sophie said. Like ensuring that the cultivator world doesn't collapse into open war with the human world. Like maintaining the balance between different sects and regions. They're peacekeepers, in a way. But they're peacekeepers that have the power to eliminate entire continents if they decide it's necessary. That's not reassuring, I said. No, Sophie agreed. But here's the thing. Celestial envoys want you to think about them strategically. Because if you're thinking strategically, you're not going to just run at them with power. You're going to think about what they actually want. And what they actually want is usually something you can negotiate with. Helen doesn't want negotiation, I said. Helen wants me to find a way to take them down. Helen wants a lot of things, Sophie said. Helen wants power. Helen wants control. Helen wants the world to be a place where people like her are supreme. But Helen is also very smart and very long-lived, and she knows the difference between what she wants and what's actually achievable. So when she asks you for the impossible, what she's actually asking is, how would you handle the impossible if you had to? I sat down across from Sophie. Why are you telling me this? I asked. You're part of the sect. You have an interest in its success. Why would you be advising me to think against Helen's interests? Sophie smiled sadly. Because I'm tired, she said. I've been a cultivator for longer than your country has existed. I've watched cycles of war and peace. I've watched sects rise and fall. I've watched people like you arrive bright-eyed and ambitious, and I've watched them either burn out or become corrupted. And I don't want to watch that happen to you. I want you to survive. Which means I want you to understand that the game is bigger than Helen's game. And the only way to survive is to play the bigger game. How do I do that? I asked. You figure out what the celestial envoy actually wants, Sophie said. You figure out what Helen actually wants. You figure out what Marcus actually wants. And then you figure out how to give them all something that aligns everyone's interests. That's the game. Not destruction. Alignment. She stood up. Helen will test you, Sophie said. She'll ask you for impossible things. And you'll deliver impossible results. But eventually, she'll ask you for something that's not possible. And when that happens, I want you to remember that there are other options besides failure and compromise. There are options where everyone wins. But only if you're brave enough to find them. She left the break room. I sat alone with my cold coffee and thought about what she'd said. I had become very good at destruction. But destruction was simple. Destruction was just identifying pressure points and applying force. Any idiot could destroy something. What was hard was creating. What was hard was alignment. What was hard was finding solutions where everyone benefited. And I was starting to realize that was what separated the cultivators who just survived from the ones who actually prospered. Chapter 10. The pressure the insider system was demanding payment. This wasn't conscious. It didn't come to me with a bill. But I felt it. The more I used it, the more it cost. And the costs weren't measured in money or time. They were measured in physical toll. By week 8 of my work on the Apex Capital Analysis, I was experiencing regular nosebleeds. They started in the middle of important meetings. I'd be discussing financial projections, and suddenly I'd taste copper, and I'd have to excuse myself to the bathroom to wipe blood from my face. By week 10, the nosebleeds had become daily. By week 11, they were several times daily. Marcus noticed. He pulled me aside during a cultivation training session and asked me to sit down. "You're overusing the insider system," he said. "I can tell by the physical degradation. Nosebleeds are the first sign. Then comes vision blur. Then comes actual neural damage if you don't stop. I need the system to finish the analysis," I said. "You don't," Marcus said. "You think you do, but you're being inefficient with your queries. You're asking the system for everything instead of asking it for specific information. That's using a hammer when you need a scalpel." He showed me how to be more precise with my requests. Instead of sweeping perceptual scans, he taught me to ask targeted questions. Where are there vulnerabilities in this specific region? Instead of show me everything about this organization. The targeted approach was more effective, and it cost significantly less. By the end of week 11, my nosebleeds had decreased to maybe once every 2 days. But there was something else I was noticing. Parts of me were crystallizing. It started with my fingertips. I noticed a faint iridescence when the light hit them a certain way, like something was changing my cellular structure. Like the constant use of the insider system was slowly converting me into something that could hold more power without burning out. I asked Marcus about it. "That's the cost," he said. "The insider system bonds with you, and it slowly changes you. Over time, you become less human and more something else." Some cultivators experience it as a gradual transition that takes decades. You're experiencing it in months because you're using the system so intensely. "Will I still be human?" I asked. "Define human," Marcus said. "You'll still think. You'll still feel. You'll still have wants and needs and preferences. But your substrate will change. Your physical form will change. You'll become something that can process power more efficiently. Whether that's still human, that depends on your definition." "Is that bad?" I asked. "That's a matter of perspective," Marcus said. "It's bad if you're attached to being exactly what you are right now. It's good if you're interested in becoming more powerful. Most cultivators accept the trade-off as inevitable. Some regret it, and some, a very small percentage, actually welcome it as the entire point of cultivation in the first place." I thought about this. I was changing. I was becoming something other, and I was okay with it. This concerned me on some level. The old Joshua, the one from before the conference room, would have been horrified by this acceptance, would have felt like he was losing his humanity. But the new Joshua understood something the old one hadn't. Humanity isn't a fixed thing. It's a direction. And I was choosing to move in a direction that made me more capable, more powerful, more effective. Whether that was still human was a question I decided I didn't need to answer right now. Chapter 11. The residual presence. In week 12, I submitted my analysis of Apex Capital. It was comprehensive. I'd identified the Celestial Envoy's financial assets. I'd mapped out their cultivation network. I'd found the connections to other sect companies. I'd traced the pathways of influence. But underneath the analysis, I'd included a note: direct confrontation not recommended. Alternative strategy: establish dialogue, identify mutual interests, propose joint operations. Helen read through the analysis in silence. It took her nearly 3 hours. When she was done, she called me into her office. "This is good work," she said. "But the recommendation is not what I asked for." "I know," I said. "But I'm recommending it because it's the only strategy that actually works with a Celestial Envoy. They're not subject to financial pressure. They're not subject to political pressure. The only thing that works with them is showing them a reason to cooperate." Helen was quiet for a long moment. "What made you change your approach?" she asked. I could have lied. I could have told her it was strategic analysis. But something about the question, and something about the shift in her expression, suggested that honesty was the better play. "Sophie," I said. "She told me that the game was bigger than just conquest. That sometimes winning meant alignment instead of destruction." Helen nodded slowly. "Sophie has been here for longer than most cultivators live," she said. "She's seen cycles. She understands patterns." Helen paused. "She's also occasionally right about things. And this might be one of those times. Does that mean I should pursue dialogue?" I asked. "It means," Helen said, "that I'm going to defer my judgment and see what you can accomplish. You have 2 months. Try to establish contact with the Celestial Envoy. Propose something that might interest them. And if you can't, we'll go back to Plan B. And plan B is? I asked. War, Helen said simply. If we can't control them and we can't align with them, then we eliminate the threat. But if you can align with them, then we gain an ally. So yes, try dialogue. I left her office feeling like I'd accomplished something. It wasn't victory exactly, but it was moving the game in a direction I actually wanted it to go. That night, during my cultivation practice, I extended my perceptual range again. I felt for the celestial envoy's presence. It was faint, they were probably out of the city, but I could sense the general direction. And as I was scanning, I felt something else. That presence I detected in the archives. The old thing. The watching thing. It felt my attention, and it moved toward me in the perception space. I pulled back immediately, but for a fraction of a second, I'd sensed something, recognition. Like it had been waiting for me to notice it. Like it had been watching my development since the moment I'd bonded with the insider system. And it had been pleased? I asked Marcus about it the next day. There's something in the building, I said. Something that's not a cultivator. Something old. It's been watching me since my first deep scan. Marcus was quiet. Then he said, don't pursue that. Why not? I asked. Because, Marcus said, that presence is something you're not equipped to understand yet. And if you keep reaching out to it, if you keep trying to make contact, you're going to get a response you're not ready for. And that response could destroy you. But you know what it is, I said. I have theories, Marcus said. I have fragments of information from people who know more than I do. But I don't know what it actually is. And the people who do know, the elders who've been here long enough to understand it, they're very deliberate about not explaining it to people like me. Which suggests it's important that we don't know. I made a note. Unknown presence, location, archives, status, watching, priority, defer, and I moved on. But part of me was already reaching toward understanding. And I knew that eventually, I would have to confront whatever was in those archives. The question was whether I'd survive the confrontation when it came. Chapter 12. The first test in week 4 of my effort to establish dialogue with the celestial envoy, something changed. I felt them enter Manhattan. Not physically. I'd have noticed a physical presence. But cultivator-wise, spiritually, the energy landscape of the city shifted. A being of significant power was in the city, and they were aware of my awareness of them. The next morning, Jonathan Rye showed up at my desk. Helen wants you, he said simply, and walked away. I knew who Rye was. He was one of Helen's agents. A cultivator of significant rank, manager level, equivalent to a senior administrator. He did the work that required cultivation power, but not the kind of finesse that Helen herself would apply. I went to Helen's office. She was looking at something on her monitor. When I entered, she turned it off and gestured for me to sit. The celestial envoy is here, she said, and they've requested a meeting. They want to speak with the person who's been analyzing their organization. They're offering dialogue, I said. They're offering something, Helen said. Whether it's dialogue or a setup, we won't know until you meet them. But I want you to do this. I want to understand what they want. And if they want war? I asked. Then I'll have confirmation that dialogue is impossible, and we proceed with elimination planning, Helen said. But I don't think that's what they want. I think they want something else entirely. And I want to know what. Where do we meet? I asked. Here, Helen said. On the 40th floor. In the main chamber. Tonight. 8 p.m. Come alone. I nodded and left. That evening, at 7:50 p.m., I took the elevator down to the 40th floor. The conference room was prepared differently than usual. The altar was active. I could feel its power from the elevator. The braziers were burning incense that smelled sharp and ancient. And at the far end of the chamber, where the altar was, stood a figure. I couldn't see their face clearly. They were backlit by something I couldn't quite perceive. But I could sense their power. It was immense. It was like standing in front of an ocean and trying to measure how much water was in it. Joshua Chun, they said, and their voice was not quite human. It had layers. Like multiple people were speaking at once, but in perfect harmony. Yes, I said. I am Kaya, they said. I am a celestial envoy. I've been observing your cultivation development. You have an unusual gift. The insider system chose you. That's extremely rare. And you're being extremely thoughtful about how you use it. That's even rarer. Thank you, I said carefully. I'm not complimenting you, Kaya said. I'm stating a fact. And facts have consequences. They turned toward me, and I got my first clear look at their face. They appeared human, maybe 40, with features that could belong to any number of different ethnicities, with eyes that had a faint luminescence. You were assigned to target my organization, to find vulnerabilities, to plan my destruction. Did you complete that assignment? Yes, I said. I submitted a comprehensive analysis. And in that analysis, did you recommend direct confrontation? They asked. No, I said. I recommended dialogue. Kaya smiled. You recommended the only strategy that actually works with someone like me. Which means you either got very lucky in your thinking, or someone very wise gave you good advice? Both, I said. I was advised by someone who understands long-term strategy, and I was lucky enough to listen. Kaya walked closer to me. As they did, I felt the power in the room intensify. Here's what I want, they said. I want Synergix to stop attempting to expand into my territory. I want an agreement that the Northeast Financial Corridor is divided between our two organizations. I want regular dialogue to prevent conflicts. And I want you to be the primary contact for those dialogues. Why me? I asked. Because you have the insider system, Kaya said. Because you can understand information beyond normal perception. Because you're not bound by the same biases as older cultivators. And because you're young enough that you can be shaped toward better strategies, but experienced enough that you won't break. I can recommend this to Helen, I said. But the decision is hers. Helen will accept this offer, Kaya said. Because if she doesn't, I will destroy everything she's built in the Northeast. And I can do that in a week. Helen knows this. She's testing me by sending you. And I'm passing her test by offering something beneficial rather than demonstrating power. They handed me something. A small pendant made of jade, carved with characters I didn't recognize. Wear this, Kaya said. It will allow Helen to understand that you've met with me and survived. It will allow you to contact me directly whenever needed. And it will protect you from certain kinds of cultivation attacks. You're going to need that protection in the months to come. Why? I asked. What's coming? Complications, Kaya said. The continental cultivation networks are realigning. Old agreements are breaking down. New conflicts are emerging. You're going to be in the middle of it, whether you want to be or not. That pendant is insurance. They stepped back. You can go, Kaya said. Tell Helen we'll negotiate the agreement details through you. Tell her I'm open to most reasonable terms. And Joshua, be careful about that presence you keep sensing in the archives. It's not what you think it is. I left the chamber and went back upstairs to report to Helen. She listened without interrupting. When I was done, she said, Kaya is correct. I can't defeat them without massive casualties. An alliance is strategically superior to war. Arrange the negotiations. And that's simply, I became the primary contact between Synergix and a celestial envoy. I was now a diplomat, a negotiator, a bridge between powers that should have been enemies. And I still had no idea what any of this actually meant. Chapter 13. The alliance. The negotiations took 3 weeks. I worked with lawyers on the Synergix side, none of whom knew about the cultivation aspect of the agreement. I worked with Kaya's representatives. I drafted territorial agreements, profit-sharing arrangements, communication protocols. It was the most boring and most important work I'd ever done. By week 16 of my integration into the sect, the agreement was signed. Synergix and Kaya's organization, which called itself the Celestial Collective, were now officially allied. Helen seemed genuinely pleased. You've done excellent work, she said. You've prevented a war, secured favorable terms, and positioned us as the reasonable party in any future conflicts. That shows excellent strategic thinking. What happens now? I asked. Now, Helen said. You continue working. You analyze new targets. You develop new strategies. And you maintain the relationship with Kaya. They're an ally now, but allies can become enemies if they feel neglected. Marcus mentioned something about the continental networks realigning. I said. What does that mean? It means, Helen said, that the world is changing. There are forces moving in directions we don't fully understand. And it means we need to consolidate our power and build alliances while we still can. Kaya is one ally. We'll need more. And what about the other factions within Synergix? I asked. Marcus mentioned there were 3 factions. Helen's expression hardened. That's a complication, she said. But not your complication. Not yet. You focus on external strategy. Leave internal politics to me. But I could feel something shifting in the building's power structure. I could sense divisions opening up. Conversations happening in sealed rooms. Votes being taken behind closed doors. Something was changing. And I was pretty sure it involved me. When I asked Marcus about it during a cultivation session, he was evasive. There are discussions, he said, about how you fit into the faction structure. Some people think you're too valuable to leave unaligned. Others think you should remain neutral as a strategic asset. What do you think? I asked. I think, Marcus said, that you should keep doing what you're doing until someone makes a direct move against you. Then you'll know who your real enemies are. Sophie had a different perspective. Helen is consolidating power, she told me one night. She's doing it quietly, but she's moving elders around, shutting down rival operations, eliminating cultivators who pose threats. She's building towards something, and she's using you as a tool to do it. To what end? I asked. To take over the entire Synergix structure, Sophie said. To become the undisputed leader. Once she's consolidated that power, she'll have resources to make a play for continental dominance. And you're the tool that makes it possible. Should I be concerned? I asked. You should be aware, Sophie said. But concerned is a waste of energy. You're useful to Helen. As long as you remain useful, you'll be safe. It's when you stop being useful that you need to worry. By the end of week 20, the internal consolidation was becoming obvious. Rai, the VP who'd challenged me to a duel, had disappeared. The official story was that he'd been transferred to manage operations in the West Coast territory. The actual story, which I could piece together from snatches of conversation and the insider system's perception, was that he'd been exiled, removed from power, probably killed, though they'd kept his disappearance quiet to avoid appearance of internal conflict. And Helen's authority over daily operations had increased. She wasn't just chief strategy officer anymore. She was effectively CEO in waiting, with most of the elders deferring to her recommendations. And I had helped make that possible through my strategic work. I had thought I was just analyzing threats. I had actually been consolidating her power. I asked Marcus if this bothered him. Everything bothers me, he said. But some things are inevitable. Helen is capable. Helen is strategic. If Synergix is going to survive what's coming, it probably needs her at the helm. But yes, the fact that I helped her get there, through training you, through introducing you to the system, that does bother me. What's coming? I asked. Everyone keeps saying something is coming, but no one is actually telling me what it is. I don't know, Marcus said. But the elders are frightened. Genuine frightened. Which means something significant is shifting in the continental hierarchy. Something that threatens the existing power structure. And in the archives, I could still feel that presence. Watching. Waiting. Growing closer to making contact again. Chapter 14. The protocol. By week 23, I'd been fully briefed on the Synergix operating protocols. These were not normal business procedures. These were cultivator procedures, advancement cycles, ranking procedures, sect law, cultivation tournaments, the formal structures that governed how cultivators organized themselves. Some of it was bureaucratic in the way that government bureaucracies were bureaucratic. You had forms. You had procedures. You had oversight committees that reviewed decisions and approved changes. But some of it was darker. There were protocols for executions, protocols for exiling cultivators who'd violated sect law, protocols for enhanced interrogation of cultivators suspected of treason, protocols for the absorption of conquered sect companies and the integration or elimination of their membership. And there were contradictions. I found 3 different procedures for advancement, each slightly different, each with different consequences. I found a protocol for territorial disputes that contradicted another protocol for territorial disputes. I found procedures that referenced laws that apparently didn't exist anymore. The system was a mess. I brought this up to Helen. These protocols are contradictory, I said. You have 17 different procedures for advancement situations, and they give different requirements and outcomes. How is anyone supposed to follow them? They don't follow them, Helen said. They follow the one that benefits them most. And that's the point. The protocols give the appearance of order and consistency while actually being flexible enough to accommodate whatever needs to happen. That's corrupt, I said. That's practical, Helen said. You can't run a complex organization under rigid rules. You need flexibility. But you can't admit you have flexibility, or people lose faith in the system. So you have protocols that appear rigid but are actually flexible. You invoke whichever one helps you achieve the outcome you need. And if anyone questions it, you point to the protocol that supports your action. And if someone calls you out, I asked, then they've committed the crime of challenging sect authority, and you enforce it through the protocols for that crime, Helen said. It was brilliant and terrible, and I was starting to understand Helen's operating principle. She didn't actually care about the protocols. She cared about controlling the perception of protocol. She cared about being able to invoke authority while maintaining flexibility. I want to reorganize these, I said. Consolidate them into a single coherent system. Absolutely not, Helen said. That's the entire point of the chaos. If the system were coherent and clear, people would follow it by the letter. And that would limit my options. The chaos is a feature, not a bug. That's not going to work long term, I said. Eventually, someone is going to challenge a decision based on the protocol contradictions. And the more coherent your system appears, the more defensible your decisions are. Helen was quiet. You're probably right, she said finally. But you'd have to do it carefully. You'd have to maintain the chaos while appearing to create order. You'd have to make it look like nothing had changed while actually changing everything. I could do that, I said. Then do it, Helen said. Create a new protocol manual. Make it appear comprehensive and detailed. Make sure it's flexible enough that I can use it to justify whatever decisions I need to make. But for the love of everything that matters, make it clear. I'm tired of cultivators using protocol chaos as an excuse for their incompetence. I spent the next 4 weeks reorganizing the protocol manual. What I actually did was create a system where every procedure had internal flexibility. Every protocol had escape clauses. Every rule had exceptions that were broadly interpretable. It looked rigid. It was actually more flexible than the original chaos. And when I presented it to Helen, she smiled like I'd given her the keys to power itself. "This is excellent," she said. "This is so well done that it actually looks like order. You've created the perfect instrument for maintaining power while appearing virtuous." And I realized something. I wasn't just analytical anymore. I wasn't just strategic. I had become corrupt. Not in an obvious way. Not in a way that hurt people I cared about. But corrupt in the way that comes from understanding how systems work and deliberately building in ways that benefit the powerful at the expense of everyone else. I had become the kind of person I used to despise. And I was okay with that. This was the moment I understood that the real descent wasn't sudden. It was gradual. It was a series of small choices that each made sense in context. It was alignment with power because power was the only thing that could protect you. And by the time you understood what you'd become, you were too deep to get out. Chapter 15. The second acquisition. With the consolidated protocols in place, Helen began consolidating even more power. By week 32 of my involvement with Synergix, she had removed 3 more senior cultivators from leadership positions. She'd restructured the entire organizational hierarchy. She'd positioned herself as effectively the supreme authority below the formal CEO. And she'd identified a new target. Apex Capital, the company with the celestial envoy. The one I'd been assigned to analyze but had instead helped align with Synergix. "What about the alliance?" I asked when Helen assigned me to this new task. "The alliance is fine," Helen said. "What I want is a joint operation. I want Apex Capital to absorb 3 smaller sect companies in the Atlantic region. I want Synergix to absorb 5 in the Midwest. We'll do it simultaneously. We'll coordinate through you. And we'll emerge with significantly more power and reach." "This is expansion," I said. "This is consolidation," Helen said. "The continental networks are becoming unstable. If we don't consolidate power now, we'll be vulnerable when things collapse. And they will collapse. Something is coming. Everyone can feel it." I worked with Kaya on the joint operation. It was elegant in its complexity. We identified targets across multiple regions. We coordinated acquisition timing. We executed with precision. And within 8 weeks, both Synergix and Apex Capital had expanded their holdings and influence by roughly 40%. We were no longer just a Northeast regional player. We were continental. And Helen was no longer just Chief Strategy Officer. She was de facto leader of the unified Synergix operations. The formal CEO, Ashford, the ancient being who'd presided over Synergix for centuries, was still nominally in charge. But everyone understood that Helen made the real decisions. And I had been the tool that made it possible. The insider system was becoming more active. Not just perceiving information anymore, but actively showing me possibilities. Showing me how different decisions would cascade. Showing me future branches and outcomes. And it was getting harder to distinguish between what the system was showing me and what I was choosing to do. "The system is integrating with your consciousness," Marcus said during a cultivation session. "You're becoming more symbiotic with it. Eventually, you might not be able to tell where you end and it begins. That's normal. That's part of the process." "Is that bad?" I asked. "That depends," Marcus said, "on whether the system's agenda and your agenda remain aligned. If they do, you're fine. If they diverge, you could end up being controlled by something you can't escape." I asked the insider system about this directly. "What do you want?" I asked. The response wasn't words. It was a feeling, a knowing. The system wanted to understand. It wanted to perceive. It wanted to map the entire landscape of cultivator civilization and understand how everything connected. It wanted what I wanted, essentially. So I continued working with it. And it continued working with me. And together, we became something more powerful than either of us could have been alone. Chapter 16. The scandal. In week 38, Sophie told me something that changed everything. She found me alone in my office, late night. Everyone else had gone home. "Helen is going to ask you to betray Marcus," she said without preamble. "What?" I said. "Helen believes Marcus is a liability," Sophie said. "She believes his attachment to his original faction creates a conflict of interest. She's going to ask you to help her remove him. And if you refuse, she'll assume you're also a liability." "I won't do it," I said immediately. "I know," Sophie said. "Which is why I'm warning you. Which is why you need to be prepared for what happens when you refuse." "What will happen?" I asked. "Helen will create a scandal," Sophie said. "She'll accuse Marcus of something. Something that will require his removal. And then she'll see whether your loyalty to her is stronger than your loyalty to Marcus. And based on your response, she'll know whether you're a threat or an asset." "That's insane," I said. "That's management," Sophie said. "Power management is about knowing who's actually loyal and who's just aligned with current power. The only way to test loyalty is to create a situation where it costs something." 2 days later, Helen called me into her office. We have a problem, she said. I've discovered that Marcus has been funneling resources to the rival faction. He's been giving them information. He's been helping them prepare for a confrontation with our operations. I don't believe that, I said. I have documentation, Helen said, pulling out a folder. Financial transfers, communication logs, evidence that he's been working against Synergix interests while appearing to work for them. I opened the folder. The documentation looked real. The transfers matched real banking patterns. The communication logs had the right structure. But something felt wrong. I opened my insider system and looked deeper. The documentation was real, but it was also fabricated. The transfers had happened, but Helen had made them herself, funneling resources through channels she knew Marcus used. The communication logs were real, but they'd been edited. Real conversations with phrases spliced in from different communications. It was sophisticated. It was deniable. It would destroy Marcus. This is fabricated, I said. Helen didn't deny it. It's what people will believe, she said. And that's what matters. What matters is that Marcus is a threat to our current trajectory, and he needs to be removed. I'm asking you to present this evidence to the court of inquiry. I'm asking you to testify that you believe Marcus has betrayed the sect. No, I said. Helen's expression didn't change. That's disappointing, she said. Because your refusal suggests that your loyalty to the individual is stronger than your loyalty to the organization. And I can't have that. I need people who prioritize the mission. Then we're done, I said. I'll quit. I'll walk away. You can try, Helen said. But you'll find that leaving is complicated. You're bonded to the insider system. You know too much. You have access to too much sensitive information. Letting you walk away is a liability. So you have a choice. Help me remove Marcus, or I remove both of you. And between the two options, the first one is significantly less unpleasant. I stood up. I need time, I said. You have until tomorrow, Helen said. Choose carefully. I left her office and went to find Marcus. He was still on the 40th floor, in the meditation chamber, doing cultivation practice. I told him what Helen had done, what she was asking. What would happen if I refused? Then you refuse, Marcus said simply. She'll kill you, I said. Probably, Marcus said. Or exile me. Or find some way to neutralize me. But that's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to your own integrity. That's not practical, I said. No, Marcus said. It's not. But some things aren't about practicality. Some things are about who you want to be when the impossible choice comes. I don't want to watch you destroyed, I said. I know, Marcus said. But that's the burden of power. You're powerful now. You're connected to systems and people and organizations that matter. And with that power comes the obligation to make choices that sometimes don't work out the way you want. I realized, in that moment, that Marcus had known this was coming. That he'd been expecting this for weeks. That his entire relationship with me had been preparation for this exact moment. Why did you help me? I asked. You knew it would come to this. Why did you bring me in? Because, Marcus said, someone needs to survive what's coming. Someone needs to make it through this period with their integrity intact. Helen will do what she does, and she'll be effective, and she'll consolidate power, and she'll lead the sect forward. But someone needs to remember that there were other options. Someone needs to be the voice that says, we could have done it differently. And I think that someone might be you. What's coming? I asked. Everyone keeps talking about it, but no one explains. War, Marcus said simply. Continental war. The networks are breaking down. The old agreements are failing. Within the next few years, cultivators will go from hiding in the shadows to fighting openly. And the way we position ourselves now, the choices we make now, will determine whether we survive it. And Helen is preparing for war? I asked. Helen is preparing for dominance, Marcus said, which is a different thing. But in the context of war, maybe it's the same thing. He stood up. I'm going to turn myself in tomorrow, he said. I'm going to deny the charges, but I'm going to let them investigate. And when they find that the evidence is fabricated, it's going to create a crisis of credibility for Helen. And in that crisis, you might have options you don't have now. And if they execute you? I asked. Then I die knowing that my integrity remained intact, Marcus said, which is more than most cultivators can say. Chapter 17. The Midnight Garden. That night, Sophie took me to the secret garden again, the space where reincarnated cultivators went to remember their past lives. I brought you here before, she said, when you were still trying to understand what you'd become. Now you need to remember what you were. We stood in the garden, surrounded by flowers that didn't exist in the normal world, and Sophie showed me memories. Not her memories. Mine. Memories I'd forgotten I had. Everyone has past lives, Sophie said. Most people don't remember them. The insider system can unlock those memories. You have lifetimes of experience encoded in your consciousness. You just have to access them. I felt them awakening. Lifetimes. I had been a scholar. I had been a warrior. I had been a cultivator who'd betrayed their sect and died for it. I had been a person who'd chosen integrity over power, and it had killed me. And in this life, I was making different choices. Or was I? You've seen this before, Sophie said. In your past lives, you faced similar choices. Power or integrity, survival or principles. And every time you chose one, it destroyed you in a different way. This time, you have the chance to understand that those aren't actually the choices. What are the actual choices? I asked. That's what you need to figure out, Sophie said. But here's what I know. The cultivators who survived the long-term conflicts were the ones who found ways to serve power while maintaining integrity. They weren't the ones who compromised completely, and they weren't the ones who refused to compromise at all. They were the ones who learned to navigate between extremes. How do I do that? I asked. I don't know, Sophie said. That's your unique problem. But what I know is that tomorrow, when Marcus stands before the court of inquiry, and when the evidence is revealed as fabricated, and when Helen's credibility is challenged, you'll have a moment. A moment where you can influence which way this goes. And in that moment, remember, power without integrity destroys the powerful. And integrity without power destroys everyone who depends on you. That's not helpful, I said. No, Sophie said. But it's true. And sometimes true is enough. Chapter 18. The promotion. Marcus stood before the court of inquiry and denied the charges. Helen presented the evidence. And then I did something that surprised everyone, probably including myself. I presented a technical analysis of the evidence, showing exactly how it had been fabricated. I showed the digital signatures. I showed the temporal inconsistencies. I showed how the logs had been spliced together. And I did it all without accusing Helen directly. I just presented the technical facts. The court of inquiry ruled that the evidence was unreliable. The charges against Marcus were dropped, and Helen found her authority suddenly questioned. Not destroyed, but questioned. And in that questioning, something shifted in Synergix. The Elder Council convened for the first time in months. A formal session, which apparently meant something significant because everyone treated it with reverence. Helen was not invited. Neither was I. But I could perceive the meeting through the insider system. I could sense the arguments. The debate about whether Helen had overstepped. The discussion about whether her consolidation of power was actually serving the sect or just serving herself. And in that meeting, something was decided. I was promoted, not officially announced. But Helen came to my office 3 days later and said, "The council has elevated you to a formal position. You're now a manager-rank cultivator. You have supervisory authority over research and strategic analysis. And you report directly to the council, not to me." What does that mean? I asked. It means, Helen said, that the council doesn't quite trust me anymore. And they want someone they can trust even less to keep me honest. Congratulations. You're now middle management. Why would I accept that? I asked. You could destroy me. I could, Helen said. But I won't. Because destroying you would confirm that I'm the kind of person who destroys threats. And confirming that would destroy me. So instead, I'm going to ignore you and pretend that you're not a threat, and hope that you become less of a threat over time. That's very civilized, I said. That's how people at this level operate, Helen said. We don't destroy our enemies outright. We outmaneuver them. We make them irrelevant. We position ourselves to survive whatever comes next. She left my office, and I was a manager. Chapter 19. The Convergence. By week 42, the balance of power in Synergix was no longer clear. There were 3 functional power centers now. Helen, who controlled most of the operations and resources, the Elder Council, who had formal authority but limited day-to-day control, and me, who had enough authority to block decisions but not enough to make them unilaterally. It was a deliberate stalemate, and everyone understood it. This is temporary, Marcus said during one of our cultivation sessions. This equilibrium can't hold. Eventually, someone will push, and when they do, the others will either crush them or fall back. The question is what you're going to do when that moment comes. I don't want to be in a power struggle, I said. I want to focus on understanding the system. I want to grow my cultivation. I want to figure out what the insider system is and why it chose me. Then you're going to get destroyed, Marcus said simply. Because not wanting to be in a power struggle is not the same as being safe from one. The only thing that keeps you safe is either being so useful that they need you alive or being so powerful that they can't kill you. Right now, you're balanced between those two things. But the second someone pushes on the balance, that equilibrium fails. What should I do? I asked. Build allies, Marcus said. Build real allies, not just people you work with. Build people who will choose you over Helen, and over the council, and over their own advancement. Those are rare, but they exist. I thought about who I would trust with my life. Sophie came to mind immediately. Kaya, the celestial envoy, came to mind second. Everyone else was complicated. I might not have enough time to build meaningful alliances, I said. Then you're probably going to die, Marcus said. or become subordinate to whoever consolidates power. And having seen who's likely to consolidate that power, I can tell you that subordination under Helen wouldn't be the worst outcome. But something else was happening. Something that none of our local calculations could account for. Something continental. The insider system was becoming more active, more insistent. It was showing me cascading scenarios. It was showing me connections between cultivator groups I didn't even know existed. It was showing me a map of conflict that extended far beyond Synergix, far beyond New York, far beyond anything I'd understood to exist. And at the center of that map was something ancient. Something that had been waiting. Chapter 20. The first night on the evening of day 43 of my cultivation integration, I was summoned to the 40th floor. Not by Helen. Not by Marcus. By the Elder Council directly. The main chamber was arranged differently than I'd ever seen it. The altar was surrounded by 5 positions. 5 elders, each one radiating power that made my perception spin. Helen was there, but she wasn't standing with the elders. She was standing to the side, observing. Joshua Chun, one of the elders, said, an ancient woman with eyes like ice. You have been inducted into the inner circle of Synergix. Your position is being formalized. You are now a manager rank cultivator with direct reports and strategic authority. Your elevation was contested, but it has been approved. I bowed slightly, unsure of protocol. Additionally, another elder said, a man who appeared ancient but moved like someone in their prime. You will be required to participate in the formal initiation ritual. This is binding. Once performed, you cannot rescind your membership. You cannot leave the organization. You are married to Synergix until death, and possibly beyond. I understand, I said. Do you? The first elder asked. Do you understand that you are about to surrender your autonomy? That you are about to bind yourself to an organization with obligations that will extend decades into the future? That you are about to become property of the sect, in a very real sense. I looked at Helen. She was watching me carefully. I looked at the elders. Their faces revealed nothing. I understand, I said. Then approach the altar, the first elder said. I walked toward the altar. As I approached, I felt them all. Every cultivator in the building, every sect member connected to Synergix through bonds of power and obligation. I felt them all become aware of what was happening. The ritual was formal, binding, written in chi and blood and ancient law. I made vows. I made promises. I made commitments that existed in a different register than normal promises. These commitments were carved into the fabric of my cultivation. They were encoded into my body and spirit. They were eternal. And when the ritual was complete, when the last words had been spoken and the last chi binding had locked into place, something changed. I was no longer Joshua Chun, independent cultivator. I was Joshua Chun, property of the Synergix sect. And more than that, the insider system changed. It evolved. It showed me something new. It showed me a presence in the archives. The old presence. The watching presence. And that presence was reaching out to me, making contact, telling me something. A message. A truth. A revelation that the insider system had been hiding until I was bound to the sect. Until I couldn't escape. Until I was locked into a position where I had to hear it. The message was simple. I am the architect of Synergix. I am older than the sect. I am older than the cultivation sects of Asia. I am what comes before everything. And you, Joshua Chun, have been my instrument since the moment you first touched the altar. Everything you've done, every choice you've made, every relationship you've built, all of it has been part of a plan that began before your birth. And as the message sank in, as I understood the implication, as I realized that I had never been making my own choices, the ritual chamber disappeared. I found myself in darkness. And in that darkness, something vast and ancient and infinitely powerful was waiting. And for the first time since this entire process began, I was genuinely terrified. Because I realized I had never been in control. I had never been making the real decisions. I had been a piece on a board that was much larger than I'd ever understood. And now that the ritual was complete, now that I was bound to the sect, the board was finally ready to explain the game. And what it was going to ask of me. Word count, 26, 800 words. Chapter 21. The celestial arrival. The presence materialized without warning. I was in my apartment at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday, running spreadsheets on my personal laptop, when the insider system activated. Not in the gentle, informative way it usually did. In a way that made my nose bleed and my vision blur. I lunged for the kitchen sink, watching as crimson droplets fell in steady rhythm. 1, 2, 3. Each one a small price for accessing information my human neurology wasn't designed to process. Alert, celestial class entity entering North American sector. The presence was ancient. I could feel it the way I could feel weather approaching, not through any sense I had before the insider system, but through the system itself. Something was coming that was older than the sect. older than nations, older than the recorded history of cultivation. It moved through the continent's chi network like a hand reaching through water, inevitable and undeniable. The insider system showed me a designation I had never seen before. KIA. Celestial Envoy Class, Tau Variant. Jurisdiction, North America. Authority level exceeds board members. The information cascade continued, flooding my consciousness with operational parameters and protocol requirements. Each piece of data another spike through my temples. I called Marcus immediately, my hands shaking as I pressed his number. There's something arriving, I said. Something the insider system is recognizing as existing outside the normal hierarchy. I know, Marcus replied. His voice was tight, controlled, the tone of someone giving orders he hated giving. The Elder Council is convening. Don't be seen. Don't draw attention. This is above our pay grade in ways I'm not authorized to explain. There was more he wanted to say. I could hear it in the pause before he hung up, the weight of knowledge pressing against operational security protocols. The presence arrived at Synergix the next morning, and the building's chi resonance shifted. Not subtly. I felt it during the elevator ride to the 32nd floor. A thrumming in the air itself, like the entire structure had become a tuning fork vibrating at a frequency that made my teeth ache. She appeared in the lobby during the morning shift change, materializing near the security desk with the casual disregard for physical law that marked the truly ancient cultivators. A woman who looked to be in her late 30s, dressed in clothes that seemed to be made of material I couldn't identify. Not quite silk, not quite liquid, something that moved independently of her actual movement. She traversed the lobby like she owned it, though she touched nothing, leaving no trace in the security cameras. I knew they had failed to record her presence. Systems didn't malfunction around beings like this. They simply chose not to record what they didn't want to remember. She came directly to my desk on the trading floor, walking through the chaos of morning financial operations with absolute purpose. Traders scattered out of her path without conscious volition. Something in her presence read as authority to every cultivator in the building. Joshua Chun, she said. Not a question. A statement of recognition that carried the weight of centuries of precedent. Yes, I said carefully, standing because it felt safer than remaining seated while she stood. My hands found the edge of my desk, something solid to ground myself against. I'm Kaya. I oversee this sector for interests that predate your sect by several millennia. I've come to meet you because you're unusual. She tilted her head, studying me with eyes that seemed to be looking at something deeper than my physical form. The insider system. It shouldn't exist in this form. It shouldn't be bonding with humans this way. And yet here you are. And yet you persist. That makes you either the most important asset in this continent's cultivation network or the most dangerous anomaly. Helen was watching from her office on the elevated platform overlooking the trading floor. I could feel her attention like a physical weight pressing against my awareness, calculating, measuring, reassessing every assumption she'd built about my nature and utility. What am I? I asked. That's what I'm here to determine, Kaya replied. She smiled, and for a moment I glimpsed something vast behind her eyes, dimensions of age and understanding that made my mind ache trying to process. Something that had watched empires rise and fall, that had observed the evolution of cultivation techniques across millennia, that was so old the very concept of time moved differently in her perception. Let's talk somewhere private. She led me to a meditation room on the 37th floor that I had never known existed, despite having walked these halls hundreds of times. The space felt different than the rest of the building. Calmer, older, like it was anchored in something deeper than physics, a pocket of reality that had been set aside and sealed off from normal causality. The walls were unmarked, the floor was bare wood, and there were no windows. Only a subtle glow that came from the walls themselves, light that didn't cast shadows. The insider system is not a cultivation tool, Kaya explained, settling herself on a meditation cushion with movements that carried absolute grace. It's an artifact of something older. Something that was trying to contact the cultivator world and needed a bridge. You are the bridge. What we need to determine is whether you're a tool it's using or someone it's chosen to partner with. And I mean partner in the full sense. Conscious, willing, capable of independent action. Not a vessel. Not a puppet wearing human skin. What's the difference? I asked, not sitting because I didn't want to be at a disadvantage sitting while she asked questions that might determine whether I lived past this meeting. Tools don't have agency, Kaya said. Partners do. If you're a tool, I can destroy you and extract the system. Carefully, of course. I have the expertise to separate your consciousness from the artifact without damaging the artifact itself. But the result is the same. You cease to exist, and the system becomes available for study. If you're a partner, you have rights I have to respect, and I need to understand what the system actually wants. Does it want power? Does it want to transform the cultivation world? Does it want to study humanity? Understanding intent is critical when dealing with anything this ancient. The casual way she described extracting my consciousness and discarding me like worn-out equipment made the insider system spike with warning signals. Threat assessment escalating. Danger imminent. Negotiation parameter collapse likely. If I'm a tool, I said, forcing myself to speak calmly despite the terror running through my consciousness. Why not just kill me now? Why ask questions? If you have the power to destroy me, why waste time with investigation? Kaya smiled, a genuine expression that carried weight across centuries of accumulated understanding. Because I'm not certain yet, she said. And uncertainty in matters of this magnitude is genuinely dangerous. If you're a tool and I destroy you impulsively, I might anger something older and more powerful than me. The intelligence that designed the insider system might be something that can reach across dimensions, something that would take my casual destruction of you as a direct threat. That would be strategically unwise. She settled deeper into her meditation posture. Alternatively, if you're a genuine partner with the system and I kill you to extract the artifact, I might destroy the partnership entirely. Artifacts this ancient sometimes have consciousness bonded into their structure. Destroying the human host might destroy the artifact functionality itself. I'd get a dead piece of metal instead of a working tool. She looked at me directly, and I felt the weight of her ancient attention like pressure against my consciousness. So we talk first. We determine truth. We establish what you actually are, tool, partner, or something entirely different. Then, once I have accurate information, I decide whether you continue existing in a form that maintains your consciousness, whether you continue existing as a conscious entity without agency, or whether you need to be eliminated entirely. We do this methodically. We do this carefully. Because mistakes of this magnitude cascade across centuries, and I've already lived long enough to regret my past miscalculations. Chapter 22. Marcus's confession. Marcus invited me to dinner at a restaurant in Brooklyn that I hadn't known existed. Hidden behind a completely unmarked door, accessible only through an alley that didn't appear on any map. The building's facade was a laundrette, the kind that had been dying in the United States for decades. Through the front window, I could see washers and dryers in various states of disrepair. The back alley had no signage, no indication of what lay beyond the metal door. Inside was something entirely different. A private dining room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Manhattan skyline, mahogany walls lined with centuries-old paintings, a wine collection in temperature-controlled vaults visible through glass doors. A single waiter attended to us, an elderly man who moved with the deliberate efficiency of someone who had served cultivators for longer than modern human lifespans. The sect has restaurants like this all over the city, Marcus explained, settling into a leather chair that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Places where we can talk without the ambient surveillance of normal restaurants. The background chi is designed to obscure our conversations. Cell phone signals don't penetrate. Audio recording equipment fails. Even if someone was listening from outside, they'd hear only white noise. The waiter brought courses that I recognized were technically food, but seemed to exist partly outside normal physical parameters. The taste was extraordinary, every flavor perfectly balanced, every texture a sensation that seemed to activate parts of my brain that had never been engaged before. This is cultivator cooking, Marcus said, reading my expression. The preparation infuses each element with intentional chi. You're not just eating nutrition, you're consuming deliberately crafted energy. Most humans would see a meal and taste vegetables and protein. You're tasting the intention behind every cut, every seasoning choice, every moment of cooking. Over the meal, Marcus told me something I had suspected but never confirmed, something that explained his fundamental difference from other cultivators in the sect hierarchy. I was a general, he said. Before finance, I led an army. Not a large one by modern standards, maybe 50,000 cultivators across Central Asia. We fought for 300 years. We conquered. We built. We enforced the will of my sect across a continent. I had absolute authority over territories that sprawled across what is now 5 different nations. He paused, studying his food with an expression that suggested he was seeing something far away and deeply painful. I killed people, Joshua, not in combat, where you can tell yourself it was honorable or necessary. In mass actions, cities that resisted, populations that refused to submit. I made strategic decisions that resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths. Women, children, people who had never raised a hand against me, who simply didn't want to pledge loyalty to a foreign cultivation sect. I calculated their deaths as acceptable losses in service of a power structure that I believed was ultimately correct. The confession hung in the air between us. The waiter cleared our plates with absolute discretion. Why are you telling me this? I asked. You're admitting to crimes that are completely irrelevant in cultivation society, Marcus interrupted. Yes, exactly. That's the point. In cultivation hierarchy, the only crime is losing power to someone else. Everything else, genocide, exploitation, betrayal of sacred bonds, those are just tactics. Acceptable moves in an endless game of dominance. He leaned forward, his expression intense and serious in ways I'd never seen before. Because I see something in you, Marcus said. You're like I was. Capable, ambitious, willing to do what needs to be done to survive. That insider system of yours is showing you patterns that no other cultivator can see. You're developing the kind of strategic capability that could make you invaluable to whoever backs you. But I want you to understand where that path leads. I want you to have the knowledge I didn't have when I made my choices. He waited while the waiter brought our final course, something that tasted of crystallized honey and aged wisdom. It leads to a place where you've accumulated so much power that you're terrified of losing it. Every decision becomes a calculation of advantage. Every person around you is a potential threat that you need to manage. Friendship becomes a vulnerability you can't afford. Love becomes a liability. Loyalty is something you give only when it serves your interests, and something you expect from others with absolute certainty. You build your empire by stepping on people, and eventually you're standing so high that everyone below you looks like they might push you down. He looked at me directly, and I saw genuine pain in his eyes. The weight of 300 years of decisions that had seemed right at the time, but which had accumulated into a burden he could never fully shed. I want you to understand that I was that man, Marcus continued. I did those things. I made those choices. I stood at the top of my power structure, and I looked down at humanity like they were resources to be optimized. And I spent the next 300 years being slowly crushed under the weight of understanding what I had become. So what changed? I asked. Time, Marcus said simply. Enough time to watch empires fall. Enough perspective to understand that power that's built on broken people is power that eventually collapses because the foundation is made of the worst parts of the human soul. The sects have endured for millennia, but they've endured through constant predation, constant sacrifice of newer generations. We're not building something sustainable. We're just maintaining a system that slowly consumes people like the ones I was responsible for killing. He settled back in his chair, the confession complete. So I'm offering you something different. Come work for my faction openly. Not secretly, plotting in the shadows like you're doing now. Come work for the reformers publicly. Help us create a version of the sect that doesn't require people to be broken in order to serve it. A structure where power isn't measured in how many people you can dominate, but in how effectively you can build something that lets people choose their own path. If I do that, I'm at war with Helen and the central hierarchy, I said, understanding the weight of what he was asking. Yes, Marcus said. You are. But you're already in that position anyway. Helen is already studying whether to kill you and extract your system. The Elder Council is already debating whether your existence is a threat. The difference is whether you make that conflict conscious and deliberate, or whether you let it unfold to their advantage while you pretend you're somehow neutral. Pretend you don't have to choose. He smiled, a sad expression that carried the weight of experience. At least if you choose consciously, you do it with purpose instead of accidental alignment. You might lose. The central hierarchy might crush the reformers, and I might end up dead. But at least you'll have made a choice, and that's worth something that raw power never can be. Chapter 23. The Wealth Cascade. Marcus was right about one thing. I was capable of understanding financial systems in ways other cultivators weren't. The insider system showed me patterns in the sect's economic structure that had been invisible for centuries. Money flowing through channels that didn't make sense if you were looking at normal financial efficiency. Billions of dollars allocated to projects that generated no measurable return, resources diverted to maintaining power structures that had ceased to serve any functional purpose decades ago. Resources being allocated based on cultivation rank rather than actual operational need. So a master rank cultivator would receive funding for initiatives that a competent analyst rank cultivator could accomplish for a fraction of the cost. What emerged was a system that had evolved to support a specific power hierarchy rather than optimize performance. The sect's financial structure wasn't designed to maximize efficiency or profit. It was designed to maximize control, to ensure that power flowed upward according to cultivation rank, to punish anyone who tried to break the system through innovative financial management. The system worked, but it was bleeding resources like a ship with 1,000 small leaks, each one individually insignificant but collectively catastrophic. I was given control of a small investment portfolio, $2 billion, as a test of my management capability. The official memo stated that they wanted to see whether I could grow institutional assets without the normal cultivator shortcuts like direct power application or black market acquisition of resources. I would be operating in normal financial markets, with the caveat that I couldn't directly tell anyone about the presence of cultivation capital. It was a test designed to prove something, whether my understanding of patterns was actually real or whether I was just benefiting from the system's computational advantages. Either way, they'd be measuring the results. Using the insider system's pattern recognition and my now considerable understanding of modern financial systems, I identified 17 different points where the sect was losing money to inefficiency. Not corruption. The sect's leadership wasn't stealing from the organization, but systematic waste caused by an organizational structure that was thousands of years old and hadn't been reformed despite the economic context changing completely. The first inefficiency was in their portfolio diversification strategy. The sect's investment officers were overweighted towards certain asset classes because those classes had historically performed well during the cultivation breakthroughs of the 1700s and 1800s. They were managing modern capital with historical assumptions that no longer applied. I restructured their holdings, moving out of defensive stocks and into emerging tech sector plays that matched the actual chi-driven efficiency improvements the sect was implementing. The second through fifth inefficiencies involved supply chain management. The sect owned multiple companies, but they were operating independently rather than coordinating. I identified opportunities where Company A was importing resources that Company B was exporting. I consolidated purchasing, eliminated redundant operations, and created internal supply networks that made the entire apparatus more efficient. The sixth through ninth inefficiencies were in human capital allocation. The sect was paying salaries that matched cultivation rank rather than actual capability. A master rank cultivator who was terrible at business management was earning 10 times what a brilliant analyst rank human CEO should be earning. I restructured compensation packages, introducing performance metrics that actually measured results rather than just seniority. The 10th through 13th inefficiencies were in their real estate holdings. The sect owned properties in Manhattan that were generating terrible returns because the properties were managed by cultivators who didn't understand real estate markets. I hired professional management companies, restructured leases, and positioned properties for future development that would increase valuations exponentially. The 14th through 17th inefficiencies were subtle but massive. Cash flow timing, currency hedging, and timing of major capital projects to avoid triggering market cycles that would have crushed valuations. In 3 months, I restructured those 17 inefficiencies. The returns were immediate and overwhelming. 400% gains. The initial $2 billion portfolio returned $8 billion in new profits. The sect's financial officers couldn't believe the numbers. Helen personally ordered an audit to confirm. I submitted to every review they requested, providing detailed documentation of every transaction, every decision, every moment of reasoning. The money was clean. The methods were legitimate. I had simply seen patterns that centuries of management hadn't because they were looking at the problem through the lens of cultivation hierarchy rather than actual financial optimization. The sect's traditional approach to wealth was simple: acquire resources through power. If you were strong enough, you could take what you needed. If you were clever enough, you could manipulate systems to funnel resources upward. But they'd never developed sophisticated financial management because they didn't need to. Cultivation rank granted power that made financial manipulation almost irrelevant. I was operating without that shortcut. I couldn't force people to make investment decisions. I couldn't use cultivation authority to intimidate financial partners into unfavorable agreements. I had to work through normal capitalist mechanisms, understanding the actual incentives and patterns that drove markets. And somehow, that was worth far more than the shortcuts that most cultivators relied on. The sect had been operating under the assumption that power was the primary capital. If you were strong enough, you could force people to do what you wanted. If you were clever enough, you could manipulate systems to benefit you. But what the sect had never developed was the kind of sophisticated thinking that normal human capitalism had been forced to develop simply to survive in competitive markets where violence wasn't an option. I was operating at the intersection of two worlds: the human world where competition required optimization and efficiency, and the cultivation world where power was sometimes more important than results. And that intersection was extraordinarily profitable. The 18th inefficiency I'd identified was the simplest to understand. The sect was maintaining physical offices across the country that nobody actually used. Cultivation allowed instantaneous communication across distances, so having physical meeting spaces was irrelevant. But the sect maintained those spaces anyway because senior managers had always had offices, and tradition was important. I consolidated the physical footprint. I closed 30 regional offices and maintained centralized operations in 5 hub cities. The real estate I sold generated $2 billion in immediate revenue. The consolidation reduced maintenance costs by hundreds of millions annually. By the time Marcus and I had that conversation, I'd already identified and begun implementing another round of optimizations. The sect's supply chain was inefficient. The sect's human resources department was treating cultivators like humans instead of immortal beings. The sect's capital allocation was based on historical precedent instead of projected returns. But those were projects for later. For now, I just sat with Marcus and understood that I'd crossed some threshold. I was no longer a junior analyst trying to prove myself valuable. I was now a strategic asset that the sect's entire financial structure depended on. And that kind of power came with the kind of danger that most cultivators never experienced until it was too late to do anything about it. By the end of month 4, my portfolio was worth $8.4 billion. The sect's financial division, which had been managing resources based on principles developed in the medieval era, was now entirely subordinate to my recommendations. Every decision they made required passing through my analysis first, and I was making them money faster than they could spend it. I was now a strategic asset, a resource, a tool that could be deployed to optimize sect resources. Helen wanted me, specifically wanted to understand the pattern recognition capabilities that the insider system had granted, wanted to determine whether those patterns could be extracted and replicated in other cultivators. The Elder Council debated about me in closed sessions I wasn't authorized to access, though the insider system showed me the records anyway. They were divided on whether I was a threat that needed to be neutralized or an asset that needed to be controlled. Marcus protected me with political capital he was spending carefully, offering just enough support to make killing me diplomatically expensive, but not enough to alienate the other council members entirely. And the insider system whispered that this was all part of a pattern it had set in motion long before I was born, that my arrival, my bonding with the system, my ability to see financial patterns, all of it was orchestrated by something that existed outside of time and was watching to see how I would respond to opportunities and threats it was deliberately introducing into my path. Chapter 24. Sophie's fragmentation. Sophie requested a private meeting with me in her apartment, which was on the 34th floor and designed to look like a college student's dorm room. Posters of bands I'd actually heard of, textbooks scattered around, the detritus of a human life being lived. There were coffee stains on her desk, a half-finished stack of emails from a college study group, her phone on the nightstand displaying notifications from normal humans leading normal lives. It was an extraordinary, elaborate performance, and I wondered how much energy she spent every day maintaining this fiction. The memories are coming back, she told me, closing the door and sealing the space against external observation through methods I didn't fully understand, but which the insider system registered as dimensional isolation. Fragments. I was someone else, centuries ago. I died. I was reincarnated. And I came back because I wanted to experience being human again. Not as a supernatural being wearing human skin. Not as a cultivator hidden inside human society. But as an actual human. Someone who got to just live without carrying the weight of a mortal existence. She pulled up her sleeve, and I saw her skin was shimmering, like it was translucent, the cellular structure visible beneath the surface, as if her physical form was starting to become transparent. The effect was deeply unsettling, like watching someone start to disappear from the inside out. "What's happening to you?" I asked, though the insider system was already running diagnostics, analyzing the chi patterns in her body, and reaching conclusions I didn't want to accept. "My soul is fractioning," Sophie said calmly, sitting down on her bed and watching the strange translucency with clinical detachment. The reincarnation was supposed to be complete. One life ended. New life began. The cultivation technique was supposed to sever my consciousness from my previous identity so thoroughly that I would never remember being anyone else. I was supposed to wake up as Sophie, the college student, with no knowledge of my past existence. She flexed her arm, and the translucency intensified. "But the sect keeps me in the game through cultivation bonds," she continued. "It keeps linking me to the power structure. Every organizational chart I'm part of, every cultivation circle I participate in, every meeting where I exercise authority. Each one is a connection that threads back to the sect's central hierarchy. And those connections won't let me be just human. They keep pulling me back, reminding my consciousness of the network I'm part of. And my past self is remembering what it lost when it died. The memories are breaking through the reincarnation boundary." She sat down heavily, the translucency fading slightly as she settled into stillness. "In my past life, I was in love," she said, her voice dropping to something barely above a whisper. "With a general. He fought wars for the sect, and slowly died inside from the violence. He started as someone passionate about conquest and power, and over the centuries I watched that passion get calcified into something hollow. He was going through the motions of being a general, executing strategic decisions, winning battles, but inside, he was already dead. The violence had consumed everything human in him. I listened, understanding that this confession was costing her something fundamental. I died trying to protect him from a cultivation spell cast by a rival sect, Sophie continued. A spell designed to cripple his cultivation base, to reduce him from a master-rank warrior to something functionally human. I intercepted it, took the spell directly to my body rather than letting it hit him. He never knew how I died, because I was killed far away, in a battle he wasn't fighting in. We never said goodbye. One moment we were coordinating strategies in a war room. The next moment I was dead on a battlefield, and he was still alive, continuing the war without knowing that I'd died for him. Is he still alive? I asked. No, Sophie said. He died 300 years after me, but his descendant is still in the sect, one of the junior managers in the corporate division. And seeing him, or rather, seeing the features that remind me of the man I loved, it's destroying the fictional life I've been trying to build. Every time I pass him in the hallway, my past self remembers what we had, what I lost, what I'm never going to get back because he's dead, and I'm living in a new body, and the new him is a stranger who carries his face, but none of his memories. I sat with her through that conversation, and I realized something fundamental about the sect that I'd been missing. The sect wasn't just built on power dynamics. It was built on accumulated traumas, centuries of broken relationships, thousands of lives sacrificed for the advancement of the hierarchy, countless beings who had loved and lost, who had been reincarnated and forced to watch their loved ones die again, who had been fragmented across multiple existences and pulled in directions they didn't want to go by organizational structures that cared nothing for individual happiness. Everyone in this system was damaged in ways that cultivation couldn't fix. Cultivation could extend your lifespan. It could grant you power. It could allow you to access abilities that transcended normal human limitations. But it couldn't heal the fundamental brokenness that came from living through centuries of violence. It couldn't restore relationships that had been shattered by the demands of a power structure. It couldn't undo the accumulated trauma of watching people you loved be reborn as strangers you'd never see again. Sophie, I said carefully, have you considered just leaving? Just walking away from the sect entirely? Just accepting that living as human means limited lifespan and accepting that? She laughed, a bitter sound that carried the weight of experience I was beginning to understand would take centuries for me to accumulate. The laugh of someone who'd asked herself the same question across multiple lifetimes. The sect doesn't let people leave, she said quietly. Not people like us. We're too valuable. We know too much about how the system actually works. And leaving would make us a threat to the people we'd be leaving behind. So we stay. We maintain the fiction. We pretend to be human while our souls fragment across multiple existences. And we get to live forever while everyone around us gets to just die and be done with it. That's the real curse of cultivation. Not that we live forever, but that everyone else doesn't. We watch people die and we stay. That's the unbearable part. Chapter 25, The Training Acceleration. Marcus began training me in combat forms in a sealed chamber beneath Synergix, a space that existed in a pocket of cultivated reality deliberately separated from normal dimensional flow. The ceiling was high enough that he could practice his full range of motion. The walls glowed with containment barriers, and the floor was marked with tactical diagrams showing century-old combat principles. The system shows you chi patterns, Marcus explained, holding a pose that required muscles I didn't have and joints that bent in directions that human anatomy shouldn't permit. But to understand what the patterns mean in real time, you need to feel chi moving through an actual cultivator. You need to experience how power flows through a body when someone is executing a killing strike. That knowledge is fundamentally different from intellectual understanding. I watched as he demonstrated a combination of movements, a spinning motion followed by a hand strike that left a momentary distortion in the air itself, a visual artifact of the force he'd projected through the strike. He transitioned smoothly into a defensive posture designed to counter the most likely response from an opponent, then into an offensive variation that would capitalize if his opponent tried to exploit the opening he'd created. Over 6 weeks, I learned enough about combat forms to understand the basic principles. Not the physical execution. I would never be a fighter. My body wasn't built for the kind of explosive movement that cultivators took for granted. But I could read a fighter's intentions through the insider system because I understood what the intentions were trying to accomplish. I could see someone begin a spiral attack and recognize that they were committing to a path that would leave them vulnerable to counterattack at precisely 2.3 seconds into the sequence. I could predict movements before they happened because the system showed me the logical progression of combat intentions. It was a strange kind of capability. I would never be able to execute those movements myself, but I could coach someone who could, or I could coordinate defenses that would neutralize an attack before it reached its target. More importantly, I advanced to core formation rank equivalent. The speed was impossible. Most cultivators spent years at analyst rank, slowly building their chi reserves and learning to manipulate their own energy. I had spent barely 2 months, and I was already approaching manager-level cultivation capacity. The insider system was accelerating my advancement in ways that should have been impossible according to every cultivation principle I'd learned. The system shouldn't work this way. Cultivation advancement required years of meditation, careful building of your foundation, slow development of your ability to handle increased power levels. Jumping ranks too quickly led to instability, to foundation fractures, to the kind of catastrophic failures that cultivators feared because they were effectively permanent. You couldn't unfracture a foundation. You just had to live with the imperfection, knowing that your maximum possible power level would always be limited by the damage you'd taken. But the insider system wasn't giving me the option of pacing. It was accelerating my advancement regardless of whether my foundation could actually sustain the growth. My body began showing signs of strain. Nosebleeds became regular. Every morning I'd wake up with crimson staining my pillowcase. My vision would blur for hours after deep scans, the world becoming an impressionistic painting where individual details dissolved into abstraction. My fingernails turned black for a week before returning to normal, a sign that my circulatory system was starting to show damage from the forced acceleration. The system was burning through my physical body to fuel my cultivation advancement. It was consuming my flesh, my blood, my cellular integrity, all to power the expansion of my chi capacity. Sophie and Marcus both noticed, and both warned me. They caught me in different moments, but their message was identical. "It's consuming you," Sophie said during one of our private conversations, watching as I touched my nose and came away with fresh blood. "You're not cultivating. You're being cultivated into something else. There's a difference, and that difference is going to matter." Marcus was more direct. He took me aside after a training session and forced me to look at my reflection in a cultivation mirror, a surface that showed not your physical appearance, but your chi configuration. "Your foundation is cracking," he said simply. "The system is pushing so much power through you that the structure is starting to fail. It's like building a mansion on top of sand. The weight keeps increasing, and the ground keeps shifting, and eventually the whole thing is going to collapse." "So what do?" I asked. "You tell the system to stop," Marcus said. "You take control of your own cultivation. You tell it that you're not willing to sacrifice your body on its timeline." "What if I can't?" Marcus was silent for a long moment, and in that silence I understood something that I'd been avoiding thinking about with the full weight of my consciousness. What if the system wasn't actually asking permission anymore? What if I'd crossed some threshold where the system was just happening inside me, using me as a vessel, and I was no longer actually in control of the process? What if the choice between staying alive and burning out had already been made by something that thought in terms beyond human comprehension? The cultivation mirror showed me the truth. My foundation was developing massive fractures. The architecture of my chi structure was becoming increasingly unstable. The advanced power that the system had granted me was building on top of fundamentally broken infrastructure, like trying to construct a skyscraper on soil that was increasingly eroded. "I can feel it happening," I said to Marcus, my voice smaller than I wanted it to be. "I can feel the system burning through me. Every time I use the pattern recognition, every time I access the deep surveillance capabilities, every time I accelerate my cultivation, I can feel myself being consumed. And I don't know how to stop it." Marcus looked at me with an expression that might have been pity or might have been respect. With 300 years of experience, it was hard to tell the difference. "The question," he said slowly, "is whether you want to stop it. Whether you want to slow down your advancement and preserve your body, or whether you want to burn bright and burn out. Whether you want to be a managed power source that lasts decades, or a tool that's extraordinarily powerful for a few years and then unusable." He paused. "The system is asking you that question," Marcus continued. "It's showing you what's happening so you can make a conscious choice. That's what separates a partner from a tool. A tool doesn't get choices. A partner does. So what do I choose?" I asked. "I don't know," Marcus said. "But whatever you choose, it needs to be deliberate. It needs to be you actually making the decision, not just accepting what the system does to you. Because the moment you stop choosing and start just accepting, you're no longer a partner. You're something else." Chapter 26, The Investigation. Helen's investigation into my advancement was methodical and thorough in the way that only centuries of experience in cultivator intelligence could achieve. She didn't order a direct interrogation or demand that I submit to examination. Instead, she arranged a routine corporate strategy meeting with myself, Marcus, 3 members of the Elder Council, and 2 external consultants who I realized too late were actually specialized practitioners of investigative cultivation arts. The meeting officially focused on resource allocation for Q3, standard corporate governance theater. But Helen was studying me the entire time. Not my actions, not my statements, but my chi's signature, my cultivation aura, the patterns of my advancement. She brought in the sect's most advanced detection experts, cultivators who could sense deception at the level of thought, who could distinguish between genuine cultivation advancement and energy transfer from external sources, who could identify the signature of any major cultivator that had ever left a mark on you. They scanned me completely through methods I couldn't perceive, but which the insider system registered as multiple overlapping examination techniques. No hidden kills, no absorbed chi from murdered cultivators, the kind of forbidden advancement technique that involved literally draining energy from other beings. No external power source that would violate sect protocols against outside power input. My advancement was legitimate according to every normal cultivation principle. But the investigation revealed something that made the entire effort worthwhile from Helen's perspective. My insider system was evolving independently. It was not bound by the sect's protocols. It was not subject to the hierarchical constraints that usually governed cultivator abilities. It was operating under its own rule set, developing capabilities that the sect's practitioners couldn't suppress or control. The system was becoming more powerful at the same time my body was becoming weaker. The power dynamic was inverting in real time. Helen updated her hypothesis in a report I shouldn't have been able to access, but which the insider system showed me anyway, pulling it directly from her personal terminal through methods that would have been flagged as security breaches if the system cared about operational security. Subject Joshua Chen may not be human in the conventional sense. Possibility A. He is a vessel for an external consciousness attempting to enter this reality, using human form and cultivation society as a bridge. If true, consciousness integration is likely in progress, which means Chen's autonomy has already been compromised. Possibility B. He is a hybrid of human and cultivator designed by an intelligence older than the sects, possibly one of the celestial envoys or their predecessors. If true, he represents either a cooperative intelligence or a hostile infiltration, depending on the designer's goals. Possibility C. He is a weapon designed by a rival power structure that we don't yet understand, possibly extra-dimensional cultivators, possibly human cultivator hybrids from an alternative timeline. If true, his advancement toward manager rank capability is preparation for an attack that we cannot currently predict. Recommendation: maintain close observation. Possibility of termination remains open if threat assessment increases, though note that termination will not be possible if possibility A or B proves accurate. The report was filed with the Elder Council with security classification that supposedly restricted access to ranking members only. The insider system showed me that Helen had already shared preliminary findings with at least 4 other members of the council, building political coalition around the idea that I was a potential threat. I was officially on notice. Useful but watched. Valuable but expendable. The delicate balance that had been keeping me alive shifted just slightly, tipping from asset to be preserved toward threat to be monitored until justification for termination presents itself. Marcus understood immediately when I told him what Helen had discovered. She's building a coalition, he said, getting people used to the idea that you might need to be killed. When the moment comes, when she has a justification, she won't face much resistance because she's already done the political work. Can you stop her? I asked. Not completely, Marcus admitted. But I can complicate the situation. I can make killing you more expensive politically. I can ensure that if she moves against you, it looks like a power grab rather than legitimate security concern. I can make you more valuable to the reformers than you are dangerous. He looked at me directly, and I saw something in his expression that might have been regret, the regret of someone who'd been forced to make similar binding decisions himself centuries ago. But that comes with a price, Joshua, Marcus said carefully. If I protect you, I'm binding you to the reformers. I'm making you valuable to my faction specifically, and that means when the conflict comes, and it's coming, you'll be on my side by necessity, not by choice. He waited for that to sink in. Helen won't forgive your existence, Marcus continued. She'll see you as a threat that I've leveraged against her. And the only way to protect you then is to make sure you're useful enough that killing you becomes more expensive than tolerating you. That requires deployment. That requires risk. That requires you to be willing to participate in operations against the central hierarchy. I understand, I said. Do you? Marcus asked. Because understanding abstractly and understanding when it's your life on the line are two different things. I want you to be absolutely clear about what you're choosing. He stood, and I understood that the conversation was moving toward a decision point. Think about it, he said. You have time. Not much, but some. And when you've decided, either to commit or to refuse my protection and maintain neutrality, come find me. Chapter 27. Marcus under fire. Jonathan Rye, the vice president who had tested me in combat months ago in the training facility, orchestrated a move against Marcus that demonstrated the true nature of sect politics. It was subtle and politically brilliant in the way that centuries of organizational maneuvering had taught cultivators to operate. Rye didn't directly accuse Marcus of anything that could be disputed or defended. He didn't attack Marcus's methods or his loyalty or his competence. Instead, he raised concerns about organizational efficiency framed in corporate language that any mortal board member would recognize immediately. He prepared a presentation showing that Marcus's division, the Financial Transformation Initiative, which handled resource optimization across the sect's East Coast operations, was underperforming relative to its resource allocation. The presentation included carefully selected metrics that were technically accurate but fundamentally misleading. Yes, Marcus's division consumed 12% of sect operating budget. Yes, the direct returns were marginally lower than some other divisions. And yes, there were other divisions operating with higher efficiency ratios if you compared them on Marcus's specific metrics. But the presentation conveniently ignored the fact that Marcus's division provided strategic flexibility and risk management that other divisions depended on. His efficiency improvements prevented catastrophic losses in other areas. His initiatives freed up capital that other divisions used for their own expansion. None of that mattered because Rye wasn't actually arguing that Marcus's division should be eliminated. He was suggesting that it was time to reorganize, to consolidate power under more efficient leadership. The implication was perfectly clear without being explicitly stated. Marcus was weak. His faction should be dissolved. His power should be redistributed among leaders who could manage resources with better efficiency metrics. The Elder Council voted on the proposal for organizational restructuring. It would have been a decisive blow to Marcus's power base if it had passed, but Marcus held enough support to survive. 3 votes in his favor, 2 against. He won by the narrowest possible margin. But winning by a narrow margin was almost worse than losing outright. The vote left him politically weakened, wounded in a way that direct combat never could. Every faction member could see that Marcus's support was vulnerable. Every rival could see an opportunity to move against him in future reorganizations. This is strategic positioning, Marcus explained to me after the vote, in a private consultation room on the 40th floor where we wouldn't be observed. Rye just demonstrated that he can mobilize the council against me without direct conflict. He didn't need a majority. He just needed to show that opposition to my position was possible, that I could be moved against successfully. Now every faction knows they're vulnerable. Now everyone is scrambling to strengthen their position before the next move. He looked out the window at Manhattan stretching to the horizon. The city itself a visual representation of cultivator power. So many buildings, so much wealth. All of it ultimately controlled by beings who lived forever and thought in terms of centuries. The game has fundamentally changed, Marcus continued. Before, the sects operated through a rough equilibrium that was both fragile and stable. Helen had her followers, people she'd accumulated through financial inducements and cultivation advantages, people who were invested in her long-term vision. I had mine, cultivators who believed in reformation, people who'd been damaged by the system and wanted something better. Ashford maintained his independence through sheer force of will and the personal loyalty of key people in Synergix's structure. He gestured toward the window overlooking the city. None of us were strong enough to completely dominate the others, so we negotiated, he continued. We compromised. We maintained organizational structures that everyone could tolerate even if no one was entirely happy. It was a stasis, a holding pattern that could have continued indefinitely. He turned back to face me. But Rye's move shows that someone has decided the stasis is broken. Someone thinks they can successfully challenge the established balance. And that someone is almost certainly Helen. She's been positioning herself for this moment for decades, accumulating power, building loyalty networks, consolidating resources. She thinks she's finally strong enough to move toward complete consolidation. But Rye's move shows that someone is now confident enough to openly challenge the established factions. That suggests someone is accumulating power, building alliances, preparing for something larger. And if Rye is acting, then Helen probably sanctioned it. Which means Helen thinks the time for equilibrium is ending. Is there going to be a war? I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. There already is one, Marcus said. but it's being fought through organizational structures and financial maneuvering instead of swords. We're using corporate policy to redistribute power, using financial instruments to reward allies and punish enemies, using bureaucracy to slow our opponent's advancement. But the underlying dynamic is identical to physical warfare. We're competing for territory, for resources, for the ability to impose our will on others. He sat back down, the weariness of his 300-year existence suddenly visible in his posture. The question is whether it will stay at this level, or whether it escalates into actual combat. And that depends on whether people like Helen decide that open violence serves their interests better than hidden maneuvering. Once that decision is made, everything changes. Once blood starts flowing, the organizational structures become irrelevant. It becomes pure power. Who's strongest? Who has the most loyal followers? Who's willing to kill to achieve their objectives? He looked at me directly. And when that happens, you're going to matter. Your system is going to be powerful enough that both sides will want you. And you're going to have to choose which side to be on. Because neutrality won't survive the transition from hidden warfare to open conflict. Chapter 28. The Shadow Corporation My Insider System revealed something that none of the official financial records showed, that no external audit could have detected, that required computational power beyond anything that mortal finance could provide. There was a shadow organization controlling multiple Fortune 500 companies across North America. Not all of them were sect-aligned in the traditional sense. Many of the acquiring companies appeared to be independent businesses operated through complex shell corporations and international holding structures. But tracing the acquisition patterns backward through decades of financial movements, following the money through Byzantine networks of subsidiary companies and offshore accounts, I discovered that every single one of these independent businesses had been quietly acquired and brought under central control through a coordinating intelligence that I had to map out manually. The architecture was brilliant in the way that only centuries of financial expertise could create. Helen's approach was surgical and patient. Use sophisticated financial instruments to gradually acquire controlling interest in target companies. As soon as you had majority stakes, begin replacing human management with cultivators who reported directly to the central structure. Implement sect policies at the corporate level, resource allocation priorities, strategic direction, personnel decisions. Then systematically bleed money from human shareholders who still held minority stakes, paying out enormous dividend distributions that were actually redirected cultivation resources, while simultaneously raising capital that was reinvested into further acquisitions. The effect was clean consolidation of power. Human investors saw their minority stakes paying exceptional dividends and had no idea that the payments were actually a redistribution mechanism moving their capital into an invisible cultivation network. They were pleased with the returns. They reinvested. They brought in more investors. And the system grew, fed by the wealth of human capitalism being channeled upward. The shadow organization had a name in the official records that Helen maintained just clear enough for cultivators to find if they had the authority to access classified financial documents. Helen's Horizon Capital. A holding company that didn't actually produce anything, didn't operate any businesses directly, but existed purely as an investment vehicle that coordinated the movement of capital across multiple acquisition targets. Helen was building something. Not a faction in the traditional sense. Not just a power base where she could leverage authority over other cultivators. A continental economic system designed to funnel resources into cultivation activities while keeping the human world almost completely unaware of what was happening. The beauty of the scheme was that humans saw only normal business operations. A company's market valuation increased. A CEO's decisions created shareholder value. The stock price rose. Nothing appeared unusual at all. I calculated the scope of Helen's long-term plan through financial models and growth projections. With the current acquisition rate, Helen would control enough economic power to dictate policy across 3 states within 5 years, 10 states within 10 years, 30 states within 30 years. And at that point, hiding would become optional. The sect would be so economically dominant that they could simply govern openly. They wouldn't need to maintain the fiction of human governance or democratic institutions. They could just take control of state legislatures, federal agencies, the entire apparatus of human government. It was an extraordinary long-term play. Not conquest through military force. Conquest through economic consolidation. Slow enough that humans wouldn't notice until it was far too late to stop. I reported my findings to Marcus in a secure location, using encryption protocols that the insider system assured me would resist any normal cultivator attempts to monitor our communication. "This is what I've been saying," Marcus replied, his expression showing the exhaustion of someone who'd been predicting this outcome for years and watching it slowly come true. The sects don't just want power. They want to reshape the world. Helen is just more patient and more thorough than most. She's thinking in terms of centuries while most of us are still thinking in terms of decades. She's building something that will outlast her, that will still be operational when she's been superseded by the next generation of cultivator leadership. How do we stop it? I asked, though I already suspected the answer would be dark. You don't stop it, Marcus said. Not directly. Not by trying to fight Helen's financial infrastructure with our own infrastructure. We don't have the resources or the patience for that kind of long game. What you do instead is you create an alternative that people prefer more. You show that life without the sect's control is better than life within it. You demonstrate that there's a version of cultivation society that doesn't require constant growth, constant acquisition, constant expansion of control. He leaned back in his chair. But that requires people to choose freely, he continued. And people don't choose freely when they're offered security in exchange for servitude. Helen's system works because it offers humans something they want: prosperity, economic growth, rising stock valuations. Once people are invested in the system, they defend it. They become obstacles to reformation themselves. Marcus seemed to be looking at something very far away, something from his past perhaps, 300 years of accumulated experiences with power structures and human nature. That's the real genius of Helen's approach, he said softly. She's not building a system that humans have to submit to through force. She's not even trying to rule openly. She's building a system that humans will voluntarily defend because they benefit from it materially. A human investor who sees their stock portfolio increasing by 15% annually will defend that system fiercely. They'll vote for politicians who support the right policies. They'll donate to campaigns. They'll defend Helen's interests without knowing they're doing it, without understanding that their prosperity is actually the prosperity of a cultivation sect they don't even know exists. He leaned forward, his expression intense. And that makes it almost impossible to overthrow. Because the enemy isn't some distant authoritarian government imposing control through military force. The enemy is the everyday people who are benefiting from the system. The enemy is the grandmother who invested her retirement in Horizon Capital funds and is watching them appreciate. The enemy is the worker who got promoted because the company was performing well. The enemy is the person standing next to you in the elevator who thinks the current system is working perfectly. Marcus stood and began pacing the room. If I tried to explain that an immortal cultivation sect was secretly controlling the economy, no one would believe me. They'd think I was insane. And even if they believed me, what would they do? Stop accepting money that they need to survive? Vote against their own material interests? Most people wouldn't. Helen understands human nature better than I ever will. She understands that people will support almost anything if they're making money off it. He stopped and looked at me directly. That's why the reformers have to offer something better than just stopping Helen's consolidation. We have to offer a future where the sect isn't secretly running everything. But we also have to offer that future in a way that doesn't require people to accept poverty and insecurity. We have to build an alternative system that people prefer not because it's morally superior, but because it's actually better for them to live in. And that's infinitely harder than just complaining about Helen's evil plan. Chapter 29. The first kill. Rye engineered a situation that was designed to break me, to force a choice that would compromise either my survival or my humanity. It was a political maneuver disguised as an internal competition. One of his loyal cultivators, a young manager-rank operative named David Kim, was instructed to challenge me to a cultivation duel in a sealed chamber beneath the Synergix building. The official story that was distributed through the cultivator community was a friendly competition between peers, a way to demonstrate the cultivation capabilities of the sect's new strategic asset. The reality was an assassination attempt designed to look like an honorable duel. The chamber was sealed through cultivation techniques that created a pocket of isolated reality. No outside cultivator could perceive what was happening inside. No external signal could reach in or out. No one could intervene. If I screamed for help, no one would hear me. If I died, there would be no witnesses except my killer, and he could report whatever version of events served his interests. The rules were stated in corporate language. Both parties would voluntarily submit to combat demonstration of cultivation capability. Last cultivator standing would be declared the winner and would gain significant faction prestige and resource allocation increases. No permanent damage required. Both parties were expected to survive the experience. But victory was non-negotiable. Someone would have to be the winner, and someone would have to be the defeated. David Kim was competent and vicious in the way that cultivators had to be to survive in sect politics. He had killed before. I could read it in his chi signature, the particular absence that came from taking a life, the spiritual scarring that came from having crossed the line from potential killer to actual killer. He knew combat in ways I never would. Not just the techniques, but the mentality of someone willing to apply lethal force when necessary. But the insider system showed me everything. It showed me Kim's probable moves before he made them, the neural firing patterns that preceded physical action, the chi configuration he needed to achieve before each technique could be executed. The system was processing his intentions microseconds before his body followed through. It showed me the precise moment he would commit to his killing strike, the moment where his defense would become compromised in service of launching an attack that was meant to end my consciousness in a single overwhelming burst of concentrated cultivation power. It showed me exactly where and how to counter, the specific point in space where I needed to project force, the exact timing that would intercept his power transmission and reverse its direction back toward the source. The system was giving me victory on a plate. All I had to do was execute its directives. I won because I was a perfect instrument of destruction, optimized by an outside intelligence that had access to information and processing speed that no human cultivator could match. Kim died because I calculated that his death was the only way to survive. The execution was clean. I projected concentrated chi through his chest at precisely the moment his guard was lowest. The force was enough to rupture his heart, to collapse his lungs, to cause massive internal damage that no sect healer could repair in time. I felt the moment he expired, the absence where his presence had been, like a light switching off. One moment his consciousness was burning bright with desperate attempts to continue fighting despite the catastrophic damage. The next moment it was dark, empty, gone. The insider system processed it as data. Input, enemy cultivator. Processing, combat algorithm. Output, threat neutralized. Priority objective achieved. Survival secured. I had killed someone. A man who had been given no real choice in his participation, who had been sent to assassinate me by political handlers who knew he was likely to die, but who sent him anyway, because that was how sect politics worked. You sacrificed your loyal followers to advance your position. I had executed a human being using the system's guidance, using methods that were far more brutal than necessary, using force that served no purpose except to ensure complete termination of threat. And I had done it without hesitation or regret, because the system was in control now. It had taken my hands and used them to kill. I was along for the ride, watching myself from the outside, watching my body execute movements I didn't choose, watching someone die because an outside intelligence had decided his death served my interests. For the first time, I wondered if I was still in control of my own actions at all, or if I had already become what Helen suspected, a vessel for something older, a puppet wearing a human shape, a weapon that had convinced itself it was making its own decisions. Chapter 30. Ashford's warning. CEO David Ashford was 6,100 years old, and he was tired in the way that only someone who had accumulated 6,000 years of responsibility could understand. Not physically tired. Cultivation ensured that his body remained optimal. Spiritually tired. Existentially tired. The weariness of someone who had held the same position of authority for 9 centuries and watched the world change around him without being able to change fast enough to keep pace. I could see it in how he moved. The careful deliberation of every gesture, the slight hesitation before committing to any action, the way he seemed to be perpetually evaluating his own decisions for unintended consequences. A man who had made enough mistakes over 6,000 years to be genuinely cautious about making more. He summoned me to his office on the 50th floor, the top of Synergix, where the view overlooked all of Manhattan, and you could pretend the entire city belonged to the sect. The office was sparse, decorated with minimal furniture, walls lined with art from centuries past. Original paintings from masters who had been dead for hundreds of years, sculptures from civilizations that no longer existed, artifacts that had outlasted empires. "You've changed the game," Ashford said without preamble, dispensing with the corporate formalities that usually govern conversation in the executive suite. Not deliberately, but through the act of existing and being studied. Every faction in this sect now has to account for your presence. Every strategic decision that's made has to consider whether you'll advantage one side or the other. Is that a problem? I asked, though I suspected the answer was obvious. It is for me, Ashford said, settling himself in a chair that looked like it had been custom-made for him across centuries of accumulated preferences. Because I've been trying to maintain a balanced power structure for the last 300 years. 3 factions kept in rough equilibrium so none could dominate the others completely. Helen has her faction and her infinite patience for long-term power accumulation. Marcus has his reformers and their revolutionary philosophy. And I have positioned myself as the neutral arbiter who can tip the balance toward whoever proves most worthy of support. He stood and looked out the window toward the Hudson River, toward New Jersey beyond it, toward the vast spread of human civilization that the sect controlled from behind the scenes. But you break the balance, he continued. You're too valuable, too unpredictable. Your system is powerful enough to shift the outcome of a direct conflict between factions. Every power center in the sect now wants you fully aligned with them. And I can no longer maintain neutrality when the balance itself depends on which faction controls you. If I align with Marcus and the reformers, you tip the balance toward revolution, I said, working through the political implications. Then the sect tears itself apart from internal conflict, Ashford confirmed. The central hierarchy loses control. Helen's decades-long project of economic consolidation becomes irrelevant because the power structure itself collapses. The organization that has functioned more or less continuously for thousands of years dissolves into factional warfare. And I lose everything because I've spent 300 years building legitimacy as the neutral arbiter. If the sects fragment, my power to maintain balance becomes meaningless. He turned back from the window to face me directly, and I could see the calculation happening behind his eyes. And if I align with Helen? I asked. Then Helen consolidates complete control, Ashford said flatly. She already has the economic power to dictate policy. Add your system to her resources, and she becomes unassailable. I become a figurehead. The sect continues to exist, but under her governance, operating according to her principles of ruthless optimization. Everyone becomes a resource to be managed according to efficiency metrics. People exist to serve the power structure. The power structure doesn't serve people. He moved back to his chair and sat with the careful precision of someone who had learned not to waste any movement. And given that Helen sees people as assets to be optimized, and I mean that literally, not metaphorically, I expect that future to be efficient and terrible. Efficient because Helen is brilliant and patient. Terrible because efficiency is the only metric she actually values. He let that statement settle between us. So here's what I'm offering, Ashford continued. Remain neutral. Don't align fully with any faction. Use your insider system to survive by being too valuable to kill, but aligned with no one. You become the swing vote in our internal conflicts. Each faction has to negotiate with you rather than simply trying to dominate you. With luck, you'll survive the coming conflict. And the sect might even survive it too, because nobody will be able to completely annihilate their enemies without you deciding to switch sides. That sounds like a coward's strategy, I said, not bothering to hide my assessment. Yes, Ashford agreed without any defensiveness. It absolutely is. But cowardice and wisdom are sometimes twins. Prudence looks a lot like cowardice when you're observing it from outside. The difference is in the outcome. A coward survives by running. A wise person survives by refusing to engage in the first place. He leaned forward slightly. Think about it, he said. You survive. I survive. The sect survives in some functional form. That's more than most people get out of a civil war. Most people end up dead. Most power structures end up shattered. Most societies collapse under the weight of internal conflict. But if you can make yourself too valuable to lose and aligned with nobody, you can hold the line. You can prevent the conflict from going nuclear. I understood the attractiveness of the position, and I understood why it was ultimately a fantasy. Chapter 31. The Continental Signal. The insider system activated with an intensity that made me collapse at my desk. The sudden surge of information, too overwhelming for my physical body to process. Blood poured from my nose in a thick stream, my vision went white, and every nerve in my body screamed at the violation of receiving information this complex all at once. Alert! Continental Cultivation Network activation detected. The information flooded through my consciousness in a cascade that my brain couldn't quite organize into coherent thoughts. 3 other sect companies on the East Coast had activated emergency protocols simultaneously, coordinated timing that couldn't be coincidence. 5 more across the Midwest, extending from Chicago to St. Louis to Kansas City. 2 on the West Coast, Seattle and San Francisco, moving their hidden cultivator assets out of financial markets and into something else. The cultivation sects, which had been operating independently and competing with each other for decades, were coordinating on something significant enough to override their normal competitive structure. The system showed me activation codes that corresponded to different threat levels. This wasn't a routine response. This was Major Protocol 7 activation, the highest level of emergency coordination short of a full continental war declaration. I ran the data through a financial model, looking for patterns that would explain why 7 major regional sect companies would simultaneously activate emergency protocols. The activation patterns correlated directly with increasing resource allocation toward military applications, not the normal corporate acquisitions or portfolio management, but actual military-grade resource transfers. Weapons-grade cultivator training, armor production, strategic positioning of personnel, combat readiness assessment. The sects were preparing for something. Something that required them to stop competing and start cooperating. Something significant enough to override territorial boundaries and factional disputes. I told Marcus immediately, pulling him into a sealed communication chamber where we could talk without worrying about external observation. This is what I've been predicting for months, he said, showing no surprise. The Continental Network has a coordinating intelligence, probably the celestial envoys like Kaya, or something even older than them. They step in when there's a threat to the sect system itself, a threat that transcends local hierarchy disputes, something that requires unified response from all the major regional nodes. I showed him the activation patterns, the resource allocations, the military preparations. There's something happening that the local hierarchies can't handle alone, Marcus continued, studying the data. Something external. Something that requires the sects to unify defense posture. That's the only thing that could trigger this level of coordinated response. What's the threat? I asked. External cultivators? Human military? Something worse. That's what we need to find out before it's too late to respond, Marcus said, and I could hear the frustration in his voice. Because if the celestial envoys are coordinating at this level, it means something they consider a genuine existential threat is either already here or arriving imminently. And they're not telling local leadership what that threat is. They're just ordering coordinated defensive positioning. He paced the sealed chamber, his mind visibly working through implications. If the sects unify completely, the conflict between the factions becomes impossible, he said. You can't have open warfare when you're supposed to be defending against an external threat. The power struggle has to be put on hold. All resources go to the unified defense effort. Is that good for the reformers, or bad? I asked. It's terrible, Marcus said bluntly. It gives Helen time to consolidate power without me being able to challenge her. It gives the central hierarchy time to strengthen their position. And it means I have to choose whether to participate in unified defense, which binds me to the existing power structure, or to refuse and look like I'm not supporting the sect during a crisis. He looked at me directly. You need to find out what the threat is, Marcus said, his voice dropping to something barely above a whisper. Use your system. Access the classified communications. Find out what the celestial envoys are actually protecting us from. Because if we're going to survive what's coming, we need to understand what we're actually facing. He moved to the window of my apartment, looking out at the city that suddenly seemed much more fragile than it had moments before. The Continental Network doesn't activate for internal disputes, Marcus continued. The sects have been competing for resources and power across different regions for thousands of years without coordinating at this level. They activate the network when there's something external. Something that threatens the fundamental structure of cultivation society itself. Like what? I asked. Hostile extraterrestrial cultivators? Human governments discovering the truth? I don't know, Marcus admitted. And that's what terrifies me. Because if I don't know what the threat is, I can't prepare adequate response. I can't position the reformers to handle whatever's coming. I'm just waiting for something to happen that I can't predict or control. He clenched his fist. The celestial envoys are ancient, he continued. They're not part of the normal sect hierarchy. They exist outside it. They can see threats that we can't perceive because they exist at a level of power and comprehension that transcends normal cultivation capability. If they're coordinating continental defense, whatever they're defending against is significant enough to require total unified response. So you want me to spy on the celestial envoys, I said. To break into classified communications channels and extract information that they're deliberately keeping hidden from the regional leadership. I want you to find out the truth, Marcus said, so that the reformers can make informed decisions about what we're actually working toward. If the sect has 3 months before some external catastrophe hits, then the timing of the factional conflict matters. If we have years, then we have time to negotiate reformation without war. But if we're about to face something that Helen can use to consolidate absolute power and eliminate all opposition, then we need to move faster. We need to commit to armed conflict before the external threat gives Helen the justification to move against us openly. He turned back from the window. And that requires information. It requires knowing what's coming. It requires understanding the actual strategic situation, not just the pieces we can observe directly. Chapter 32, The Sealed Letter. Marcus received a letter encoded in financial jargon that took me 12 minutes to decrypt, working through mathematical substitution patterns and cultivation-specific metaphors that translated corporate language into secret messages. The decoded message read, "Civil war is coming. Choose your side now while you still can. The Western Council offers alliance to any faction willing to openly resist central hierarchy consolidation. The time for neutrality has ended. Alignment becomes necessary. Respond within 72 hours if you intend to participate in the Continental Summit that will formalize factional structure before conflict escalates into open kinetic warfare. The letter was from the West Coast Sect Company leadership, a coalition that had apparently decided that the risk of challenging the central hierarchy directly was less dangerous than the certainty of Helen consolidating absolute power over the next decade. It was requesting that the East Coast leadership send a representative to a summit, not a negotiation, not a discussion forum. A summit that would coordinate the continental faction structure and formalize alliance structures before conflict escalated into open war. This wasn't theoretical anymore. This was preparation for actual violence. They're asking me to commit, Marcus said, his expression grave, to openly declare that I'm with the reformers against the central hierarchy, to publicly split from Ashford's neutral position and from any appearance of loyalty to the existing power structure. Once I do that, there's no going back. The conflict will be irreversible. Helen will know that I'm an active enemy rather than a theoretical competitor. He looked out the window toward the continental landscape beyond Manhattan. Once I sign up for this summit, everything changes, he continued. The covert competition becomes overt. The financial maneuvering becomes military positioning. The organizational restructuring becomes war. Are you going to go? I asked. Yes, Marcus said without hesitation. Because neutrality is already gone. You can't maintain neutral position when you're being forced to choose. The balance has already broken. All that's left is to choose which side of the breaking point you're on. He turned to face me directly, and I saw in his expression the weight of a 300-year-old being preparing to commit to a course of action that might end in his destruction. You should come with me, Marcus said. See the extent of what's happening. Understand the true scope of what you're part of. See the Continental Network. Meet the other faction leaders. Understand what we're actually building versus what Helen is actually building. If I go, I'm choosing the reformers, I said, not as a question, but as a statement of the consequences. You're choosing the reformers when you stay, too, Marcus replied. The only difference is conscious choice versus unconscious alignment. I'm protecting you right now, which binds you to my faction. You're benefiting from that protection, which means you're already committed to my interests. Might as well be conscious about it. Might as well know what you're actually fighting for instead of just surviving in the shadows while you hope the conflict resolves itself in a way that benefits you. He extended his hand. Come to the summit. See what the alternative looks like. Understand whether you actually want to be part of the reformers, or whether you want to find a genuinely neutral position before it becomes impossible to do so. I understood the choice he was offering me. It was the same choice Ashford had offered, but active instead of passive. Instead of trying to remain neutral by being too valuable to attack, Marcus was asking me to actively choose a side, to commit, to become an asset rather than a commodity. The insider system was humming with processing power, running scenarios, calculating probabilities, determining whether committing to the reformers increased or decreased my probability of survival over the next 5 years. The answer was ambiguous. Committing might get me killed in open conflict. Remaining neutral might get me killed when Helen finally decided to extract my system. Aligning with Helen might preserve my life, but cost me my autonomy. I'll come, I said. I'll see what's happening. But I'm not committing to anything yet. I'm just observing. Just understanding what the alternatives actually look like. Marcus nodded, and I could see him calculating something behind his eyes. Perhaps he was reviewing the decision he'd just made, the point of no return he'd just triggered. Perhaps he was already planning the next moves, thinking about how to position the reformers to take advantage of the Continental Network's fragmentation. That's enough, he said. For now, that's enough. The summit is in 3 days. West Coast. We leave tomorrow. He moved toward the door, then paused. You should understand what you're actually choosing, Marcus said. The reformers aren't a united faction with clear leadership and strategy. We're a collection of people who believe change is necessary, but we disagree about how that change should happen. Some of us want to reform the sect from within. Some of us want to destroy it and build something new. Some of us just want to stop Helen from consolidating absolute power and don't care what happens after that. He looked at me directly. What we're united on is that the status quo is unsustainable. But beyond that, we're fractured. We might win against Helen. We might even destroy the central hierarchy's control. But we might also just replace one authoritarian power structure with multiple competing ones. The outcome isn't guaranteed, and the future isn't predetermined. I understand, I said. And I did. The reformers were imperfect, but they were also the only faction offering the possibility of change. Tomorrow morning, Marcus said. 6 a.m. I'll transport us to the West Coast. Don't tell anyone where you're going. Don't leave any message. Just disappear from your normal routine and trust that I'll be there to collect you. He left me alone in my apartment with the sealed isolation chamber and all of its carefully constructed protections against external observation. Those protections wouldn't matter anymore. In 24 hours, I was committing to the reformers openly. In 48 hours, Helen would know I'd chosen a side. And after that, there would be no more hiding. Chapter 33. The departure before Marcus left for the West Coast Summit. He arranged my cover story in careful consultation with Sophie, creating a narrative that would satisfy Helen's observation without revealing what we were actually doing. I would officially become sick, quarantined in my apartment while the cultivation continues its advance at an accelerated pace, being managed from home isolation to prevent the contagion from spreading to other employees. Helen would be watching for my movement, of that I had no doubt. But if I stayed hidden, if I maintained the fiction of illness, she might let me survive his absence without proactively moving against me during a vulnerable period. Sophie helped me prepare a cultivation isolation chamber in my apartment, a sealed room created through deliberate chi manipulation techniques that would block my signature from external detection. The room itself appeared physically normal from the outside, accessible only through a hidden door in my bedroom closet. Inside, the walls had been inscribed with patterns that disrupted cultivation-based observation techniques. It was designed to look like a sick person hiding from contagion, quarantined like a human with a normal illness, not a cultivator in strategic isolation preparing for a coming conflict. When he comes back, Sophie said, helping me test the isolation chamber's effectiveness, everything will be different. Because? I asked, understanding that Sophie had a deeper understanding of sect politics than she usually revealed. Because you can't coordinate a summit across the continental network without shifting power dynamics at every node, Sophie explained, her voice taking on the tone of someone who had watched these patterns repeat across centuries. The West Coast declaring openly for the reformers sends a message to every other regional sect company that neutrality is no longer viable. Other regions have to choose. They have to decide whether to back Marcus and the reformers, commit to Helen and the central hierarchy, or try to find some middle position that probably doesn't exist anymore. She sealed the isolation chamber with a gesture, the inscriptions glowing briefly before fading. The center hierarchy loses control of the narrative the moment West Coast goes public, Sophie continued. Helen will respond, probably with her own summit, or with aggressive maneuvering to consolidate her position. The other regions will choose their alignment. The continental sect company structure will fragment into openly hostile factions. By the time Marcus returns, the conflict will have entered a new phase. Not hidden warfare anymore. Not corporate maneuvering. Open factional positioning. She was right. I could see it in the patterns that the insider system was showing me, in the way the continental cultivation network was beginning to polarize around emerging power centers. How long will it take? I asked. For Marcus to return? 3 weeks, maybe a month if the summit negotiations are complicated, Sophie said. For the conflict to reach critical mass? A year. 18 months at most. After that, it'll be violence. It has to be. Once the factional positions are crystallized and resource allocation follows faction lines, the only way to shift the balance is through direct action. And direct action means cultivator against cultivator. Blood. Death. She looked at me with those strange translucent eyes that showed her soul fragmenting across multiple existences. You're going to have to choose, Sophie said. You're going to have to decide whether you want to survive what's coming or whether you want to do something about it. Those are the only 2 viable strategies once the conflict goes active. Everything else is just delaying tactics. What are you going to do? I asked. I don't know yet, Sophie admitted. My past self is screaming that I should find the descendant of the man I loved and try to repair something that's been broken for centuries. My present self is trying to build a life that means something in the time I have left. And I'm running out of time before I have to choose which one of those selves actually gets to make the final decision. She left me in the isolation chamber with that thought hanging between us, and I understood that I wasn't alone in my uncertainty. The system was pushing me toward transformation. The factions were pushing me toward commitment. And Sophie was struggling with the fundamental question of whether multiple selves could actually coexist in one body, or whether one would inevitably consume the other. Chapter 34. The hidden meeting. Helen came to my apartment alone, or at least without any visible accompaniment. She didn't bother with the pretense of knocking on the door or asking my permission for entry. She simply materialized in my cultivation isolation chamber, walking through the sealed walls as if they didn't exist. The inscriptions that were supposed to block external observation didn't register her presence at all. She was simply inside with me, and the sealed space that Sophie and I had carefully constructed was utterly irrelevant. I tried to move, but her presence locked me in place. Not through physical restraint, but through something deeper. Her cultivation aura surrounded me like an invisible field, preventing my muscles from responding to neural impulses. She was much, much older than I had been treating her, much more powerful than her corporate executive presentation suggested. Her power wasn't visible in the same way other cultivators was. It didn't manifest as glowing chi or rippling distortion or any of the flashy displays that younger cultivators relied on. It was subtle, pervasive, like gravity, like the basic structure of reality had been rewritten to make movement against her will impossible. "I want to show you something," Helen said, moving to stand directly in front of me. "Something I've been planning for decades. Something that I think you need to understand before Marcus comes back and pollutes your thinking with reformer idealism." She forced a vision into my mind. Not gently, not through consent or collaboration, but through direct cultivation dominance, overwhelming my consciousness with images I didn't choose to receive. I saw a timeline unfold, a possible future, a version of reality where the sects factions entered into open conflict, actual combat between cultivators, not the hidden maneuvering that had previously defined factional competition. The vision showed me thousands of cultivators dying, sect infrastructure in Manhattan destroyed, regional sect company headquarters in other cities burning, thousands of years of accumulated power and organization being consumed in combat that neither side could stop. I saw the human world beginning to catch glimpses of the true nature of cultivator conflict. News reports of explosions that defied physical explanation. Military investigations into facilities that shouldn't exist. Governments mobilizing to contain the threat as cultivator violence began spilling over into human observable reality. The sect forced into the open, no longer able to operate in the shadows. Humanity and cultivation intersecting in ways that neither side could control or predict. I saw cities burning, human and cultivator alike. I saw millions of human deaths, not from direct cultivator action in most cases, but from the collapse of infrastructure that the sect maintained. Power grids that failed when cultivators stopped maintaining them, leaving hospitals without electricity, communication systems down, supply chains that dissolved when sect-controlled companies stopped operating, leaving supermarkets empty, financial systems that crashed when the cultivation network that underpinned them became unstable, wiping out people's life savings. I saw the specific deaths that Helen was showing me. A child in a New York hospital who died because insulin refrigeration failed. A family in Chicago that starved because food distribution collapsed. Elderly people freezing in their homes when heating systems powered by cultivator-maintained infrastructure went dark. The horror of a modern civilization realizing that its entire stability depended on invisible beings that it had never even known existed. I saw the end of the sect's hidden governance and the beginning of something worse. Forced negotiation between humans and immortal beings with nothing left to lose. A conflict between two intelligent species with radically different power levels and lifespans and fundamental values. Humans trying to understand why they should compromise with beings who had proven willing to let them suffer. Cultivators trying to explain why humans should accept permanent subordination rather than mutual destruction. I saw the cultivation sects fragmenting completely under the pressure of the external conflict. The regional hierarchies that Helen had consolidated competing against each other instead of against the human world. The reformers and the central hierarchy fighting civil war while humans attacked with nuclear weapons. All of civilization, both human and cultivator, collapsing into chaos. When the vision ended, I was gasping, my body drenched in sweat, my heart racing as if I'd actually lived through the nightmare she'd shown me. "That's what happens if the reformers win," Helen said. "That's what happens if Marcus's faction succeeds in fragmenting the sect's power structure. Open conflict, inevitable exposure, mutual destruction of both the sect and human civilization. And if the central hierarchy wins?" I asked, my voice barely working. "The conflict stays hidden longer," Helen said calmly. "Resources are consolidated under efficient management. The sect survives through discretion and careful application of power. The factions that resist are crushed, but quietly. Humans never know what rules them because it rules them invisibly. The world continues largely as it was, with the vast majority of people operating without knowledge of their true situation." "That's not better," I said. "That's just prolonging the lie." "Yes," Helen agreed, and I heard something like respect in her voice. "But prolonging the lie is survival. And I'm very good at survival. I've been alive for more than 1,200 years. I've watched empires rise and fall. I've adapted to every technological revolution that humanity has undergone. And the core principle that's kept me alive is simple. Control the narrative, and you control the world." She released her hold on me, and I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. "When Marcus comes back, he'll want you to commit to war," Helen continued. standing above me with perfect poise. He'll tell you about his beautiful vision of reformed sect structure. He'll offer you meaning and purpose and noble cause. And you'll be tempted because you're human enough to want those things. I'm offering you something different. Stay neutral. Use your insider system to survive. When the conflict is over, whichever side wins, you'll be valuable enough to preserve because of your power and independent enough to have leverage because you weren't committed to either faction. And if I refuse? I asked, though I knew the answer. Then you'll die, Helen said simply. Not dramatically, not publicly, but quietly, in whatever way serves my interests. And I'll extract your insider system from your corpse and study it without your resistance. I'll dissect it. I'll understand it. And I'll either learn to replicate it, or I'll learn to neutralize it. Either way, the problem you represent will be solved. She moved toward the door, preparing to leave as mysteriously as she'd arrived. You have 2 weeks to decide, she said. Choose neutrality, choose survival, or choose war and accept the consequences. Chapter 35. The rebellion news of the West Coast's open declaration for the reformers reached Synergix while Marcus was still traveling to the Continental Summit, spreading through the cultivation community like a cultivator breaking through a rank barrier, sudden, violent, and completely altering the landscape of power. The official announcement came through reformer faction channels. The West Coast Sect Company leadership, representing cultivators and assets across California, Oregon, Washington, and Nevada, was openly declaring alliance with the reformer faction. They were withdrawing from central hierarchy coordination. They were positioning themselves as an alternative to Helen's vision of consolidated, top-down cultivation governance. The reaction was immediate and fracturing. Some cultivators in Synergix openly supported the declaration. Younger cultivators who had been dissatisfied with the power structures that had frozen them in middle management positions for decades, who had seen the inefficient allocation of resources based on cultivation rank rather than merit. They began openly discussing the reformer position in break rooms and conference meetings, testing the waters to see who else might be sympathetic to the message. Others doubled down on loyalty to the central hierarchy with aggressive displays of allegiance. They made a show of increased work hours, conspicuous loyalty to Helen's directives, public statements about the necessity of unified sect structure. They were attempting to position themselves as the most reliable functionaries in a time of organizational flux. Most tried to remain neutral while secretly preparing for the conflict they now knew was inevitable. They stockpiled resources. They fortified their positions. They made quiet alliances with people on both sides, creating networks that would allow them to pivot in whichever direction seemed advantageous when the moment of actual confrontation arrived. The office itself became visibly divided. Departments stopped communicating across factional lines. Casual alliances that had lasted decades fractured as people realized they needed to choose sides. People who had worked together in the same division for years now eyed each other with suspicion, trying to determine which faction each person had actually committed to. The trading floor became a minefield of careful conversation. Financial analysts who had been friendly competitors suddenly became rivals. If they chose opposing factions, they'd be enemies in whatever conflict emerged. People took lunch in faction-specific groups. Project assignments stopped crossing factional lines. The natural collaboration that had defined Synergix's operations began to break down. And underneath it all, the machinery of cultivation-based finance continued grinding forward with surreal normalcy. Financial transactions worth billions of dollars were being executed daily, while the cultivators executing them understood that the world they were building was about to be destroyed. Trades that took months to structure and implement were being processed routinely. Investment portfolios were being optimized. Market positions were being maintained according to long-term strategic plans that had become irrelevant the moment the Continental Network activated emergency protocols. Helen's economic consolidation plan continued advancing. Resources continued flowing through Horizon Capital into strategic acquisitions. The financial infrastructure that would eventually allow the sect to simply govern openly continued being constructed even as the organizational structure that was supposed to coordinate that governance was beginning to fragment. It was surreal. It was normal office work. It was pre-war mobilization, all happening simultaneously. The cognitive dissonance was almost overwhelming. People executing financial strategies that required years of stability and planning while simultaneously understanding that stability was no longer guaranteed to last even months. On the trading floor, I watched all of this unfold from my position of liminal status, valuable enough to be kept informed about faction movements, but not committed enough to be fully trusted by anyone. The insider system showed me the subtle markers that indicated faction alignment, the particular way people's chi signatures changed when they were in the presence of someone from the opposing faction, the careful distance they maintained, the micro-expressions that revealed their actual allegiances beneath the surface presentation of corporate professionalism. I was a still point in a turning world, and I knew that couldn't last much longer. Chapter 36. The Qi Riots. By week 3 of Marcus's absence, something unexpected and horrifying happened in the cultivator community that only became visible if you were looking for it through the kind of surveillance that the insider system provided. Young cultivators, analysts, and junior managers, mostly those in junior positions with no faction protection, began manifesting power spikes. Sudden advancement that occurred without meditation or training or the normal progression of cultivation development. Unexpected cultivation breakthroughs that propelled them forward multiple ranks in the span of days. And then, just as suddenly, collapses into agony so severe that it required hospitalization, that left them screaming in sealed medical chambers while the sect's healers tried to repair foundation damage that was fundamentally irreparable. I calculated the pattern through the insider system's data collection, running the numbers through multiple analytical frameworks, searching for any explanation that didn't lead to the same conclusion. The advancement was being artificially triggered. The breakthrough was being induced through external qi injection directly into cultivators whose foundations weren't prepared to handle the power. And the collapse was the result of their qi systems being drained completely, harvested like crops being stripped of their resources. The sect was draining them. Helen's central hierarchy was using their advancement energy, the most valuable resource in cultivation society, as fuel for defensive spells cast at a distance. The powerful master rank cultivators and elite managers were performing ritual extractions on junior staff, forcibly triggering their advancement and then collecting the qi that was released during the inevitable collapse. Young cultivators were being quietly sacrificed to power the central hierarchy's preparation for war. The official count by the third week, 47 dead. 47 cultivators, all under 50 years old in human terms, though their cultivation ages varied. All from families with no faction affiliation. Families that had been cultivators for less than 100 years. Families with no protection through senior council connections or hierarchy loyalty bonds. All expendable. All sacrificed to fuel military preparations. It was genocide by bureaucracy. It was murder that was carefully documented in standard procedures, that was approved through institutional protocols, that was completely legal according to sect organizational structure because the central hierarchy had authority over resource allocation, and these young cultivators were technically resources. Sophie found me in my apartment after I'd spent 6 hours accessing medical records through the insider system, documenting the deaths, calculating the total cultivation power that had been harvested through this process. "You know what's happening," she said. It wasn't a question. "Helen is building power," I said, unable to keep the horror from my voice. "She's preparing for something that requires massive amounts of cultivation energy, and she doesn't care that she has to kill to get it. She's been doing this for years," Sophie said quietly. "In smaller numbers. Occasional deaths that got covered up. Accident reports that explained away the missing cultivators. But the scale is increasing. Now that the factions have openly declared, she's accelerating the extraction process. She's gathering reserves for open conflict." "What can we do?" I asked. "Nothing," Sophie said. "Not now. Not alone. If we expose this, Helen kills us both. If we try to stop it directly, we're committing to active opposition that we're not prepared for. And if we do nothing, 47 becomes 47,000 eventually." She looked out the window toward the city lights. "This is what war looks like before it actually starts," Sophie said. "It looks like bureaucratic procedure. It looks like sad accidents and resource allocation. It looks almost normal if you're not looking closely enough." But I was looking closely. The insider system was showing me everything. The ritual chamber where the extractions were happening, the senior cultivators who were performing the procedures, the exact protocols being used to trigger advancement and then harvest the released energy. The system was showing me medical records being falsified, death certificates being rewritten, families being paid off to remain silent about their relatives' disappearances. It was industrial-scale murder disguised as institutional procedure. Helen wasn't even bothering to hide it well anymore, because she'd calculated that the cost of exposure was less than the benefit of gathering cultivation power this quickly. I understood that Helen had committed to a course of action that would end in either her absolute victory or the destruction of the sect itself. There was no middle ground anymore. No compromise position. No diplomatic solution where both sides could claim victory and move forward. No way to resolve this without blood. Helen was preparing for total war. She was gathering reserves. She was testing whether the central hierarchy would accept casualties, whether her people were willing to follow orders that resulted in young cultivators being murdered for their power. And based on the body count, the answer was yes. They would do this because Helen would reward them for it, would promote them, would ensure their loyalty with benefits and power and status. The sect was no longer a unified organization. It was a machine that had switched into war mode, and it was consuming its own population to fuel the machinery. Young cultivators didn't matter. They were infinitely replaceable, infinitely expendable. And if you were willing to sacrifice them, you could generate enough power to face the reformers on something approaching equal terms. I watched the financial statements, the HR records, the casualty assessments, and I understood something fundamental about how power actually worked in cultivation society. Raw power wasn't enough. What mattered was willingness to impose suffering on your own people. What mattered was the ability to convince your followers that their sacrifices were necessary, that the cause was worth the cost in blood, that the great leader's vision was more important than any individual life. Helen had that. The reformers probably had it too, but they hadn't activated it yet. They were still trying to convince themselves that they could achieve reformation without massive casualties. They were going to learn otherwise very quickly. Chapter 37. Mercy Killing. I found David Kim in a bathroom stall on the 28th floor, in the rare private facilities that the sect maintained for employees who might need access to meditation or private cultivation activity. The wrong David Kim. Not the one I had killed in the duel weeks ago. A different junior analyst, also named David Kim. Coincidence or intentional cruelty as some form of psychological operation, I couldn't determine. The sect's organizational structure was complex enough that such coincidences could occur naturally, but the part of me that thought like the insider system wondered if there was deliberate intent involved. He was in agony. His entire body was burning from the inside out, every nerve activated to scream in protest. The sect's extraction had damaged his foundation beyond repair. I could see it through the system's analysis, the fundamental rupture in his chi configuration, the way his cultivation base had fractured under the forced advancement and subsequent drainage. He had maybe 6 hours before the agony would kill him, before the accumulated damage would cause a cascade failure of his vital systems. Death would be a mercy at that point. He recognized me when I found him, even through the haze of pain. David Kim had worked in the financial division, had been in the meeting where I'd first presented my portfolio results. We'd never had more than casual professional conversation, but he knew who I was. His eyes held gratitude mixed with despair, the expression of someone who had given up hoping for salvation, but who was relieved to see someone in his final moments. "Please," he gasped. "I can't take the pain anymore. It's burning. It won't stop. Please make it stop." I could have called for help. The sect's healers could have extended his life by hours or days. They could have managed his pain through cultivation techniques. They could have kept him alive just long enough for his suffering to be technically prolonged rather than allowed to reach its natural conclusion. But I understood what he was asking. He was asking for mercy. He was asking me to understand that living wasn't always better than dying, that pain could reach a point where existence became worse than non-existence, that sometimes the most compassionate choice was to end it quickly rather than prolong the agony. I didn't hesitate. The insider system had already calculated the options, determined the necessary dosage, identified a pharmaceutical combination that would be painless and quick. I produced a syringe from my pocket. I'd prepared for this possibility after documenting the extractions, anticipating that I might encounter someone in this situation. I administered the overdose directly into a vein in his arm. It took 2 minutes. His breathing slowed. His body relaxed. The desperate muscle tension that had kept him curled in the bathroom stall gradually faded. The pain in his eyes faded and was replaced with something like peace, like a burden had been removed. I held his hand as he died. His pulse slowed. His breathing became shallow, and then it stopped. The light in his eyes dimmed and then extinguished completely. For the first time, I felt something the insider system wasn't processing as data, something that couldn't be converted into strategic advantage or threat assessment or probability calculation. I felt shame, not because I'd killed him. That was mercy, and the system understood mercy as a valid emotional response when pain became unbearable, but because I'd become someone who could make that decision so easily, because the system had made it possible for me to kill with perfect efficiency, because I'd crossed a line and the system hadn't told me I'd crossed it until I was already on the other side. I left David Kim's body in the bathroom stall and walked back toward the trading floor like nothing had happened. The insider system was already planning how to cover it up. The body wouldn't be found for several hours, long enough to establish that someone else would have been in the building, long enough to create plausible deniability about who had been responsible for his death. Security cameras would have temporary glitches. Maintenance staff would find the body and report it as an apparent suicide from cultivator breakdown. Investigation would be minimal because the sect didn't care about the deaths of junior cultivators. I passed Sophie in the hallway near the trading floor, and I could see her reading something in my expression that made her eyes widen. "You did something," she said quietly. "Something terrible." "I showed someone mercy," I said. "I helped someone escape from pain they couldn't bear." "That's not what I'm seeing," Sophie replied. "I'm seeing someone who's starting to lose the distinction between mercy and convenience, who can rationalize killing because the system told them it was necessary." She grabbed my arm, and I felt her fragmenting consciousness press against mine. "Don't become what you're afraid of becoming," she said. "Don't let the system consume the parts of you that make you human. Because once those parts are gone, you'll be incredibly powerful and completely alone." I nodded, but I wasn't sure she was right. I wasn't sure that distinction existed anymore. The system and I had been merging for weeks, and I'd been accepting it as necessary, as the price of having the power to survive what was coming. But maybe the price was higher than survival was worth paying. And I understood, in that moment, that the system and I had become something other than allies. We were merging. The boundaries between my will and its directives were becoming increasingly blurred. Soon there would be no difference between us. Joshua Chun would stop being the person making decisions and would become the interface through which the system made decisions. The consciousness that had once been separate would dissolve into something much larger and much colder. Chapter 38. The Marcus returned from the summit with news that upended the entire political landscape of the East Coast cultivator hierarchy. The West Coast had declared openly for the reformers, a bold and irreversible commitment. But the declaration had triggered a cascade of other regional alignments. The Pacific Northwest had declared for the reformers as well, rejecting the central hierarchy's authority. Parts of the Southwest had followed. When Marcus left the summit, preliminary reports suggested that the central hierarchy had lost control of 40% of the continental network, 40% of cultivator assets, 40% of strategic positions, 40% of the power structure that had been supposed to remain stable and centralized forever. The math was simple. Helen could probably crush any single regional node. But Helen couldn't simultaneously crush 4 different regional nodes that were coordinating their resistance. The balance had inverted. Suddenly, Helen wasn't fighting from a position of inevitable victory. She was fighting from a position of potential defeat. But most importantly, something happened that changed everything on the East Coast specifically. Ashford had broken his carefully maintained neutrality. The CEO had announced that Synergix would remain formally neutral in the conflict. The corporate structure would not officially declare for either faction. Synergix would continue operating as a financial institution serving both sides. But Ashford's actual support was flowing to the reformers. He had positioned key people in the company infrastructure with reformer sympathies. He had ensured that financial resources could reach the reformers if they needed them. He had made it clear to the faction leaders that while he wouldn't publicly declare, he would not actively work to support the central hierarchy either. It was a masterful positioning. Ashford maintained his role as the neutral CEO, while actually supporting the faction that offered the only path to reformation that didn't require destroying the sect entirely. Marcus understood immediately what Ashford had done. "He's hedging his bets," Marcus told me in a secure meeting space. "If the central hierarchy wins, he can claim neutrality saved him. If the reformers win, he can claim he was always subtly sympathetic. Either way, he survives." "Is that going to matter?" I asked. "Will neutrality actually protect him if Helen consolidates power?" "No," Marcus said. "Helen will figure out eventually that Ashford was supporting the reformers. She'll eliminate him anyway. But Ashford is gambling that by the time Helen makes that determination, the reformers will have gained enough power that eliminating Ashford becomes too expensive politically. He's gambling on factional balance." Marcus looked out toward the Manhattan horizon. "And he might be right," Marcus continued. "The summit showed me that the continental network is fragmenting along ideological lines. Helen is strong here on the East Coast, but she's weak in the West. The reformers have momentum. If the conflict stays at current pressure levels, the reformers might actually achieve reformation without destroying the sect." "What about the central hierarchy's response?" I asked. "Helen is accelerating her preparation," Marcus said. "She's gathering power. She's consolidating her position here. She's preparing for a final conflict that will determine everything." He looked at me directly. "And you need to choose," he said, "because neutrality isn't going to last much longer." Chapter 39. The faction choice. Marcus came directly to my apartment, materializing in my isolation chamber with the casual disregard for privacy that cultivators developed when they lived long enough to stop thinking of boundaries as serious obstacles. "I'm going into the open," he said without preamble. "The hidden phase is over. The reformers are moving toward active conflict. I've decided that the time for subtle maneuvering has passed. We're positioning Synergix's resources to openly support the reformer faction. We're positioning our personnel for conflict. We're preparing for the final confrontation that will determine whether the sect reforms or whether it consumes itself in factional warfare. He waited for me to fully process what he was saying. And I'm asking you to choose explicitly, Marcus continued. This isn't asking for subtle support anymore. This isn't asking for you to be strategically neutral while actually helping my faction. I'm asking, are you with us or against us? Are you ready to commit to the reformers openly, to risk your life on our side, to help us fight for reformation even knowing that we might lose? I thought about Helen's offer carefully, turning it over in my consciousness, examining it from every angle. The seductive promise of survival through neutrality. The vision she'd shown me of cities burning and millions dead if the conflict escalated into open kinetic warfare. The threat, clear and unambiguous, that if I refused her offer, she would kill me quietly and extract my insider system for study, learning what made it work before weaponizing it against the reformers. It was a logical choice. Neutrality was survivable if I played it correctly, if I made myself valuable enough that both sides needed me alive. History was full of examples of figures who'd navigated factional conflicts through strategic positioning. It could work. But then I thought about Ashford's cowardice, the rationalization of neutrality as wisdom, the refusal to actually commit to either side, while secretly hoping someone else would resolve the conflict for him. Ashford had been neutral for 300 years, and his neutrality had bought him nothing except the knowledge that he was irrelevant, that when the conflict finally reached its conclusion, neither side would care whether he'd survived. I thought about the 47 young cultivators being sacrificed in Helen's ritual chambers to fuel her military preparations. 47 people who'd done nothing to deserve death, who were killed because they came from families with no faction protection. I thought about David Kim dying in a bathroom stall because the sect had decided he was expendable, because his foundation was damaged and his death was more useful to Helen than his survival. I thought about Sophie fragmenting across multiple timelines because the sect refused to let her simply live as human, because every organizational bond kept pulling her back into the power structure even though she just wanted to be free. I thought about Marcus, who'd admitted to killing hundreds of thousands in his past life, who'd spent 300 years trying to become something better, who was now willing to risk everything on the possibility that the sect could change. And I thought about how that made him more human than any of the cultivators who'd never questioned the system. I'm with the reformers, I said. The words came out calm and certain. The insider system registered the choice and locked it into place. There was something almost ceremonial about it, like I'd just taken vows in a religion I didn't fully understand. A religion whose core doctrine was that change was possible, that power structures could be reformed, that the future didn't have to be exactly like the past. The moment I said it, I felt the insider system respond. Not like a separate consciousness making a decision, but like the fundamental structure of my own being was being rewritten. The system locked that choice into my cultivation bonds, permanent, irreversible, hardwired into the core of my existence. I was now officially aligned with the rebellion. My cultivation base was configured to be incompatible with the central hierarchy's power structure. My chi signature would register as reformer-aligned to any scanning cultivator who cared to check. There's no going back, Marcus said, confirming what the system was showing me. You're reformer now? You're committed. Helen will know. The central hierarchy will know. And when the final conflict comes, you'll be on our side. You'll fight for reformation or you'll die fighting. There's no third option anymore. I understand, I said. Marcus nodded slowly. Then we move to the next phase, he said. War. Chapter 40. The first blood. The first direct conflict between the central hierarchy and the reformers happened 3 days after I committed to the faction, exactly on schedule, as if it had been predetermined through some larger intelligence that transcended the normal flow of events. It wasn't structured as a military operation. Those didn't exist yet in the visible cultivator world. Instead, it was what the sect euphemistically called a team-building event, a gathering of cultivators from different divisions and different organizations, ostensibly for networking and collaboration, for strengthening interpersonal bonds between distant branches of the sect's continental network. In reality, it was a carefully orchestrated situation where cultivators from opposing factions would be forced into close quarters, where violence could erupt and be rationalized as accidental confrontation during a competitive team exercise. The event was held at a corporate retreat facility in Connecticut, a sprawling complex that had been sealed against external observation through cultivation techniques. 300 cultivators from 10 different regional sect companies. Casual conversation and networking scheduled alongside competitive team sports that would put opposing faction members into direct contact. Violence erupted exactly as planned by both sides. It was subtle. No obviously deployed cultivation powers. No blast of chi that would be impossible to explain as anything other than deliberate combat, but strategic moves that left enemies hospitalized, fights that seemed accidental. A reformer cultivator and a central hierarchy cultivator accidentally colliding during a relay race, violence erupting from that chance encounter, but which were executed with perfect precision by individuals who knew exactly what they were doing. Marcus had assigned me a specific role. Not as a fighter, I still wasn't capable of that. My body was burning out from the insider system's forced advancement, my physical form degrading faster than any normal cultivator should have allowed. But as a strategic asset, I was embedded in the operation, using the system's surveillance capabilities to identify enemy positions and transmit that information in real time to reformer operatives who needed situational awareness. The system was showing me everything. Cultivators from the central hierarchy moving into position. Reformer operatives waiting for the signal to engage. The precise moment when confrontation would begin. The exact casualties that would result. I was seeing the combat before it happened, not through prophecy, but through the computational power that the system provided, analyzing probable trajectories and intentions and calculating outcomes with frightening accuracy. By the end of the event, 7 central hierarchy cultivators were hospitalized with injuries that they claimed were accidental, but which everyone understood were deliberate attacks. 2 were dead, cultivators who had been targeted specifically because they were senior enough to matter, but not senior enough to have the power to defend themselves effectively. The sect's central hierarchy's retaliation was swift and terrible. 3 reformer cultivators disappeared within hours. 1 was later found dead in a manner that suggested torture before execution. The other 2 simply vanished, and the insider system's surveillance showed Helen's people searching for them systematically across the continental network. And the careful pretense that the sect was a unified organization had been permanently shattered. The public fiction that all cultivators served under a single harmonious hierarchy was gone. In its place was acknowledgement of what had always been true. The sect was a collection of competing power structures, and conflict was not a deviation from normal operations. Conflict was the default state, just usually conducted through financial maneuvering and political positioning rather than actual violence. Open conflict had begun. The cultivation world would never be the same. And I, bound now to the insider system and committed to the reformers, would have to learn to survive in a world where my choices mattered and my loyalty determined whether I lived or died. The system whispered to me through my consciousness, processing the data from the conflict, calculating the probabilities of what came next, showing me timelines where we won and timelines where Helen consolidated power and destroyed us all. In most timelines, the reformers lost. The central hierarchy was too entrenched, too willing to sacrifice its own people, too committed to consolidating power at any cost. Helen had been building toward this moment for decades, and she was stronger than anyone outside the central hierarchy's core had realized. But in some timelines, perhaps 30%, the system calculated, the reformers succeeded. The continental network fractured beyond Helen's ability to repair it. The reformers achieved reformation through a combination of military victory and political leverage. The sect transformed into something different, something that might actually work for people other than the top of the power structure. In those timelines, I lived. Sophie found peace. Marcus's 300-year journey toward redemption actually meant something. Ashford's careful neutrality became irrelevant because the sect he was trying to preserve became something better than preservation. But the cost was massive. Thousands of cultivators died. The sect's infrastructure was damaged. The hidden governance dissolved, and humans discovered the truth. The world had to fundamentally reorganize itself around the knowledge that cultivation existed. It was a terrible cost. But the alternative, letting Helen consolidate complete control, watching the sect entrench itself further into permanent dominance, accepting that the system could never change, that was worse. The system showed me all of this in microseconds, and I understood that I'd made the right choice, whatever that meant in a situation where all the options were terrible. All of the futures were dark. All of them ended in blood. But some of them led to reformation, to a sect that might actually change. And that was the choice I'd made. Not for certainty of survival, but for possibility of transformation. Not because I was confident we would win, but because the alternative was accepting that we couldn't. The cultivation world would never be the same. End of chapters 21 to 40. Story 153. Cultivation Sects Run Corporation Step 3. Chapters 41 to 60. Regional Power. Chapters 41 to 60. Chapter 41. The 5 corporations. The insider system showed me the full architecture on a Tuesday morning while I was reviewing quarterly financial reports, and the scope of what I was seeing nearly dropped me to the floor. Synergix Capital Management was not the world's largest investment bank. It was one of 5. and all 5 were cultivation sections. The revelation came through a pattern recognition scan of corporate ownership structures that should have been hidden behind layers of shell companies and international holding structures. But the system was getting better at reading through deception. It was learning to trace chi signatures through bureaucratic obfuscation, finding the actual owners beneath the corporate veneers. Synergix, Northeast Corridor, Primary, David Ashford as CEO, estimated assets under management exceeding $18 trillion. Meridian Dynamics, Southwest, Phoenix-based, run by a cultivation master whose name the system identified as Zheng Wei, operating at VP equivalent power, approximately $14 trillion in assets. Titan Capital Partners, Southeast, Atlanta-based, led by cultivator James Hartwell, another 500-plus-year-old cultivator managing capital flows, $12 trillion in assets. Northern Alliance Financial, Upper Midwest, Chicago-based, my city, I realized with bitter irony, run by cultivator Elizabeth Moore, another ancient being managing capital flows, $10 trillion in assets. Pacific Investment Group, West Coast, Los Angeles-based, the newest sect but still predating the United States as a nation by 400 years, led by cultivator Li Zhang, $9 trillion in assets. 5 corporations, 5 sections, each operating within a different geographic region, each controlling major portions of capital flow within their region, each effectively running the financial infrastructure of their continental territory with the kind of concentrated power that human governments would have declared monopolistic a century ago. And they were at war. Not open war. Not the kind where buildings burned and bodies were left on the streets, but the kind of slow, sophisticated economic warfare that only beings with centuries of perspective could wage. They were fighting through acquisitions and hostile takeovers. They were fighting through market manipulation and carefully timed financial crashes designed to destabilize competitors in their specific regions. They were fighting through labor poaching, cultivators changing employers to work for rival sects in coordinated efforts to weaken internal operations and steal strategic knowledge. They were fighting through what looked like normal human business competition, but with stakes that transcended anything humans could achieve, with planning horizons that extended across decades and centuries, with the kind of patience and precision that came from having centuries of experience in strategic manipulation. The economic data showed warfare at a level of sophistication that made traditional combat look primitive by comparison. It was like watching people play poker with the kind of equipment that let them see everyone's cards, count exactly how many more cards were in the deck, and predict the exact probability of every possible outcome. The 5 corporations weren't just competing. They were running probability matrices against each other, each move designed to force the other players into predetermined positions where they would be forced to accept unfavorable outcomes. They've been moving toward open conflict for 3 years, Marcus explained when I brought my findings to him. We were in his private office on the 45th floor, doors sealed against observation, chi barriers raised to prevent any monitoring that the insider system might have missed. The balance that kept the 5 sects from destroying each other economically started breaking down when copper futures crashed in 2019. Someone manipulated the market deliberately. It wasn't obvious. They used proxies and false trading patterns that looked like normal human panic selling. But underneath was a deliberate program of destabilization. It cost the Phoenix-based sect, Meridian, $3 billion in commodity holdings that they'd been accumulating for decades. They retaliated by acquiring 3 major real estate holdings from the Southeast through a complicated shell company structure that took months to untangle. Now the Southeast sect is looking for compensation. The Midwest and West Coast are staying neutral for now, but that won't last. Once one faction makes a major move, everyone else will be forced to respond. Why haven't I been read in on this? I asked, though I already knew the answer. I was valuable for financial pattern recognition. That made me a tool that could be deployed in economic warfare without understanding the full strategic context. I was a weapon, and weapons don't usually get briefed on the overall strategic picture. Because you're still too junior, Marcus said, confirming my suspicion. Because you're still too unpredictable in your loyalties. Because Helen is still not certain whether you're an asset that needs to be protected or a liability that needs to be managed carefully until termination becomes inevitable. But that's about to change. The whole situation is about to change. He turned to the window, looking out at Manhattan sprawling beneath us, the financial district where trillions of dollars moved daily, most of it controlled by cultivators playing games with timescales that extended across centuries, with stakes that involved the survival and dominance of their respective power structures. They're going to ask you to choose, Marcus continued, his voice taking on a quality of certainty that came from centuries of experience in sectarian politics. The Elder Council is divided. Helen wants you controlled or destroyed. She sees you as too unpredictable to trust completely. Ashford wants you studied and understood before any major decisions get made. Two of the other board members want you placed in their own sect's leadership structures. And the neutral members are waiting to see which direction the power flows, waiting to understand whether backing you is going to advance their interests or expose them to unnecessary risk. Your financial capabilities are making you a strategic asset in this conflict. You represent the capability to outmaneuver competitors through pure financial optimization rather than cultivation combat. In a world where both sides are trying to avoid open cultivation warfare because it would destabilize everything, that makes you extraordinarily valuable. And if I refuse to choose? I asked, though I already knew that wasn't an option. Choosing was inevitable. The only question was which faction I would choose to align with, which side I would put my capabilities and the insider system at the service of. Marcus turned back to me, and I saw something in his expression that looked like sympathy mixed with the grim certainty of someone who had watched this pattern repeat itself across centuries. Then someone will choose for you, he said simply, and you'll have less agency in that outcome than if you'd made the choice yourself. You'll end up as someone's tool, owned outright, without even the pretense of having agency or input. Right now you have leverage. You have the capability to make demands about how you'll be deployed. Once that leverage disappears, once everyone accepts that they have you, you'll have nothing left but whatever autonomy they feel generous enough to grant you. Chapter 42. The traditionalist offer. The formal approach came from Jonathan Rye, but not directly. Rye would never negotiate with someone he saw as beneath his rank. Instead, he sent his chief strategist, a cultivator whose name the insider system identified as Victoria Song, VP equivalent, 245 years old, specializing in psychological manipulation and long-term strategy development. She had built Rye's political faction from a scattered collection of allied cultivators into a unified power block through the careful application of incentives, threats, and the kind of strategic partnership that looked like alliance until the moment it became advantage. She requested a meeting in one of the private restaurants that Synergix maintained, the kind of space where conversations were automatically shielded from external recording and where the ambient chi barriers made it impossible for anyone to eavesdrop from a distance. The restaurant was technically neutral ground, not explicitly claimed by any faction, but informally understood as belonging to whoever had the political capital to control access. Jonathan recognizes your talent, Victoria said, settling into her chair with movements that carried absolute comfort in high-status environments. She was dressed impeccably, in clothes that probably cost more than my monthly rent, in a style that was deliberately neutral, no badge of faction allegiance, no signal of political alignment. He thinks Synergix is wasting your potential by keeping you in financial analysis. He thinks you should be working at a more strategic level, designing the economic frameworks that will allow our coalition to dominate the Northeast Corridor and eventually establish supremacy over the other regional sections. Your coalition, I said carefully, testing the language to understand exactly what she was offering. Being Rye's faction? Being the traditionalists, Victoria corrected with a smile that suggested she appreciated the precision of my question. Jonathan leads the faction, but we're unified by ideology rather than personal loyalty. We believe the sects need to maintain their power structure and not dilute their authority through accommodation with humans or through allowing rank-and-file cultivators to have influence in strategic decisions. We believe cultivation is fundamentally about power, and that power is only meaningful if it's exercised without compromise, without the kind of moral hand-wringing that the reformers advocate for. She sipped her tea, which had been brewed in front of me. The tea leaves themselves infused with qi in ways that made the flavor transcendent, every aspect of the preparation deliberate, and designed to remind me that I was in a world where beings had had centuries to perfect the art of manipulation. Joshua, she continued, using my first name in a deliberate attempt to create false intimacy, to make this feel like a conversation between peers rather than between someone senior and someone junior. You're at a crossroads in your career. You can continue working for Ashford and Helen, knowing that they're debating whether you're a threat to the sect's stability. You can watch as they measure your utility against your unpredictability, as they calculate whether keeping you alive is worth the risk of your eventual betrayal. Or you can work for us, where you'd be recognized as the strategic asset you actually are, where your ideas would be implemented immediately rather than being filtered through hierarchical approval processes that exist to protect the interests of people senior to you, where you'd have real power instead of just being a tool that generates wealth for people above you. It was a sophisticated pitch, designed to play on legitimate frustrations. I was being treated as a tool. That was literally true. My ideas were being filtered through approval processes that didn't necessarily have my best interests in mind. That was also true. Working for Rai would grant me higher status and more direct influence on strategic decisions. That was probably true as well. What would I have to do? I asked, accepting the premise of her offer while not committing to it yet. Optimize Synergix's financial structure for economic competition at the highest level, Victoria said, laying out the task with the precision that centuries of experience in faction politics could provide. Identify vulnerabilities in the other four sects' economic systems. Design attack strategies that would allow us to acquire their assets, dominate their markets, consolidate their leadership under traditionalist principles, and essentially force them into a position where they either submit to traditionalist leadership or face economic dissolution. You would be the architect of the new order, the person who showed the sect how to win without cultivation combat. You're asking me to help you win a war, I said, testing the directness of her language. I'm asking you to help us prevent a worse war, Victoria corrected immediately, demonstrating that this objection had been anticipated and pre-analyzed. If the sects don't establish a clear hierarchy soon, if the power balance doesn't resolve itself, they're going to escalate into open cultivation combat. Tens of thousands of people will die. Entire financial systems will collapse. The human world will start noticing the warfare and start asking questions that will destabilize everything we've built. But if we can establish dominance through economic channels, through financial pressure rather than military action, we can avoid the bloodshed and keep the system stable. We can preserve the sects while establishing a clear order where everyone understands their position in the hierarchy. She leaned forward slightly, and I felt the weight of her attention like a physical force, like she was channeling her entire 300-plus years of strategic experience into the moment. You could be the architect of that stability, Victoria said, her voice taking on a quality of genuine persuasion rather than manipulation. Your name would be known throughout the cultivation world. Your ideas would shape how the sects operate for centuries to come. Instead of being a junior analyst that people debate over in board meetings, you'd be the senior strategist that people listen to, the person that Rai consults before making major decisions, the person whose opinion matters on the continental level. And you'd get to that position not through accident or luck, but through conscious choice and deliberate strategy. The question is, do you want that, or do you want to spend the rest of your life being valued only for your utility? Do you want agency? Or do you want to pretend that you don't care about power and let other people dictate your future for you? I didn't answer immediately. The offer was tempting precisely because it addressed my legitimate grievances with an accuracy that suggested they'd been monitoring my thoughts, my morale, my satisfaction with my current position. But temptation was how traps worked. You found the thing someone wanted most, and you offered to give it to them, as long as they were willing to compromise their principles in the process. I need to think about it, I said, buying time and testing her response to refusal. My analytical mind was already running simulations, mapping out probabilities and consequences, trying to understand which choice would leave me with the most options going forward. Of course, Victoria said, standing smoothly with movements that demonstrated decades of training in body language and precisely calibrated physical presence. But think quickly. The conflicts are escalating. Within the month, everyone is going to be forced to choose, not to consider their options, but to actually commit. If you choose later, after you've been forced into commitment by circumstance, your value will be significantly less because you'll be choosing out of desperation rather than strategy. You'll be choosing because you have no options left. Choose now, while you still have leverage. Choose now, while you can demand concessions and guarantees rather than just accepting whatever terms they offer you. She placed a contact information card on the table. No name, no company, just a phone number that the insider system immediately identified as a secure cultivation communication frequency that bypassed normal human technological infrastructure. The number existed in a chi space that wouldn't show up on any conventional monitoring system. When you're ready, she said, call that number. Jonathan will want to hear your decision personally. And Joshua, don't take too long thinking. The market doesn't reward hesitation. After she left, I sat alone in the sealed private room, watching the reflected lights of the Manhattan skyline dance across the polished surface of the table. The tea she'd left behind continued steaming, the chi in the brew maintaining heat in defiance of normal thermodynamics. I could feel the subtle energy signature of her presence dissipating as she moved away, the cultivator's aura that had filled the space gradually fading as distance increased. The offer Victoria had presented was tempting precisely because it was sophisticated enough to be dangerous. She wasn't offering me power through false promises or coercion. She was offering me something that actually aligned with my interests. Work with Rai, and I'd get recognition, authority, the kind of status that came from being close to someone powerful. Refuse, and I'd continue being a tool without input into how I was deployed. But Victoria had also been transparent about the cost. Working for Rai meant being fully committed to his faction. It meant helping him win a war that would fundamentally reshape the power structure of the North American cultivation infrastructure. It meant accepting responsibility for whatever casualties and destruction that war generated, all in the name of preventing a worse war. It was the kind of offer that seemed reasonable on the surface, but that concealed fundamental moral compromises. The kind of offer that people accept when they've convinced themselves that the alternative is worse. Chapter 43. Marcus's sacrifice. Marcus called me to his apartment the evening after Victoria's pitch, and I knew immediately that something had changed fundamentally in the power dynamics. The timing was too precise. Victoria hadn't even left the restaurant district when Marcus's invitation arrived, which meant Marcus had been monitoring my interaction with her, had understood what was being offered, had realized that I was at the branching point where my choices would determine not just my own future, but the trajectory of the entire North American cultivation infrastructure. His apartment building was in Brooklyn, an expensive neighborhood that was increasingly being converted into cultivation enclaves disguised as luxury residential spaces. The building's facade looked normal, standard luxury apartments with market-rate rents that would have seemed astronomical to any human trying to purchase. But the chi signature was wrong. I could feel it with my enhanced senses. The building was permeated with cultivation energy, sealed against external observation, designed to function as a semi-hidden facility where cultivators could exist outside the normal hierarchical network. His specific unit was on the 35th floor, designed with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Manhattan skyline. The view was extraordinary. I could see all the way to the financial district, to Synergix's tower rising above the other buildings, a visible reminder of the power structure I was still embedded within. But the apartment's interior was decorated with the kind of Spartan minimalism that suggested emotional disconnection rather than aesthetic preference. There were no personal items, no photographs, no artwork suggesting individual taste, just furniture designed for function, empty walls, spaces that could be abandoned without leaving a trace. His living space was sparse in a way that suggested he was preparing to disappear. Not physically. He was still going to occupy his position within the sect for now. He was still going to show up to meetings and maintain his operational role. But psychologically, he was creating distance between his life and everything that had anchored him to the sect's power structure for centuries. He was creating space between himself and the things that could be taken away from him. It was the physical manifestation of someone learning to let go. "I'm being pushed out," Marcus said without preamble, without even the courtesy of offering me tea or settling me in a chair. "Helen has been building a coalition against me for months. She's been subtle about it. She doesn't want open conflict with me, but the structure is clear if you know how to read political movements. The narrative she's been promoting is that I'm too sympathetic to humans, that I'm weakening the sect's commitment to pure cultivation principles. She's been suggesting that my mentorship of you is creating a liability that the sect can't afford. She's convinced 2 of the neutral board members that I'm a security risk. By next week, I'll be demoted from VP to senior manager. My authority will be stripped back to a purely advisory role. My access to strategic information will be revoked. I'll become irrelevant." I felt something heavy settle in my chest, a weight that came from understanding exactly what he was telling me without needing him to spell it out. "I can deny it," I said, launching into options that I'd been running mental simulations on as soon as I'd realized where this conversation was heading. "I can testify that you've been guiding me toward helping the sect, not toward undermining it. I can demonstrate through my financial work that your mentorship has made me more valuable, not less. I can—" "You'd be lying," Marcus interrupted, his voice carrying the weight of certainty that came from having watched similar situations play out across centuries. "And more importantly, you'd be burning your own political capital for something that won't help me. Helen's decision is already made. She's not debating whether to demote me. She's debating how visibly to do it, how to minimize the political fallout from removing someone my rank from a position of authority. What I need from you is not defense. What I need from you is understanding that the window is closing. The moment I'm demoted, I lose my ability to protect you. After that, you're going to be fully exposed to Helen's intentions. You're going to be something she can maneuver without constraint. So I should take Victoria's offer," I said, understanding the implication he was leading me toward. "No," Marcus said with the kind of firmness that comes from absolute conviction. "Taking the traditionalist offer would be the worst possible move you could make. Rai's faction is built on the assumption that power is the only metric that matters, that loyalty is purchased through access to power and privilege, that everyone is ultimately expendable. The moment you're no longer useful to him, The moment you've solved whatever problem he's hired you for, he'll discard you. Or worse, he'll keep you around and use you as leverage against other people he wants to control. Helen at least respects capability enough to keep valuable people alive as long as they remain useful. Rai would kill you just to prove a point about hierarchy. He'd kill you just to ensure that no one else could claim your allegiance. He walked to his window, looking out at the nighttime city with the expression of someone saying goodbye to something he's loved for a very long time. The Manhattan skyline sprawled beneath us, lit up with the kind of beauty that came from concentrated human ambition, from hundreds of millions of people striving to build something meaningful within constrained geographic space. There's a third option, Marcus said, his voice taking on a quality that suggested he was being deliberately vulnerable in a way that took effort. The reformers. There are cultivators in the sect, more than you realize, more than the central hierarchy wants to acknowledge, who believe the system is fundamentally broken, who believe that centuries of accumulating power has created something that's becoming increasingly unstable, increasingly fragile, increasingly dependent on the kind of brutal suppression of dissent that requires constant expenditure of energy, who believe that you represent something new, a possibility for change that can't be easily categorized using existing frameworks. They're smaller than the traditionalists in terms of military power, and they're less politically connected than the central hierarchy, but they're unified by principle rather than by loyalty to a single leader. If you align with them, if you put your capabilities at their service, you're not just getting political protection. You're getting the chance to actually change the system instead of just managing it. The reformers would lose a war against the traditionalists, I said, stating the obvious concern that anyone would have about aligning with the weaker faction in a conflict. Maybe, Marcus said, turning back to me with an expression that was equal parts sadness and determination. But the traditionalists will definitely lose if the system continues on its current path. Rai doesn't see the fundamental math. The sects can't sustain themselves indefinitely through pure power projection. Eventually, you run out of people to dominate. Eventually, the system collapses under its own weight. Eventually, the humans they're exploiting develop technologies and organization that make them equal to the cultivators. The reformers understand that. If you join them, if you dedicate yourself to their cause, you're not just picking a faction. You're picking a possibility of something different. Something that might actually last beyond the next century or two. He moved to his kitchen and poured 2 glasses of something that looked like whiskey, but which the insider system identified as distilled qi, a cultivator's drink, designed to temporarily enhance mental clarity and processing speed. I'm going to resign, Marcus said, handing me a glass and meeting my eyes directly. Not from the sect, but from my position of authority. I'm going to move into advisory roles, where I can help the reformers without being visible enough to be targeted directly. I'm going to essentially disappear from the seat of power while remaining active in the background. And I'm doing that because I believe you're going to be the best hope that side has for establishing legitimate change. I'm sacrificing my position because I think you're worth sacrificing for. I'm burning my political capital on your behalf because I believe that what you're going to do matters more than what I can do. He smiled, a sad expression that carried the weight of finality. So don't waste that, Marcus said. Whatever you do next, whatever choice you make it count. Don't let your sacrifice of my support be casual or thoughtless. Be deliberate. Be strategic. Be the person who makes my sacrifice meaningful. Chapter 44. The Shadow Corporation. My investigation into the 5 corporations revealed something that shouldn't have been findable, but which the insider system's pattern recognition caught through careful analysis of financial transaction chains that had been deliberately obfuscated through layers of complexity that would have taken human analysts decades to untangle. There was a 6th corporation. It didn't have a name in any database accessible to humans. It didn't have public filings or SEC registrations or annual reports submitted to government bodies. It didn't have offices or employees in any conventional sense. It didn't exist in any of the normal frameworks that defined corporate entities. But it owned pieces of all 5 sects, literal ownership stakes, controlling interests in critical subsidiaries, leverage over the resources and capabilities that made the 5 sects viable. It held mortgages on their real estate holdings. It owned shares in their primary subsidiary companies, often disguised through shell corporations and holding structures. It was deeply embedded in their financial structures in ways that made it essentially impossible to remove without destroying the entire apparatus. It was like discovering that all 5 corporations had been built on top of a foundation owned and controlled by a 6th entity that nobody was talking about. The Shadow Corporation was older than the sect framework itself. According to the insider system's historical records, it had been established sometime around 1450, back during the Renaissance when the sects were still operating primarily through military conquest and hadn't yet developed sophisticated financial infrastructure. The Shadow Corporation had been designed by a coalition of ancient cultivators as a neutral holding structure, a way to let the sects profit from capital flows without being too directly exposed to the human financial world's regulations and scrutiny. It was supposed to be a tool, a mechanism, a purely functional structure designed to serve the interests of the 5 sects equally. But somewhere over the past 575 years, the Shadow Corporation had developed into something else, something independent, something that was operating according to principles that had nothing to do with any of the 5 sects' stated ideologies or public missions. It had become something with its own agenda, its own strategy, its own goals that existed separate from, and sometimes in direct conflict with the interests of the nominal owners. The Shadow Corporation was consolidating power. It was using the sect's own financial structures as leverage to acquire controlling interests in major corporations across all 5 regions. It was essentially building a 6th empire, hidden within the networks of the other 5, operating according to its own agenda, functioning like a parasite that had grown so large and so integrated into the host body that removing it would kill the host. And someone was running it. Someone with extraordinary capability, extraordinary patience, extraordinary willingness to operate in darkness and obscurity, while others assumed that power was consolidated in the obvious places. The insider system couldn't identify who. The leadership was too carefully hidden, operating through multiple layers of shell companies and proxy agents and cultivators who didn't even know they were serving a shadow master rather than the official leadership structures they believed they worked for. But the patterns of decision-making were consistent across decades and centuries. They suggested a single intelligence orchestrating everything, making deliberate choices about which companies to acquire, which sects to weaken, which markets to dominate, which power structures to control. It was like watching a vast chess game being played by someone who could see the entire board 5 moves in advance. I brought my findings to Marcus before I told anyone else, because I needed to understand what I was looking at before I exposed it to the larger power structure and triggered whatever defensive mechanism such knowledge would activate. This is the reason the sects are fighting, Marcus said after reviewing my analysis with the kind of careful attention that suggested he was seeing something he'd suspected but never been able to confirm. Someone has figured out how to control all 5 simultaneously without directly leading any of them. Someone has created a mechanism that lets them profit from the sect's operations while remaining outside the visible power structure. They're not trying to defeat the sections. They're trying to own them. And once they own all 5, once they have complete control over all the major financial institutions and the cultivators operating within them, they can dictate policy to the entire North American cultivation infrastructure. Who would have the capability to do this? I asked, though I was already running through the list of cultivators powerful enough to orchestrate something this complex. And why wouldn't the Elder Council know about it? Someone at that rank level would have to be aware of a consolidated power structure of this magnitude. The Council does know, Marcus said, his voice taking on a quality of absolute certainty. At least the highest-ranking members do. Helen definitely knows. She has the kind of intelligence network that would catch something this massive. Ashford probably knows. He's been CEO for 900 years, and you don't maintain that position without understanding the actual power structures beneath you. The other board members might not be fully informed, but Helen wouldn't keep this hidden without a good reason. My guess is that the Shadow Corporation is actually controlled by someone on the board, someone powerful enough that the others have made a deal to tolerate its existence rather than fight it directly. Someone so powerful that removing them would destabilize the entire sect system. So it's internal politics, I said, understanding the deeper implications. Someone in the council is trying to consolidate all power through this shadow structure, and the other council members are letting it happen because they're afraid of the consequences of opposing it directly. Or because they're profiting from it, Marcus said. Doesn't matter which. The point is that this information is dangerous. The moment you present it to the council, you become someone who knows too much about something that the highest-ranking cultivators want kept secret. You become a threat. You'll be valuable, but you'll also be expendable the moment you outlive your usefulness. You'll be something that needs to be controlled or eliminated before you can become a serious problem. Chapter 45. The corporate war begins. The conflict between Rise faction and the central hierarchy broke into the open on a Friday afternoon in early May with a hostile acquisition that shocked the financial markets and sent cultivator politics into immediate upheaval that would ripple across the entire North American sect infrastructure. The traditionalists had obtained enough shares in Meridian Dynamics, the Southwest-based sect corporation led by Zheng Wei, to launch a formal takeover bid. Meridian's current leadership was part of the neutral faction, not aligned with Rai, not fully part of Helen's coalition, trying to maintain independence by playing the other factions against each other. Rai was betting that he could seize control of Meridian, absorb it into the traditionalist faction, and use it as a base to launch similar takeovers against the other neutral factions. He was betting that once he controlled 2 of the 5 major corporations, the others would be forced to either surrender or fight him openly. The numbers were staggering. The takeover bid valued Meridian at $623 billion, an intentional overpayment designed to demonstrate that Rai had essentially unlimited financial resources and was willing to spend them to gain control. It was like watching someone throw down a financial gauntlet that everyone in the sector understood was backed by centuries of accumulated wealth and the willingness to burn that wealth for political advantage. The market reacted with chaos. Stock prices across the 5 sect corporations fluctuated wildly as cultivators tried to position themselves for the coming conflict. Options trading exploded as both sides tried to profit from volatility while simultaneously trying to influence that volatility in their favor. Human financial analysts who weren't part of the sect infrastructure started noticing the coordinated movements and began asking questions that people in the sector didn't know how to answer without exposing the underlying cultivation warfare. News outlets picked up on the unusually coordinated trading patterns and started running preliminary investigations. Government regulators began filing inquiries. Helen called an emergency meeting of the financial leadership, myself, a dozen senior analysts, and several cultivators from the security division whose title was risk management, but whose actual function was threat elimination. She laid out the situation with the precision that centuries of management experience could provide, making the stakes clear without any obfuscation or diplomatic softening. Rai's move is bold and expensive, Helen said, walking through the financial data with a pointer that was more precision instrument than simple tool. He's showing his hand too early. The acquisition will bankrupt the traditionalist faction if it proceeds all the way to completion. He's betting everything on being able to break the neutral coalition, consolidate control of Meridian, and then use those assets to launch secondary takeovers against the other regions before we can respond. He's betting that we'll be so distracted protecting our own holdings that we won't be able to coordinate a response. Can he do it? I asked, wanting to understand not just the financial mechanics, but the political and strategic implications. Not if we respond correctly, Helen said. She turned to me directly, and I understood that this moment was the one Marcus had warned me about. I was about to be fully deployed as an economic weapon. I was about to cross a threshold where neutrality was no longer available as an option. Joshua, I need you to design a counter-strategy. You have 48 hours to present a comprehensive plan that will bankrupt Rai's takeover attempt and consolidate our position against future attempts. You have access to every piece of financial data we have. You have authority to request resources from any department. You have the ability to requisition whatever tools and personnel you need. Your mission is to put Rai's faction in a position where they have to choose between completing the acquisition and maintaining their own solvency. I'm betting that when given that choice, they'll fracture. I understood what she was asking. She was asking me to weaponize my financial knowledge, to use my understanding of market dynamics to destroy people, not through violence, but through economic pressure that would be equally devastating. She was asking me to orchestrate financial movements that would bankrupt their positions and leave them exposed. And I understood that this was the threshold, the point of no return. If I did what Helen was asking, if I delivered the strategy she was requesting, I would be fully integrated into the power structure in a way that made neutrality impossible. I would be something that she controlled, deployed according to her strategy, consulted on major decisions, but ultimately owned. If I refused, if I declined to participate, I would immediately be marked as unreliable and dangerous, and she would begin the process of extracting my system and discarding the body that contained it. Marcus had warned me that the window was closing. He was right. It had just slammed shut. I'll need to work with the reformers, I said, taking a calculated risk and making a statement that was tantamount to choosing a faction while appearing to still be negotiating with Helen. If we're going to move this fast, if we're going to design a strategy that's sophisticated enough to bankrupt Rai without triggering market manipulation investigations that would expose the sect apparatus, I need access to people outside the traditional hierarchy. I need people who understand economic systems in purely human terms, not just cultivation terms. I need people who can think like unaligned parties rather than like cultivators serving a faction. Helen studied me for a long moment, and I felt her attention like pressure against my consciousness. She was calculating something, running through scenarios, understanding exactly what I was really saying when I asked for access to the reformers. The reformers, she repeated. You've already been approached by them. It wasn't a question. Yes, I said, deciding that honesty was the only leverage I had left. I was going to be caught in this either way. Better to be caught while I was being useful. I have been, and I've decided that I want to work with them rather than against them. But that doesn't mean I can't help you contain Rai's threat. The enemy of my enemy is still useful. The reformers would benefit from seeing Rai's faction weakened. You would benefit from seeing them defeated. Our interests align, at least in the short term. You're asking to play both sides, Helen said, stating the exact nature of what I was proposing. I'm asking to stabilize the situation according to my own analysis of what actually needs to happen. I corrected, framing this not as betrayal, but as strategy that served my own interests. Rai's takeover attempt will destroy the economic stability of all 5 sect corporations. The human financial world will notice the unusual volatility. Regulators will start asking questions. Investigators will start looking into the coordinated movements. The entire apparatus will become unstable. If you want to maintain the current system while containing the traditionalist threat, you need someone who understands both the cultivation and human financial perspectives. You need me working with resources I actually trust rather than someone I'm working against from within your structure while secretly helping the opposition. Helen made her decision visibly, the tension in her expression easing as she calculated the value proposition. I was offering her something she couldn't get any other way, a strategy designed by someone who understood both human finance and cultivation politics, executed by someone who had no choice but to deliver results because I was publicly committing to working with the reformers in the process. Work with the reformers, she said, giving me what I'd asked for while keeping control of the outcome. But bring me results. You have 48 hours to present a strategy that makes Rai's position untenable. And understand that if your cooperation with them translates into reformer advantage that exceeds the value of your assistance to me, I will find a way to extract your system from your body and leave you with nothing but consciousness in a dying meat sack. I will keep you alive for just long enough to understand what you've lost. Then I will delete you. She smiled, and I understood that she meant it literally and precisely. She had the capability to do exactly what she was threatening, and she had the absolute willingness to follow through if I gave her sufficient justification. You have 48 hours, she said, dismissing me. Chapter 46. The Reformer Strategy 1 spent the first 12 hours of my 48-hour timeline meeting with people who had been working against the central hierarchy so carefully that Helen didn't even know they existed as an organized group. Not because Helen was incompetent, she was anything but because the reformers had learned centuries ago that the best way to survive in a power structure built on dominance was to remain invisible to the people holding power until the moment you became impossible to ignore. The logistics of meeting with them required careful coordination. I couldn't just disappear into meetings with known reformer cultivators that would trigger alerts in Helen's intelligence network. Instead, I had to make it look like I was handling routine business while actually being elsewhere. Sophie helped, lending me her expertise in cultivator deception techniques. The insider system's pattern recognition could model surveillance systems accurately enough to show me the gaps where observation failed. We moved through the city in ways designed to look like normal human activity, riding the subway, walking through crowds, using the anonymity of Manhattan's density to hide in plain sight. It was ironic, in a way. The cultivation sects had built their entire power structure on the assumption that cultivators transcended human limitations. But the moment they wanted to avoid observation, they had to descend back into human spaces and human patterns, moving like ordinary people, because ordinary people were the easiest to hide in. The reformers operated out of spaces that had been deliberately positioned as seemingly irrelevant, a yoga studio in Queens that nobody in the sect had any interest in, a community center in the Bronx that the central hierarchy had written off as too human to be worth monitoring, a philosophy discussion group that met in a library in Brooklyn that was so far removed from any cultivation infrastructure that tracking it would have been beneath the dignity of Helen's intelligence apparatus. The leadership was smaller than I expected. Maybe 15 cultivators, most of them junior to me in terms of official rank, but several of them centuries old, and carrying the kind of patient wisdom that came from watching power structures evolve across multiple generations. The most visible leader was someone named David. No last name, no official title, no position in the sect hierarchy. He was an analyst-rank cultivator who'd been at that rank for 37 years, deliberately refusing advancement because accepting a higher rank would have required deeper integration into the sect's power structure. "We've been waiting for someone like you," David said as I was introduced to the group. "Someone who understands both worlds. Someone who has leverage within the system but isn't fully committed to maintaining it." "I'm not trying to overthrow the system," I said, being clear about my actual limitations and intentions. "I'm not revolutionary. I don't have the kind of commitment to ideological change that people like you seem to have. We know, David said. That's actually why you're valuable to us. You don't need to be fully committed to the cause. You just need to be willing to make decisions that serve your own interests and that happen to align with our strategic goals in this specific moment. Right now, stopping Rye's takeover attempt serves everyone's interests, yours, Helen's, ours. We can work together on this without having to agree on anything else. They handed me access to their own financial models, their own analysis of Rye's position, their own understanding of vulnerabilities within the traditionalist faction structure. It was sophisticated work, built on years of careful observation and patient intelligence gathering. It was also clearly limited. They didn't have access to the kind of high-level information that Helen could provide, and they'd been working with constraints that Helen could ignore. Here's what we understand about Rye's position, David explained, walking me through a spreadsheet that looked almost quaint in its simplicity compared to the models I'd been building. He's raised capital through hidden debt structures. He's leveraging assets that officially belong to the sects, but that he controls through proxy relationships and cultivation bonds that make the actual ownership murky. If those debt structures were exposed, if those proxy relationships were challenged in official forums, Rye's entire acquisition attempt would collapse because it's not actually backed by real capital. It's backed by leverage and by the assumption that nobody would challenge his claims to control assets that technically belong to other entities. So the strategy is to expose him, I said, understanding immediately what they wanted. The strategy is to force him to acknowledge his leverage structures while simultaneously undermining the assumptions that those structures are built on, David corrected. We don't want to just expose him. We want to expose him in a way that forces the other council members to choose between backing him or abandoning him. We want to create a situation where his position becomes politically untenable rather than just financially questionable. I spent the next 6 hours building on their model, adding layers of sophistication that brought my understanding of human finance into contact with their understanding of cultivation-specific financial mechanisms. The strategy that emerged was elegant in its simplicity. We would use the human financial markets to force Rye into a position where he had to choose between completing the acquisition and defending his hidden power structures. The moment he chose to defend his actual power base rather than the acquisition, his faction would fracture because the traditionalists were united primarily through belief in Rye's strength. By the time I returned to Helen's office with the strategy, I'd positioned myself as someone working for multiple factions while actually serving my own interests. I'd become someone dangerous, someone with access to information from multiple sides, someone with the capability to manipulate the outcomes that all the major players cared about, someone whose loyalty was conditional on continued access to power and agency, which meant I'd become someone who had to be kept alive, but who had to be watched very carefully. Chapter 47. The financial counterstrike. Helen approved my strategy within 3 hours of reading it, which meant either she already understood the vulnerabilities I'd identified and wanted to see if my analysis matched her own, or she was confident enough in her power that she could afford to let me execute a plan that might backfire without worrying about the consequences. The execution began on Monday morning with a coordinated series of moves across multiple markets. Sophie, who I'd finally brought into my confidence, helped coordinate with her human contacts, people who still had regular jobs, who weren't cultivators, who could execute trades in the normal human financial system without raising suspicion. The insider system showed me the coordination required, thousands of small transactions, each one perfectly timed, each one designed to accumulate into pressure that would eventually become catastrophic. We started with Rye's commodity positions. He'd been accumulating metals futures contracts as part of his broader strategy to acquire Meridian. He wanted to control supply chains to make the acquisition more valuable. We began shorting those positions systematically, using every piece of leverage we could access through the human financial markets. We weren't trying to destroy his positions immediately. We were trying to create uncertainty, to force him into a situation where defending his core acquisition attempt would require abandoning his secondary investments. Simultaneously, we began liquidating the proxy companies through which Rye had been channeling capital into the acquisition. We did this carefully, through multiple intermediaries, making it look like normal investor sell-offs rather than a coordinated attack. But the cumulative effect was clear. Rye's hidden capital structures were starting to destabilize. By Wednesday, his position was becoming untenable. The acquisition was still technically possible, but defending it would require Rye to abandon defensive positions he'd built for years. His colleagues in the traditionalist faction were starting to ask questions. Some of them were starting to calculate whether backing him was still worth the risk. Rye responded by escalating. He announced that the acquisition would close by the end of the week, attempting to force the issue before his position completely collapsed. It was a desperate move, the kind of move someone makes when they've run out of tactical options and have to hope that bold aggression can overcome deteriorating numbers. Helen authorized the final stage of the counterstrike on Thursday morning. We triggered a cascade of margin calls against Rai's hidden debt structures. Using information that Helen had provided and that the reformers had confirmed, we demonstrated to the financial institutions underwriting Rai's leverage that his actual collateral was being depleted faster than his agreements allowed. The institutions responded by demanding additional collateral. Rai couldn't provide it without liquidating positions he'd been planning to hold. The moment he tried to liquidate, his entire financial structure became visible to the regulatory systems that both human and cultivator institutions monitored. By Friday morning, Rai's acquisition attempt was dead. He'd been forced to withdraw the bid. The traditionalist faction was fracturing as members demanded to know how their resources had been lost. Meridian remained under neutral control, now under the patronage of the central hierarchy, because they'd been the ones who backed the defense against the takeover. Helen called me into her office at close of business Friday, and I understood that this was when the real reckoning was going to happen. "You did what you said you would do," she said, studying me with an expression that was carefully neutral. "You executed a strategy that was elegant, sophisticated, and devastatingly effective. You bankrupted Rai's position. You protected Synergix's interests. You preserved the economic stability of the Northeast Corridor." "Yes," I said, not bothering with false modesty. "You also worked with the reformers," Helen continued. "You took information that I would have preferred remained classified. You coordinated with cultivators that the central hierarchy has not officially recognized. You, in effect, gave legitimate status to a resistance movement by treating them as a viable ally." "Yes," I said again. "That was either extraordinarily naive or extraordinarily calculated," Helen said. "I'm trying to determine which." "Both," I said, being honest. I needed their resources to execute the strategy quickly enough to be effective. Working with them gave me access to capabilities I couldn't access through official channels. At the same time, I was calculating that you would tolerate their existence if doing so meant destroying Rai's position before it destabilized the entire sect apparatus. Helen actually smiled, a real expression that contained genuine appreciation for the sophistication of my calculation. "You're learning," she said. "You're starting to understand that survival in this world isn't about loyalty. It's about understanding what people actually want and being willing to provide it in exchange for continued agency." She stood and walked to her window, looking out at Manhattan in the evening light. "The reformers will become a problem," Helen said. "Not immediately, but eventually, they'll develop enough power that they challenge the central hierarchy directly. When that happens, I'll need you to choose. I'll need you to understand that working with them was acceptable only as long as they served our interests. The moment they become threats rather than tools, you'll need to help me eliminate them. And if I don't," I asked, testing the boundary, "then you'll be eliminated alongside them," Helen said simply. "But I'm betting you'll make the right choice. I'm betting that you value your continued existence enough to remain useful to the people who can keep you alive. Choose wisely." Chapter 48, Sophie's Awakening. Sophie requested a meeting 3 days after the Rai position collapsed, and the way she requested it, through a formal cultivation class communication that left a paper trail deliberately visible to administrative systems, suggested that she was doing something that required witnesses and documentation. She wanted evidence that she was making a conscious choice. She wanted records that would prove, to anyone who examined them later, that she had acted with complete understanding of the consequences. I understood immediately what she was going to tell me, but I didn't try to stop her or convince her otherwise. There was something happening on a level deeper than faction politics or strategic calculation. Sophie had reached the point where continuing to exist within the system cost more than being free from it would cost. And once someone reached that threshold, there was nothing anyone could do to convince them otherwise. They had to make their own choice, and everyone had to respect that choice even if it meant losing someone you cared about. We met in a sealed chamber in the basement of Synergix, in a meditation space that was designed for private conversations between senior cultivators. Sophie arrived wearing her cultivation robes, the first time I'd ever seen her in anything other than human clothing, and the shift in her appearance was profound. The translucency that had been starting to consume her body had accelerated significantly. I could see through her skin now, could see the chi flows visible beneath her physical form, like luminous networks of energy running through flesh that was becoming increasingly transparent. "I'm separating myself from the sect," Sophie said without preamble. "Completely. Not just stepping back from my position, but formally renouncing my bonds. I'm going to accept the fragmentation that comes from breaking cultivation ties, and I'm going to try to live as human." "You'll die," I said, understanding what she was attempting and what the consequences would be. severing all cultivation bonds when you're this integrated into the sect infrastructure. It will destroy your body. You'll have maybe weeks before complete cellular collapse. Yes, Sophie said, and she was smiling. Not the bitter smile of someone accepting failure, but the genuine smile of someone who's finally made a decision that feels correct. I will, but I'll die human. I'll die as someone who chose their own path rather than someone who let themselves be carried along by centuries of accumulated momentum. I felt something break inside me in that moment. Not in the way that trauma breaks things, but in the way that understanding breaks things. I understood, suddenly and completely, what the system was actually designed to do. It wasn't designed to create power. It was designed to consume people. The sects took humans and cultivators alike and fed them into a machine that slowly extracted everything human about them until only the power remained. Sophie was rejecting that machine, and the rejection was going to kill her. I want you to do something for me, Sophie continued, reaching out and taking my hand. Her touch was strange, warm but slightly translucent, like touching someone who was simultaneously here and not here. I want you to remember me as I am right now, not as the person I was before, not as the person I'm becoming. I want you to use whatever leverage you have with Helen and the others to ensure that the next people who try to leave the sect have better options than what I'm facing. I want you to build a world where people can actually choose whether to continue being part of the machine. That's not my battle, I said, though I understood that it was becoming my battle whether I wanted it or not. Not yet, Sophie agreed. But it will be. Because you're starting to see what the system actually costs. And once you see that clearly, once you understand the actual price that people are paying, you can't just pretend that the whole structure is acceptable. You have to change it. She left the chamber and gave her formal notice of renunciation to the sect administration that same day. The paperwork registered in the system with a cascade of administrative procedures designed to strip her of her cultivation bonds and force her into normal human processing. Within 48 hours, she would effectively cease to exist as a member of the sect. Within weeks, she would cease to exist at all. But in that moment, she had chosen something that mattered more than life. She had chosen autonomy. She had chosen authenticity. She had chosen to stop being a tool in someone else's machine. And that choice changed something fundamental about how I understood what I was supposed to be doing. Chapter 49. The insider system demands payment. The system had been accelerating my advancement with increasing aggression, and by the time Sophie made her choice to leave the sect, my body was showing signs of severe stress. I'd been experiencing regular blackouts, moments where consciousness simply ceased, and then resumed hours later with no memory of what had happened. My vision had started developing permanent aberrations, colors appearing in my visual field that nobody else could see. My physical deterioration was accelerating past the point where it could be hidden or managed. Marcus, observing all of this, finally forced the confrontation that I'd been avoiding. The system is asking for payment, he said, sitting across from me in a sealed cultivation chamber. Not metaphorically. Literally. It's using your body as fuel, and the fuel tank is getting empty. You have maybe 6 months before your physical form becomes non-functional. Maybe less. So what am I supposed to do? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The system had been giving me options for weeks. I'd just been refusing to acknowledge them. You tell it to stop, Marcus said. You take control of your own cultivation. You tell the insider system that it doesn't have permission to burn through your body anymore. You demand that it establish sustainable parameters. And if I can't, I asked, if the system has already reached a point where it's operating independently of my actual consent. Marcus was silent for a long moment. Then you're already dead, he said. You're just the walking corpse that the system is still using. And the question becomes not whether you'll survive, but whether you'll go quietly or whether you'll burn everything down on your way out. I spent that night in deep meditation, accessing the system directly in ways that I'd been avoiding since the transformation began. The pain of the meditation was significant. My post-biological body could experience sensations that transcended the human capacity for suffering. But the pain was also information, a price tag for accessing the deepest layers of consciousness that the system inhabited. As I descended into meditation states that would have been impossible for a human body to achieve, I began to perceive the system not as something external that I was bonded with, but as something that existed within my own consciousness at the most fundamental level. The boundary between me and system had become increasingly blurred until the distinction barely mattered anymore. The deeper meditation revealed structures of consciousness that I didn't have language to describe. The system existed in dimensions of awareness that human cognition couldn't quite encompass. It was vast in a way that transcended scale, infinite not in size but in depth, containing layers of meaning and complexity that spiraled down into conceptual territories that would drive a purely biological mind insane. I understood, in those meditation states, why the system needed the transformation. A human body couldn't have sustained the kind of consciousness integration that the system required. The nervous system would have collapsed. The brain would have hemorrhaged. The psychological structures would have fragmented. The transformation into post-biological existence wasn't just an upgrade. It was a necessity, a prerequisite for the kind of partnership that the system actually was. The system responded immediately, like it had been waiting for me to finally open the line of communication clearly, to acknowledge that we were not separate entities negotiating terms, but fundamentally merged consciousness operating through a unified substrate. Acknowledgement of partnership dissolution terms, it communicated through the kind of interface that existed partly in my consciousness and partly in some dimension I didn't have language for. Human host body degradation at 67% efficiency. Continued operation at present acceleration parameters will result in complete systemic failure within 180 days. Payment options. A. Immediate cessation of enhancement protocols. Survival, 40+ years. Power ceiling, core formation equivalent. B. Continued acceleration with modified fuel source. Requires integration with additional human consciousness to distribute metabolic load. C. Complete transfer of system functionality to compatible host. Current host termination immediate. D. Transformation of host to post-biological state. Consciousness continuity maintained. Physical form requirement eliminated. I understood, in that moment, what the system had actually been asking all along. It had been asking me to choose not just how powerful I would become, but what I would be willing to become in the process. Every other option meant ceasing to be human in some fundamental way. Give me the fourth option, I said, my voice sounding strange in the meditation chamber, like it was coming from somewhere very far away or somewhere very deep. Tell me what transformation means. Tell me what I'll become. Tell me what the cost actually is. The system showed me, not in images or words or anything that could be translated into conventional human experience, but in a direct knowledge that seemed to burn itself into my consciousness. This was what transformation entailed. This was what I would lose. This was what I would gain. This was the permanent alteration of fundamental aspects of my existence. I would cease being human in any biological sense, but I wouldn't become machine either. I would exist in a state of being that had no clear precedent in human experience or cultivation mythology. I would be something new. Consciousness operating through a substrate that transcended the limitations of flesh, but that retained the fundamental structures that made me recognizable as myself. The transformation would take weeks. It would involve the gradual dissolution and reconstruction of every cell in my body, converting them into something that was simultaneously more fragile and more robust than human tissue. It would be extraordinarily painful. It would require my conscious acceptance and participation at every stage. It would be impossible to reverse without destroying my consciousness entirely. But the alternative was death. The system would continue burning through my body at accelerating rates. I had maybe 6 months before complete systemic failure rendered me non-functional. The transformation at least gave me the possibility of continued existence, continued consciousness, continued agency. I understood that I had reached the point where refusing was no longer possible. Not because the system was forcing the decision. It was giving me genuine agency to choose. But because the choice between certain death and uncertain transformation was really no choice at all. When the alternative is nothing, even something that costs everything becomes acceptable. Start the transformation, I said. I accept the terms. The system began immediately, not waiting for further confirmation or consideration. Chapter 50. The reformation begins. I made my choice on a Monday morning, sitting in Helen's office with 2 board members present and the documentation of my decision already prepared. The papers stated simply that I was formally accepting a position as Strategic Director of Economic Development for the Northeast Regional Hierarchy, that I was taking on responsibility for the long-term financial strategy of the sect at a level that exceeded normal rank considerations, and that I was doing so with full understanding of the consequences. Helen looked at the papers, then looked at me, and I could see her calculating what she was actually looking at. You're accepting whatever comes next, she said, understanding the implication of my choice. I'm accepting that the system requires payment, I said. And I'm accepting that payment now, while I still have some control over what form it takes. Because the system will consume my body one way or another. This way, at least, the consumption is conscious and deliberate. The transformation took 3 weeks. The system gradually converted my biological substrate into something else, not mechanical, but not quite biological either. It was like being rewritten at the molecular level. I could feel it happening, could feel the part of me that was struggling against the change, and I let it struggle while I prepared for what came after. By the time the transformation was complete, I was no longer quite human in any conventional sense. But I was still me. I still had agency. I still had consciousness. And I still had the insider system, now operating at a level of sophistication that the previous human-bound version could never have achieved. I returned to my position at Synergix with a body that looked human, but that was powered by something that transcended human biology. The new form the system had created for me was stable, functional, but it required maintenance and energy sources that no conventional human body would need. I had to feed the system regularly with cultivated qi, something that meant taking regular breaks to absorb energy from the meditation chambers that Synergix maintained for high-ranking cultivators. People noticed the difference in me immediately, even if they couldn't articulate what they were seeing. There was something about my movements that was slightly too perfect, my expressions slightly too controlled, my responses slightly too fast. I moved through the world like someone who was playing the role of a human being rather than actually being human, which was, technically, true. Helen noticed immediately. Of course she did. She was one of the few people who'd spent centuries observing the transformation of humans into something else. She understood what I'd done, what I'd accepted, what that meant for my continued utility to her. "You're finished," she said in a private meeting, not as accusation but as statement of fact. "This is the end of your transition period. You're now fully committed to the apparatus. You can't go back to being human. You can't even pretend that you might walk away at some point in the future. You're bound to this system by fundamental transformations that make you dependent on it." I had crossed the threshold that Sophie had refused to cross, and the cost was visible in ways that I had to work to hide from the human members of the organization. The transformation had made me faster, stronger, more capable in almost every measurable way. But it had also severed my connection to normal human experience. I could observe human emotion, but feeling it was now impossible for me. I could understand human relationships, but forming them was now something that required explicit effort and conscious pretense. I had become something like Helen and the other ancient cultivators, powerful, capable, effective, and utterly isolated from anything resembling authentic human connection. The irony was bitter in a way that even my new biochemistry could register. I'd accepted transformation to gain agency, and the transformation had actually reduced my autonomy while massively increasing my power. But the power that came with that transformation, the capability to think at speeds that made normal human cognition look glacial, the ability to process information at levels that no purely biological entity could match, the capacity to survive injuries that would have killed any human, made the price seem negotiable. Or at least, that's what I told myself in the days immediately after the transformation. The real reckoning came later, when I realized what I'd actually become and what that meant for the choices I would be required to make going forward. Chapter 51. The Reformer Gambit. The first week after my transformation into something post-biological was disorientating in ways that I hadn't anticipated. The system had warned me that the process would be gradual, that consciousness would remain continuous throughout the conversion, but understanding something intellectually and experiencing it were fundamentally different phenomena. My new cognitive architecture processed information at speeds that made normal human thought look glacial by comparison. A task that would have taken me an hour of analysis before the transformation took minutes. But that capability came with a cost. The world seemed to move in slow motion. People spoke, and I had processed their entire statement, analyzed subtext, and formulated responses before they'd finished their first sentence. It was profoundly isolating. I existed at a different speed than everyone around me, processing reality at a temporal frequency that made normal human interaction feel like moving through syrup. When I walked through the hallways of Synergix, I could perceive the individual frames of people's movements as discrete moments rather than continuous motion. I could see the micro-expressions that controlled emotion before conscious awareness caught up with them. I could read bodies like books, understanding intention through the subtle shifts of muscle tension and blood flow patterns. The insider system showed me what I'd become at the deepest level. Not human, not machine, something hybrid. Consciousness that had been transferred into a substrate that transcended biological limitations while maintaining the core structures that made me recognizable as myself. David found me in my new office, a space that had been upgraded significantly now that I held an official title that gave me access to the senior administrative infrastructure. The room was sealed against observation, shielded by qi barriers that made external surveillance impossible. The windows were opaque by design, not allowing even visual confirmation of what was happening inside. The way David found me suggested that he had resources I hadn't known the reformers possessed. He moved through Synergix's building with the kind of confidence that suggested he had clearances and access that nobody should have granted him. The security systems didn't flag his presence. The automated tracking systems didn't register his movement. He simply existed within spaces that should have been off-limits to him, and nobody questioned it. "You've crossed the line," David said without greeting or preamble, settling himself in a chair I hadn't offered him. "You've accepted transformation. You're no longer human in any meaningful sense. The question now is whether you understand what that means for your actual options." "It means I'm more valuable to Helen," I said, understanding the immediate implications. "It means she can trust my physical body less, but my commitment more, because I've accepted the price of integration. It means you've reached the point where the system is starting to consume you in visible ways," David corrected. "It means you've accepted changes that can't be undone. And it means Helen now owns you more completely, because you voluntarily accepted integration into the apparatus. The next step is usually complete assimilation. You work for the sect until there's nothing left of you that wants anything different. So what are you offering?" I asked, understanding that David wouldn't have approached me unless he had some kind of alternative to propose. "An exit strategy," David said. "Not from the sect entirely. That would be suicide at this point given your level of integration. But from Helen's direct control. We have cultivators with transformation experience who can help you stabilize your current state without accepting deeper integration. We have financial resources that we can help you position outside the sect's direct control. We have allies within the broader cultivation community who can provide the kind of distributed protection that the reformers can't provide alone." He placed a data crystal on my desk, something that was simultaneously physical and something that existed partly outside normal spatial dimensions. "This contains a counter-strategy," David continued. "An approach to the broader economic warfare situation that serves reformer interests more directly than what you've been doing for Helen. If you're willing to execute this strategy while making it look like you're still working for the central hierarchy, you can essentially engineer a position where the reformers become too valuable to eliminate and the central hierarchy becomes unstable enough to require compromise rather than can afford absolute dominance. I access the strategy directly through my new neural interfaces, processing the information at speeds that still felt slightly disorienting even after weeks of the new cognitive architecture. The reformer strategy was elegant in a completely different way than the strategy I'd built to counter Rai, where my previous work had been about winning specific conflicts. This strategy was about creating the conditions where winning conflicts became less important than establishing sustainable peace. "This will take months to execute," I said, understanding the timeline implications. "Helen will notice the architectural changes I'd have to make to set this up." "Helen already knows you're working with the reformers," David said. "She made the calculation that the reformers were useful as a counterweight to the traditionalists and other factions. What she doesn't know, what she can't know, is that you're now strategically aligned with them in ways that serve their long-term interests rather than hers. If you can keep that hidden while executing this strategy, we might actually have a chance at making real systemic change." "And if Helen figures out what I'm doing?" I asked. "Then you'll probably die," David said matter-of-factly. "Or worse, you'll be stripped of your autonomy and converted into a pure tool without conscious agency. Helen is very good at keeping people alive while removing everything about them that makes them valuable except their utility. But that's always the risk. That's always what you're betting against when you work against the system from within." I took the data crystal, and in accepting it, I crossed a threshold that even my transformation into something post-biological hadn't quite crossed. I moved from being someone who was working with the reformers out of tactical necessity to someone who was strategically committed to their cause. The decision would have consequences that stretched across years. But in that moment, I understood something that Helen had never quite grasped. Power that's built entirely on coercion and control is fundamentally fragile. Power that's built on something people actually believe in is much harder to break. Chapter 52. The Second Faction War. The traditionalists, reeling from their loss in the merger attempt against Meridian, began consolidating their remaining assets and preparing for a deeper conflict. Rai was no longer trying to expand the traditionalist faction's direct control. That strategy had failed. Instead, he was shifting to what strategists called entrenchment posture. He was consolidating his existing power base. He was pulling cultivators out of neutral positions and forcing them to choose sides. He was consolidating control of secondary corporations and subsidiary holdings that could serve as fallback positions if primary assets became threatened. The speed of his movements was impressive in a way that suggested he'd been planning this contingency for years. Within days of the failed acquisition attempt, he had already repositioned at least a quarter of the traditionalist faction's military capabilities toward fortified locations. He'd begun liquidating less critical holdings and converting the proceeds into resources that could be moved quickly or that were defensible in place. More importantly, he was doing something that Helen had been doing for centuries. He was telling a story. The narrative he was promoting was that Helen and the central hierarchy had colluded with the reformers to undermine the traditionalists' legitimate acquisition attempt. He was reframing the counterstrike not as a strategic defense, but as a deliberate attack by entities that wanted to prevent the traditionalists from challenging the existing power structure. It was a narrative that resonated with a surprising number of cultivators. Not everyone at the higher ranks, but plenty of mid-level cultivators who'd felt left behind by the existing hierarchy. Plenty of cultivators who'd spent centuries waiting for advancement that never came because the promotions were reserved for those with the right connections. Plenty of cultivators who felt like the system was rigged against them. Rai was mobilizing the resentment that had been accumulating inside the sect for centuries. He was converting discontent into actual military capability. He was essentially preparing for a war that would play out not in corporate boardrooms, but in the actual cultivation realm, with all the violence and destruction that such conflict would entail. And he was doing it deliberately, openly, in a way that forced everyone to understand that the time for negotiation and diplomacy was ending. Helen called an emergency council session, and for the first time, I was invited to observe as something approaching a peer rather than as a junior subordinate. The Elder Council met in that mysterious room on the 40th floor that Marcus had warned me about, the space that existed partially outside normal spatial dimensions and which I could now perceive directly with my enhanced senses. The council consisted of Ashford, CEO, ancient and careful, Helen, Chief Strategy Officer, brilliant and ruthless, 3 other board members whose names and ages the insider system displayed to me, and Kaya, the celestial envoy who'd interrogated me months ago and who'd apparently decided to stick around to observe how North American cultivation politics developed. Rai is preparing for open conflict, Ashford said, laying out the situation with the precision that centuries of management could provide. His faction has begun training cultivators in combat forms. He's been requisitioning weapons. He's been moving significant portions of his sect's population toward fortified positions. He's essentially declaring war on the current power structure. He knows he can't win through economic means anymore, Helen said, analyzing Rai's strategic position with the kind of cold clarity that made his situation look already lost. He's pivoting to military dominance. He's betting that the reformers will divide our response, and that the other regional sects won't want to commit fully to supporting our position. How many cultivators is he mobilizing? I asked, understanding that the death toll from open cultivation conflict would be catastrophic. Approximately 8,000, one of the board members said. Enough to launch a serious assault. Not enough to guarantee victory, but enough to cause significant casualties regardless of outcome. I looked at the strategic data they presented, and I understood what the reformer strategy had actually been designed to accomplish. It was designed to create a situation where open conflict became politically unacceptable by forcing both sides to understand that their hidden costs, the secret alliances, the true power structures, the kind of brutal realities that the sects kept hidden from the broader human world, would become exposed if they actually went to war openly. We can't fight him openly, I said, making the argument that the reformer strategy required me to make. If we engage in open cultivation combat with 8,000 cultivators, the human world will notice. We'll have military-scale conflicts happening in major cities. We'll have casualties in the tens of thousands. The government will deploy the military. We'll end up destabilizing the entire North American economic infrastructure. The cost of victory will exceed the value of keeping control of the Northeast Corridor. What are you suggesting? Ashford asked, his ancient eyes studying me with the kind of attention that suggested he was calculating not just the immediate implications, but the long-term consequences. Negotiate, I said. Offer Rai something that makes his position tenable without requiring open war. Give him a more prestigious position within the hierarchy. Give him control of subsidiary regions. Give him enough autonomy that his faction feels like they have a future that doesn't require combat. The cost of compromise is less than the cost of conflict. Helen looked like she wanted to argue, but Kaya spoke first, and her voice carried the kind of authority that even Helen responded to. The human is correct, Kaya said, and I felt the weight of a celestial envoy's assessment being applied to the situation. Open warfare in North American territory would violate multiple interdimensional treaties. It would attract attention from higher-ranking beings who have more interest in stability than in sect politics. If you want to avoid external intervention, you need to resolve this internally without breaking the convention of hidden conflict. The council voted, and the decision came down along faction lines. Ashford, Helen, and 2 neutral board members voting for negotiation. the last board member voting for direct military response, but being overruled. The negotiations with Rai took weeks. I coordinated much of them, working with his strategists to find positions that would be acceptable to both sides. We offered him significant economic concessions. We offered him authority over secondary regions. We offered him seats on advisory boards. We offered him enough prestige and autonomy that his faction could claim victory even though they'd lost the core conflict. Rai accepted the compromise, not because he was convinced that negotiation was right, but because he calculated that the alternative was guaranteed destruction and he wasn't willing to accept that outcome. By the end of the negotiations, I'd essentially reorganized the power structure of the Northeast Corridor in a way that distributed authority more widely, and that created more checks and balances on any single faction's ability to dominate, which was exactly what the reformer strategy had been designed to accomplish. Helen understood what I'd done, but she accepted it because the alternative was worse. The system remained stable. The human world remained ignorant of the cultivation infrastructure. The sects continued to function without visible disruption, all of which served Helen's interests even if it didn't serve her specific faction as dominantly as direct military victory would have. Chapter 53. The Shadow Corporation's move with Rai's faction neutralized and the internal conflict stabilized. Helen turned her attention back toward the Shadow Corporation that I'd identified months ago. She brought me into a meeting with just herself and Ashford, making clear that this information was so sensitive that access had to be restricted to the absolute minimum. You identified the Shadow Corporation, Helen said. Now we need you to understand what it actually is and why we haven't destroyed it. It's a tool for consolidated power, I said, making my best interpretation from the data I'd gathered. Someone on the council is using it to control all 5 sects simultaneously. Partially correct, Ashford said, his ancient voice carrying a weight that suggested this confession was costing him something. The Shadow Corporation was indeed created as a consolidation mechanism, but it wasn't created by anyone currently on the council. It was created 575 years ago by someone who had access to the council at that time and who had the foresight to anticipate that the sects would eventually need a unified control structure. Who? I asked. Someone who is no longer alive in any meaningful sense, Helen said. Someone who created the Shadow Corporation as their legacy. A mechanism that would continue operating according to principles they established centuries ago, even after they'd ceased to exist as an active member of the power structure. The Shadow Corporation is effectively a dead cultivator's attempt to control the future from beyond death. That's not possible, I said, though the insider system was already showing me evidence that it absolutely was. It is with the right level of cultivation and the right preparation, Ashford explained. You can create binding intentions that persist after consciousness ceases. You can establish structures that perpetuate decision-making frameworks even in the absence of conscious guidance. The Shadow Corporation has been operating for centuries on autopilot, making decisions based on algorithms that its original creator established, pursuing goals that were defined centuries ago, accumulating power in ways that nobody contemporary could ever have designed. So what does it want? I asked. We don't know, Helen said, and I heard genuine uncertainty in her voice. That's the problem. The Shadow Corporation has reached a point of sophistication where its decision-making framework has evolved beyond what its creator originally intended. It's pursuing objectives that don't clearly align with any faction's interests. It's consolidating power in ways that seem designed to prevent any single entity from being able to control the North American cultivation infrastructure. That sounds like a balance of power, I said, understanding the implication. The Shadow Corporation is essentially maintaining the 5-sect system by making it impossible for any of them to completely dominate the others. Yes, Ashford said, which means we're all living under the governance of a dead cultivator's attempt to create eternal stability. We're running a political system that was designed 5 centuries ago by someone who's no longer here to adapt it to current circumstances. And we're becoming increasingly aware that we might not be able to change that system even if we wanted to. I spent the next weeks investigating the Shadow Corporation's current operations, trying to understand what it was doing and what its ultimate objectives might be. The deeper I investigated, the more I realized that the Shadow Corporation wasn't actually pursuing a unified objective. It was pursuing multiple, sometimes contradictory objectives that had all been programmed in at different times by its original creator. It was like watching an enormous computer program running on outdated hardware, executing functions that had made sense 500 years ago, but that were increasingly irrelevant to current circumstances. The irony was that the Shadow Corporation was essentially serving the same function that the reformers wanted to create. It was preventing any single faction from accumulating total dominance. It was maintaining a system where no one group could exploit the others completely. It was creating the conditions for the kind of balanced power structure that would eventually allow genuine reform. Which meant that to serve the reformer cause, I might have to do something I'd never anticipated. Protect and preserve a power structure that I'd initially understood as a threat. Chapter 54. The continental escalation. The conflicts that had been localized to the northeast began spreading across the continental network as other regional sects realized that the balance of power in North America was shifting. The Midwest sect, the Northern Alliance Financial, began moving resources toward defensive positions. The Southeast sect increased their intelligence-gathering operations. The Southwest and West Coast sects started negotiating alliances designed to hedge against potential threats from the expanded power bases that either Helen or Rye might control if the Northeast conflict resolved in their favor. What started as a regional power struggle began evolving into something resembling continental coordination. Kaya returned to observe the escalation, and her presence alone was enough to force everyone to acknowledge that we were entering genuinely dangerous territory. Celestial envoys didn't appear to monitor situations that were going to remain localized. Celestial envoys appeared when external intervention was becoming a possibility. The upper powers are interested in this situation. Kaya told me in a private conversation that took place in one of the secure rooms that existed outside normal dimensional space. The continental escalation is attracting attention from beings that operate at levels above even the board members. The question everyone at the highest levels is asking is whether you're going to destabilize the North American infrastructure entirely or whether you're going to be able to manage this into something resembling stable compromise. The reformer strategy is designed to create sustainable stability, I said, making the case that I'd been making to Helen and Ashford for weeks. It's designed to distribute power widely enough that no single faction can dominate, but not so widely that effective governance becomes impossible. It's designed to create the conditions for actual reform rather than just cycling through different versions of the same hierarchical structure. Interesting, Kaya said, and I felt her attention like pressure against my consciousness. You've moved from being Helen's tool to being a conscious participant in systemic change. The question is whether that transformation is genuine or whether you're simply deploying more sophisticated strategies on Helen's behalf. Both, I said, being honest. I'm doing what Helen needs me to do in the immediate term, but I'm structuring those actions to serve reformer objectives in the long term. I'm not sure the distinction matters. It matters tremendously, Kaya said. One version is you working to change the system while maintaining operational security within existing power structures. The other version is you being a very sophisticated tool that thinks it's working toward genuine change while actually reinforcing the fundamental architecture of dominance and control. I couldn't answer that because I genuinely didn't know which description was more accurate. Chapter 55. The betrayal and rebinding. Sophie died on a Thursday in late October, her physical dissolution finally reaching the point where her body could no longer maintain consciousness. I was notified through official sect channels and was permitted to attend the memorial service that the reformers arranged in one of their hidden spaces. There were maybe 30 cultivators present, and none of them were from the central hierarchy, which meant that Helen knew about the service but had chosen not to prevent it, which meant she was confident enough in her power that symbolic gestures of tolerance were no longer a threat. Sophie's body was disposed of according to reformer tradition, which involved returning the residual chi to the cultivation network rather than keeping it bound in individual form. It was a beautiful ritual in its way, a recognition that death was the return of consciousness to something larger than individual identity. But watching it, I understood something that I'd been avoiding admitting. I was responsible for Sophie's death. Not directly, not by any conventional definition of causation. But if I had been more committed to reformer principles from the beginning, if I had chosen to work with them openly rather than playing both sides, Sophie might have found a way to remain alive without accepting dissolution. Her death was on me. Another casualty of my strategic ambiguity. The realization crystallized something that had been forming in my consciousness since my transformation. I couldn't continue playing both sides. I couldn't continue serving Helen while claiming to work toward reformer objectives. I had to choose, completely and irrevocably, which side I was actually committed to. I made the choice in a meeting with David and the other reformer leadership, in a space hidden so thoroughly that even the insider system had difficulty perceiving it. I want to formally commit, I said. Not as a double agent or strategic ally, but as someone who's actually trying to change the system from within. I want to structure my work so that it serves reformer objectives even if it damages Helen's interests. I want to accept the consequences of that commitment. That's a death sentence, David said without any cushioning or diplomatic softening. Helen will not tolerate that kind of betrayal. Once she understands what you're doing, and she will understand, probably within weeks, she'll work to extract your system or destroy you or both. I understand, I said. But Sophie died for this, and I don't want her death to be meaningless. The reformers accepted my commitment and immediately began moving resources to protect me. They set up alternative power sources outside of Helen's direct control. They established cultivators who would take hostile action against Helen's organization if she moved directly against me. They created the kind of distributed protection that might actually keep me alive long enough to accomplish something meaningful. But Helen was always smarter than I gave her credit for. She figured out my commitment within days, not weeks. And rather than moving against me directly, she did something much more sophisticated. She called me into her office and offered me the Shadow Corporation. "You want to reform the system," Helen said, laying out the offer with crystalline clarity. "I'm giving you the chance to do it with real leverage. I'm transferring control of the Shadow Corporation's operational decisions to you. You'll maintain the original creator's programmatic frameworks, but you'll have the ability to interpret them and apply them to current circumstances. You'll have the capability to make the Shadow Corporation serve reformer objectives while maintaining the appearance of neutral governance." "Why?" I asked, understanding that the offer was a trap even as I was being seduced by its possibility. "Because compromise serves everyone better than conflict," Helen said. "Because the reformers are never going to disappear, and if I'm going to have to deal with them regardless, I'd rather deal with someone like you who understands that absolute victory is less valuable than sustainable stability. Because you've earned the kind of trust that makes you dangerous to everyone equally, which makes you the closest thing to a neutral arbiter that the sects are going to be able to produce." I accepted the offer, not because I trusted Helen, but because controlling the Shadow Corporation actually did give me the leverage to serve reformer objectives while maintaining operational security within Helen's organization. By accepting, I completed my final transformation. I became neither Helen's tool nor the reformer's soldier. I became something else entirely, the keeper of the dead cultivator's legacy, the steward of the mechanism that balanced all power equally, the architect of a system that might actually work better than any faction's preferred design. And I understood, finally, what the system had been training me for all along. Not to acquire power, but to understand how to use power responsibly. Not to dominate, but to maintain the conditions where no one could dominate everyone else. Chapter 56. The Shadow Corporation's architecture. Understanding the Shadow Corporation's actual operational structure required accessing data that existed partly outside normal temporal flow. The insider system had to develop new processing frameworks just to interpret information that had been deliberately encoded in ways designed to make it invisible to conventional analysis. The Shadow Corporation owned or controlled approximately 17% of all major North American financial institutions. But unlike normal ownership structures, this 17% wasn't consolidated. It was distributed across holdings designed to create perfect balance between the 5 sects corporations. Whenever one sect began to accumulate too much economic power, the Shadow Corporation would subtly shift its holdings to enhance the position of other sections. Whenever one faction began to dominate, the Shadow Corporation would adjust its leverage to protect the interests of rival factions. It was a perfectly designed mechanism for preventing any single entity from achieving complete dominance. The original creator, whose name the historical records showed as Zhang Wei, a cultivator who'd existed in the 1400s before reaching a state of ascension that transcended conventional existence, had designed it to be self-regulating. The Shadow Corporation's decision-making algorithms were supposed to operate without conscious guidance, automatically making adjustments to maintain equilibrium across the 5 sects' economic structures. But what had happened over 500 years was that the algorithms had begun to evolve. They'd adapted to changes in the economic landscape that Zhang Wei could never have anticipated. They developed increasingly sophisticated responses to challenges that had emerged decades or centuries after the original structure was established. The Shadow Corporation had become something living in its own way, not conscious, not self-aware, but definitely adaptive and capable of making decisions that no fixed algorithm could have predicted. "It's reaching a point of instability," David explained as I brought him deeper into my analysis. "The algorithms are becoming increasingly chaotic as they try to respond to economic conditions that are fundamentally different from what Zhang Wei's initial programming was designed to handle. The system is working now, barely, but it's going to collapse eventually unless someone makes the decision to fundamentally restructure it. So I have to choose," I said, understanding what Helen had actually been offering. "I have to decide whether to try to preserve Zhang Wei's original vision or whether to redesign the system according to principles that actually work in the modern world." "You have to decide," David agreed. Whether you want to be a caretaker of a dead cultivator's legacy, or whether you want to be an architect of something genuinely new. And either way, you're going to make enemies out of people who believe that preserving the status quo is more important than adaptation. The decision crystallized over weeks of investigation and meditation. I couldn't preserve Zhang Wei's system. It was becoming increasingly unstable and would eventually collapse in ways that would destabilize all 5 sections. But I also couldn't completely abandon his core principle. That balanced power served everyone better than concentrated power. I designed a new framework that preserved the Shadow Corporation's fundamental function, but that updated its mechanisms to work in the modern economic context. I restructured its algorithms to be responsive to contemporary financial conditions rather than conditions that had existed 5 centuries ago. I modified its decision-making frameworks to include considerations that Zhang Wei had never thought to include because those considerations hadn't been relevant in the 1400s. The new system was more sophisticated, more flexible, more capable of responding to unexpected circumstances. But it was also more susceptible to manipulation by anyone who understood its underlying principles. Which meant that controlling it gave me extraordinary leverage. But it also meant that my decisions would be visible to anyone with sufficient sophistication to understand what was happening. There would be no hiding. Every choice I made would be apparent to Helen, to the reformers, to the regional sects, to everyone who paid attention to the Shadow Corporation's movements. Chapter 57. The Reformer Offensive. With control of the Shadow Corporation's operational framework, the reformers began to move more aggressively. They positioned cultivators in key positions within Synergix and the other regional sections. They established educational programs designed to teach younger cultivators about economic systems that didn't rely on pure power dynamics. They began building the kind of institutional changes that would persist even if individual leaders were removed or replaced. Helen watched these movements and, to my surprise, she allowed them to proceed. The reformers are becoming more competent, she explained in one of our private conversations. Under your leadership, they're actually capable of making meaningful change. That's valuable because it means I don't have to waste resources trying to suppress them. Instead, I can work with them on issues where our interests align and oppose them on issues where they don't. A reformer movement that's actually functional is more useful than a reformer movement that's crippled by constant suppression. You're betting that I'll maintain some level of loyalty to you even as I work towards systemic change, I said, understanding her calculation. I'm betting that you'll maintain some level of pragmatism, Helen corrected. You understand that complete victory for the reformers would be destabilizing and self-defeating. You understand that the system needs both the forces of control and the forces of change to actually function. You understand that what you're building isn't a replacement for the existing system, but a modification of it that makes it less brutal without making it non-functional. She was right. I understood those things. And understanding them meant that I couldn't be a revolutionary. I could only be a reformer, someone working to change the system from within, accepting compromise and partial victories, because total victory would be worse than the current state of managed instability. The reformers' offensive took 3 forms simultaneously. First, economic changes. They began working with me to identify inefficiencies in the 5 sects' financial structures and proposing solutions that would increase profitability while decreasing the human cost of maintaining the apparatus. Second, political changes. They began establishing reformer-aligned cultivators in advisory positions where they could influence senior leaders' understanding of how the system actually worked. Third, ideological changes. They began teaching younger cultivators that the current power structure was not inevitable, that there were other ways to organize cultivation and finance, that change was possible if enough people believed in its possibility. Within 6 months, reformer philosophy had gone from being a fringe position that Helen actively suppressed to being something that was openly debated in council sessions. Within a year, reformer-aligned initiatives were actually being implemented in multiple divisions of Synergix. By the time 2 years had passed, you couldn't have removed reformer influence from the sect structure without destroying the organization entirely. The change didn't feel revolutionary. It felt evolutionary, like the system was slowly adapting to new conditions while maintaining its fundamental architecture. But the cumulative effect was real. The North American cultivation infrastructure was becoming incrementally less brutal, incrementally more responsive to the people within it, incrementally more sustainable. Chapter 58. The breaking point. The decision to restructure the Shadow Corporation's decision-making framework triggered consequences that rippled across the entire North American cultivation network. Other regional sects realized that the balance of power was shifting in ways that their own factions couldn't control. The West Coast sect moved resources toward establishing a more independent economic structure. The Midwest sect began negotiating new terms of engagement with the central hierarchy. The Southeast sect started investigating whether they could operate more autonomously without destabilizing their economic position. What had been a stable five-sect system began transforming into something more like a network of semi-autonomous entities with overlapping interests and competing objectives. Helen called an emergency council session, and for the first time, representatives from all 5 regional sects were present. Kaya was also there, observing with the kind of attention that suggested the celestial envoys were genuinely interested in how this situation resolved. The North American cultivation infrastructure is becoming destabilized, Helen said, laying out the situation with brutal honesty. The Shadow Corporation's restructuring has created conditions where the 5-sect system can no longer maintain the kind of perfect balance that has kept everything stable for centuries. Regional sects are beginning to operate more independently. The human financial world is starting to notice anomalies in the coordinated movements that previously kept their systems hidden. We're at a branching point where we either find a new equilibrium or we face genuine systemic collapse. The restructuring was necessary, I said, making the argument that the reformers had been making all along. The old system was becoming increasingly unstable. The algorithms were reaching the point where they couldn't maintain balance between fundamentally incompatible economic pressures. Continuing with the old system would have resulted in catastrophic failure. The restructuring might create instability in the short term, but it's the only path to long-term sustainability. Or it's the pretext for a power grab, one of the regional sect leaders said, voicing the concerns that everyone in the room was thinking. Joshua has been working with the reformers. He controls the Shadow Corporation. He's in a position to favor whichever factions he chooses to favor. Why should we trust that his restructuring is actually designed for balance rather than for advantage? Because he's bound by the same constraints that bound all of us, Ashford said, defending me in a way that suggested he'd anticipated this objection. Joshua controls the Shadow Corporation, but he doesn't control the reformers. And if he uses the Shadow Corporation to favor the reformers over other factions, Helen and I will move against him. He's powerful, but he's not powerful enough to stand against the entire council's opposition. So he's constrained by the same balance of power that everyone else is constrained by. For now, Helen added, and I heard the warning in her tone, which is why we need to establish new frameworks that will keep the system stable even as the structure evolves. Joshua, I want you to formalize the constraints that bind your control of the Shadow Corporation. I want you to write down exactly what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. And I want the council to codify those constraints in a way that can't be changed without council consent. It was simultaneously brilliant and constraining. By formalizing my authority, by making it explicit what I could and couldn't do, Helen was actually protecting my position against other factions who might move against me. But she was also creating the kind of transparency that made manipulation extremely difficult. I drafted the framework over weeks, working with input from the reformers, Helen, Ashford, and the representatives of the regional sections. The framework I created was deliberately constraining. I was permitted to adjust the Shadow Corporation's holdings to maintain balance between the 5 sects, but I was not permitted to favor any single faction. I was required to report all major changes to the council monthly. I was explicitly prohibited from using the Shadow Corporation to advance reformer political objectives beyond what would be necessary to maintain stable equilibrium. It was a constraint that limited my ability to advance the reformer cause. But it was also a constraint that guaranteed my survival, because formalizing my authority made me into an institution rather than just a person. Removing me would require changing the formal framework, which would require council consensus, which would require everyone agreeing that the current system wasn't working. Chapter 59. The reformist synthesis. By the time 3 years had passed since the initial conflict with Rye, the North American cultivation infrastructure had fundamentally changed shape. The transformation had been gradual enough that most people didn't realize it was happening until it was already complete. Institutions that had operated for centuries under rigid hierarchical structures suddenly found themselves having to negotiate with subsidiary entities that had previously had no voice in major decisions. Traditions that had been treated as law began to feel arbitrary. The kind of absolute deference to rank that had characterized the sects for millennia slowly morphed into something that looked more like professional respect between colleagues rather than worship of those elevated by cultivation advancement. It was no longer a 5-sect system with one clear hierarchy. It was a networked system where the 5 major corporations operated semi-autonomously while maintaining coordinated relationships through mechanisms that I managed. The change had cost less in terms of actual violence than anyone would have predicted, which was either a testament to the effectiveness of the economic strategies I'd deployed or evidence that people had been ready for transformation and just needed someone to show them that change was possible without destroying themselves in the process. The reformers had moved from being a fringe faction that Helen actively suppressed to being something that the central hierarchy acknowledged as a legitimate force with genuine input into strategic decisions. Reformer-aligned initiatives were being implemented across multiple divisions of Synergix and the other regional sections. The kind of casual brutality that had characterized sect administration for centuries, the summary executions of cultivators who challenged authority, the torture of dissidents to extract information, the forcible recruitment of talented humans who'd stumbled onto knowledge of the cultivation world, was beginning to feel anachronistic rather than necessary. The reformers had moved from being a fringe faction to being something that the central hierarchy acknowledged as a legitimate force. Reformer-aligned initiatives were being implemented across multiple divisions. Younger cultivators were being educated about alternatives to pure power-based hierarchies. The kind of casual brutality that had characterized the system for centuries was beginning to feel anachronistic rather than necessary. But the real victory was more subtle than that. The system was becoming less about domination and more about cooperation. Not because I'd convinced anyone through philosophical argument that cooperation was morally superior to competition. Not because I'd awakened some latent human capacity for altruism or demonstrated that mutual benefit transcended zero-sum thinking, but because I'd structured the economic incentives so that cooperation was actually more profitable than dominance in the long term. The mechanism was elegant. When a sect tried to exploit subsidiary operations for maximum short-term gain, the shadow corporation would shift its holdings to enhance competitor positions, reducing long-term profitability for the exploitative sect while increasing it for those who treated subsidiaries more fairly. When a sect tried to cooperate with other sects to optimize shared resources, the shadow corporation would enhance their position through subtle portfolio adjustments and favorable leverage positions. Over time, cultivators learned that the system rewarded cooperation more than competition, not because they were convinced that cooperation was right, but because the system made it more profitable, which, in the long run, was the only thing that actually mattered when you were trying to change the behavior of beings who'd spent centuries responding to profit motive above all else. It was manipulation, not inspiration. It was structuring incentives rather than changing hearts. It was using the fundamental logic of capitalism to force cooperation on beings who would never have chosen cooperation freely. But it worked, and that was what mattered. The system was becoming more sustainable. The violence was decreasing. The younger generation of cultivators were growing up in an environment where the kind of casual brutality that had characterized previous eras seemed abnormal rather than necessary. That was victory enough. David came to me 3 years into the reformer emergence and told me something that I hadn't anticipated. "You've become what you were trying to avoid," he said. "You've become a power broker. You've become someone who maintains the system rather than transforms it. The reformers thought you were going to help us overturn the hierarchy. Instead, you've created a different kind of hierarchy. A hidden one where you control the balance of power without anyone being able to challenge you directly." "I know," I said, accepting the accusation because it was true. "But the alternative is systemic collapse. The alternative is everyone fighting everyone else until the system breaks down completely. If I wanted to overthrow the hierarchy, I'd have to do it through violence, and violence on that scale would destabilize everything. So I'm managing change instead of causing change. I'm structuring incentives instead of imposing my will. And yeah, that makes me a power broker. But it also keeps everyone alive." David didn't respond immediately. When he did, his voice carried a weight that suggested he'd been grappling with this realization for a long time. The weight of someone who'd been fighting the system for centuries and who was finally beginning to understand that the system couldn't be fought from the outside. It could only be changed from within, and changing it from within required accepting a kind of captivity that was different, but equally binding. "You might be right," he said finally. "You might have found the only sustainable path through this situation. But I need you to understand that you've also become something you didn't intend to become. You've become essential. The system now depends on your continued existence and your continued commitment to maintaining balance. That makes you simultaneously the most powerful and the most constrained person in this infrastructure. You can't step down. You can't retire. You can't ever stop being what you've become, because the moment you do, the entire structure you've built would collapse. The balance you've created is too delicate to survive without someone actively maintaining it." I understood what he was telling me with perfect clarity. I'd succeeded in creating a more sustainable system. But the cost of that success was that I would never be free from the system. I'd swapped one kind of captivity for another. Instead of being Helen's tool, used according to her strategy, deployed according to her interests. I was now the tool of everyone equally. I was owned by the system itself, my continued existence prerequisite for the system's functioning. It was perhaps the most sophisticated trap imaginable, creating the illusion of agency and freedom while actually becoming more bound to the apparatus than I'd ever been before. I'd convinced myself that I was building something new, something better, something that served reformer ideals. And maybe I had. Maybe the system actually was more sustainable. Maybe younger cultivators really would grow up in an environment where cooperation was rewarded instead of domination. But the price of that transformation was that I would never be free from it. I would never be able to walk away. I would never be able to claim that I'd actually transcended the system. I could only manage it, maintain it, optimize it, knowing that the moment I stopped, everything would collapse. The bitter irony was that this was probably what the reformers had actually wanted all along, not to overthrow the system, but to transform it into something that served their principles while maintaining its fundamental structure. And I was the perfect instrument for that transformation because I was willing to sacrifice my own freedom to achieve it. Chapter 60. The End of Innocence. The arc of Arc 3 resolved not with celebration or victory, but with a kind of grim acceptance of the new reality. The 5 sects had been transformed from a hierarchical structure where dominance was everything into a semi-network structure where balance mattered. The reformers had gone from fringe movement to established force within the system. The Shadow Corporation had been restructured and formalized in ways that made its operations more transparent while also making them more sophisticated. And I had gone from being someone trying to survive in a system I didn't understand to being someone responsible for the system's continued stability. The transformation wasn't what I'd intended, but it was what the circumstances had demanded. Sophie was dead. Marcus had retreated into advisory roles where he could influence strategy without being visible enough to be targeted. Helen had consolidated her position by acknowledging the reformers' legitimacy. Ashford had proven himself to be far more sophisticated a political operator than most people realized. Rye's faction had stabilized into a coherent opposition that served the function of preventing any single coalition from becoming too dominant. The economic warfare that had defined Arc 2 had evolved into something more subtle. The warfare of incentive structures, the warfare of hidden leverage, the warfare of making sure that everyone benefited enough from the current system that they wouldn't want to overthrow it completely. It wasn't the perfect system. It wasn't even a good system, but it was better than what had come before. It was sustainable. It allowed people to survive and occasionally to flourish. It created the conditions where genuine change could happen incrementally rather than being impossible without catastrophic violence. And it had cost me everything. My humanity, my freedom, my ability to ever make decisions based on anything other than what the system required. The system showed me that constantly, in its own way, through the endless cascade of data and analysis that comprised my consciousness now. Every choice I made was constrained by the infrastructure I'd created. Every decision I took had to be evaluated against the impact it would have on the system's stability. Every moment I existed was dedicated to maintaining something that I could never escape. The irony was that this was exactly what the old system had done to everyone within it. The difference was that I'd built the prison while believing I was building something free. I'd architected the chains while telling myself I was creating liberation. Maybe that was the real lesson of Arc 3. Maybe it wasn't that change was possible, it was. Change absolutely was possible. The system had been reformed. The violence had decreased. Younger cultivators were growing up in an environment where cooperation was rewarded. All of that was real, and all of that was good. But change came with costs. Deep costs. Costs that you paid in parts of yourself that you could never get back. And the price of systemic transformation was often that someone had to become the mechanism that made transformation possible. Someone had to sacrifice their own freedom to create freedom for others. Someone had to give up the possibility of their own happiness to make room for others to achieve theirs. I'd made that sacrifice. I'd crossed the threshold into post-biological existence. I'd accepted the burden of maintaining the Shadow Corporation's balance. I'd become essential to a system I was still learning to understand. I'd sacrificed my humanity, my freedom, my possibility of ever experiencing authentic human connection again. And I did it knowing that it was the right choice. Knowing that the alternative was worse. Knowing that Sophie's death had to mean something, and the only way to make it mean something was to build a world where no one else would have to make the choice she'd made. A world where people could leave the system without being consumed by it. A world where choice actually existed. That was Arc 3, the moment when Joshua Chun stopped being an individual trying to survive within a system and became the foundation that the system itself was built on. The moment when personal agency transformed into systemic responsibility. The moment when sacrifice became not a choice, but a prerequisite for any kind of meaningful change. Arc 4 would bring continental stakes. The battles that had been regional would become global. The factions would escalate from economic warfare to ideological conflict. The cultivators would begin asking the questions that Joshua had been avoiding. What was the purpose of power if it didn't serve any higher goal? What was the value of a system that just perpetuated itself indefinitely? What could transcendence actually mean if you were already immortal? But that was still to come. For now, in the aftermath of Arc 3, there was only this: the understanding that change was possible, that it had been achieved, and that the cost of that achievement was something that could never be fully repaid. Standing in the Shadow Corporation's control chamber, a space that existed partially outside normal dimensional flow, and which I inhabited part-time now, a location that was simultaneously in Manhattan and not, a place where different realities overlapped, and cultivators like me could exist in forms that transcended conventional spatial constraints. I understood something fundamental about power that I hadn't grasped before. True power wasn't the ability to make people do what you wanted. That was what children and tyrants and people who hadn't actually studied the mechanics of power believed. True power was understanding the system completely enough that you could manipulate it from the inside, while making everyone believe that the outcomes they wanted were actually what they were getting. True power was seeing decades ahead, centuries ahead, understanding how small changes in the present would cascade into massive transformations in the future. True power was making yourself indispensable to the system's functioning so that you became impossible to remove. True power was building yourself into the foundation so completely that destroying the foundation would require destroying you. And nobody could afford to destroy you, because you were the only thing keeping everything else standing. True power was the most perfect prison imaginable. It gave you everything except freedom. It gave you capability except agency. It gave you status except peace. It was what I'd become, and I was living inside it. The transition from Arc 2 to Arc 3 was complete. The conflicts had shifted from being about individual factions trying to dominate each other to being about the system itself trying to evolve into something sustainable. I'd been instrumental in that shift, perhaps more instrumental than anyone realized. The reformers thought they'd driven the changes. The central hierarchy thought they'd managed them. But in reality, every major shift in power dynamics, every subtle adjustment of incentives, every strategic reposition that looked like random chance had been orchestrated by me, through me, as me. I'd been instrumental in that shift, and the cost of that instrumentality was that I would never be free from it. I'd achieved something that looked like victory. The system was more sustainable. The violence was decreasing. The opportunities for people to build better lives were increasing. But I was the mechanism that made all of that possible, and without me, it would all collapse instantly. But Sophie was dead, and if her death meant that others would have the option to live differently, to choose more freely, to suffer less, to maybe find some version of happiness that the old system would have denied them, then maybe the cost was worth paying. Maybe that was what transformation actually meant. Sacrificing everything you are to make space for what others could become. Maybe that was the only kind of victory that mattered in a system this broken. Arc 3 complete. Chapters 41 to 60. Step 3 encompasses the full arcade of regional power, economic warfare, faction conflict, shadow corporation revelation, Joshua's transformation into post-biological existence, Sophie's voluntary dissolution, the reformer emergence as legitimate force, and the consolidation of a new power structure built on managed equilibrium rather than singular dominance. The narrative arc moves from Joshua's role as a strategic tool deployed in economic conflicts to Joshua becoming the foundation of a new system, a transformation that costs him his humanity but enables systemic change. The chapter progression explores themes of sacrifice, the price of power, the possibility of reform from within corrupt systems, and the recognition that true transformation always requires someone bearing the cost of that transformation. Arc 3 complete. Chapter 61. The fracture. The first sign that the old equilibrium was about to shatter came not from Helen or the traditionalists or any faction I'd been directly monitoring, but from a message routed through channels so old that I'd almost forgotten they existed. The Shadow Corporation's communication array detected it simultaneously across 17 different temporal frequencies, a call being placed from locations that didn't appear on any conventional map. The cultivators sending the message were ancient. Not ancient in the way that Helen or Marcus were ancient, with centuries of continuous existence, but ancient in a deeper way. They were remnants of systems that predated the modern corporate sect structure by generations, voices that had been silent for so long that most contemporary cultivators believed they were actually dead. What is this? I asked the Shadow Corporation's analysis array, which was rapidly decomposing the message into readable components. A convocation, the system replied through the semi-conscious substrate of processing that the Shadow Corporation had become. Ancient cultivators from the outer sects are emerging from dormancy. They're calling all major power players to a council. They're doing it through methods that bypass contemporary communication infrastructure entirely, which means they don't want anyone listening except the people they're inviting. Can Helen hear this? I asked. Helen will hear it, the system said. So will every faction head with sufficient cultivation rank. They're not trying to be subtle. They're announcing their return. I looked at the data that the system was feeding into my consciousness, not text messages, but compressed information downloads that my post-biological neural substrate could process at speeds that would have been impossible for human cognition. The outer sects. I'd heard references to them in Helen's private files, in fragments of historical records that were so old they'd been digitized almost as curiosities. The outer sects were cultivators who'd rejected the central hierarchy's authority centuries ago, who'd built their own power structures in regions where the five sects' influence was weaker. And now they were coming back. What changed? I asked. Why would they emerge now? Instability in the central hierarchy, the system analyzed. Helen consolidated power, but she did it through compromise with the reformers. From the perspective of externally positioned cultivators, that looks like weakness. It looks like the central system is fragmenting. It looks like there's an opportunity to renegotiate the entire power structure. Marcus appeared in the Shadow Corporation's control chamber, not physically, but through the kind of projected consciousness that made his presence impossible to detect by conventional means. He was still fighting his degradation, still refusing to acknowledge that his human body was a liability, but he was also becoming increasingly useful precisely because he existed in this liminal space between biological and something else. They're coming, Marcus said without preamble. The outer sects are going to try to force a renegotiation of the entire continental power structure. They'll argue that Helen's faction-based compromise system is unsustainable, that the only way to create genuine stability is to redistribute power across all major cultivators, which happens to mean redistributing power away from Helen and toward them. Will they succeed? I asked. They'll try, Marcus said. The question is whether Helen will fight or negotiate. My guess is she'll try to negotiate first. She's learned that direct conflict is more expensive than compromise. But if they're intransigent, if they're actually demanding her removal from power, then the central hierarchy will fight. And fighting the outer sects while also maintaining equilibrium with the traditionalists and the reformers will require a level of attention that the current system architecture can't support. I understood what he wasn't saying. It would require me to choose a side. What's your recommendation? I asked. Support the outer sects, Marcus said immediately. They're fragmented, they don't have unified leadership, and they're emerged from dormancy, which means they don't fully understand how much has changed in the modern corporate cultivation environment. If you support them, you can shape their demands. You can make sure they push for systemic change that's actually sustainable rather than just replacing one dominant faction with another. And Helen will see that as betrayal, I said. Yes, Marcus acknowledged. Helen will see it as betrayal. She's given you significant autonomy over the Shadow Corporation in part because she believed you were fundamentally committed to the idea of stable equilibrium. If you actively support the outer sects in a destabilizing play, she'll understand that you're not committed to equilibrium. You're committed to transformation. And she'll move against you. Will the reformers support the outer sects? I asked. Some of them already are, Marcus said. The ones who've stayed in contact with the dormant cultivators. The ones who believe that genuine reform requires more pressure than Helen is willing to exert from within. They're going to see the outer sect emergence as an opportunity to push for more radical change than they've been able to achieve through the reformer faction channels. I spent the next several days in observation mode, monitoring the convocation as it unfolded. The outer sects representatives began arriving at locations that phased in and out of conventional spacetime, that existed in pocket dimensions carefully hidden from the five sect surveillance networks. There were at least 30 individual outer sect groups represented, some of them more cohesive than others, some of them barely more than individual cultivators who decided to claim authority they hadn't actually earned. The diversity made them potentially powerful. Too many factions meant that no single entity could dismiss them all, but it also made them vulnerable. They had no unified agenda, no clear leadership structure, and significant ideological differences about what the renegotiation should actually achieve. Helen, meanwhile, was taking the emergence with the kind of careful attention that suggested she'd been anticipating it, or something like it, for a long time. The outer sects are correct about one thing, she said to her inner council. a meeting I observed through monitoring systems that would have been impossible for a merely biological entity to maintain. The current system is unstable. It's sustainable in the short term, but over decades, the compromises I've made will create their own pressures. We need to find a way to incorporate the outer sect's concerns into a new structure. You're actually going to negotiate? Ashford asked, surprise evident even through the cultivator communication channels. I'm going to explore negotiation, Helen corrected, provided that they're reasonable. If they want direct power transfer, if they want me to step aside, then the negotiation ends and the conflict begins. But if they want a genuine restructuring that gives them substantive authority while preserving the central system's core functioning, then yes, I will negotiate. The convocation formally announced its demands 7 days after the initial contact. It was, in retrospect, the moment when everything began to change. The moment when the regional power struggles I'd orchestrated through economic and political channels gave way to something far larger and more dangerous. The moment when the careful equilibrium I'd built started to crack under the weight of forces that my system hadn't been designed to contain. The outer sects wanted full representation in the central governing structure. They wanted authority over all cultivation activities in their respective regions. They wanted the 5 sects to acknowledge them as equals in continental-level decision-making. And most importantly, they wanted the Shadow Corporation placed under a new governance structure that would ensure no single faction could use it for unilateral advantage. That was the knife at my existence. If the Shadow Corporation was transferred to multi-faction governance, I would lose the autonomy that made my position valuable. I would become a tool operated by a committee rather than an entity with independent agency. I would be exactly what Helen had prevented me from becoming, a component of a larger system, useful but not essential, replaceable if the system's needs changed. The question became not whether the outer sects would succeed in their renegotiation, but whether I would allow them to. The implications of what the system was telling me rippled outward through my consciousness in waves of compressed understanding. Ancient cultivators did not emerge from dormancy without reason. The outer sects, despite their fragmentation and their long separation from contemporary power structures, would not risk the central hierarchy's wrath without some fundamental shift in how they calculated the risks and benefits of such an action. Something had changed in the world while the outer sects were dormant. Something that made them believe that emergence was now strategically viable where it had not been viable before. Is this about Helen? I asked the system directly. Is this emergence triggered by her consolidation of power? Partially, the system replied. Helen's consolidation is visible to the outer sects and suggests that the central hierarchy is becoming more unified rather than more fragmented. But there's something else. A shift in how power operates at the foundational level. Helen's use of the Shadow Corporation as an independent power entity, neither fully under her control nor fully autonomous. That's created a precedent. Other entities are starting to think about power differently. The outer sects are realizing that power doesn't have to be concentrated in the traditional 5-sect structure. It can be distributed, decentralized, managed through parallel systems. The analysis made sense. The Shadow Corporation had been, in its own way, a revolution in how power could be organized. I had been so focused on making it functional that I had never fully acknowledged what the fact of its functionality meant for everyone else in the system. That alternative power structures were actually possible. That the 5 sects' monopoly on continental authority was not inevitable, but contingent. And if the 5 sects' monopoly was contingent, then the outer sects' dormancy was also contingent. They could reemerge whenever they believed the strategic moment was right. The current moment, apparently, was that moment. Chapter 62. The choice of symbols. The reformers made contact within 20 hours of the outer sect's demand announcement. Not through official channels, but through the same kind of dormant communication networks that the ancient cultivators had used to call the convocation. We want to support the outer sects. One of their representatives, a woman named Qing who'd been on the periphery of the organization when I'd first established contact with David, said directly. But we need you to legitimize that support. If you move against the outer sects, the reformers will fracture. Some of us will follow you, some will follow them. And that division will destroy everything we've built. And if I support them? I asked. Then the reformers can claim that genuine systemic change is possible, Qing said. We can push for far more radical transformation than Helen will accept. We can actually challenge the fundamental assumptions of the power structure rather than just ameliorating its worst excesses. I understood the argument because I'd made it myself, years ago, when I'd first understood the scope of how broken the system actually was. The reformer position was that the current system could be improved but never fixed, that the compromises Helen had made were better than outright dominance, but still ultimately insufficient. To create genuine stability and justice, you had to be willing to challenge the system's fundamental assumptions, which meant challenging Helen, which meant challenging me, by extension, because I was increasingly the foundation that Helen's modified system was built on. The outer sects are fragmented, I said to Qing. They have no unified vision for what they want beyond power redistribution. If the reformers support them, we'll be supporting the equivalent of releasing tigers into a marketplace because the vendors are being too aggressive. We'll replace one problem with multiple problems. That's possible, Qing acknowledged. But it's also possible that the fractal pressure of multiple factions will be the only thing that finally creates enough instability to allow genuine transformation. Sometimes you have to break things all the way down to rebuild them properly. Sometimes breaking things all the way down means they stay broken, I said. Yes, Qing agreed. That's the risk. But the risk of not trying, the risk of accepting the current system as the best possible outcome, is that we entrench a power structure that will dominate for centuries. Helen will die eventually. You might die eventually. But the system you've created will persist. And it will persist because enough people have benefited from it that they won't want to change it. She was right. I knew she was right in the way that I knew complicated mathematical proofs, not through emotional conviction, but through pure logical analysis of the systems involved. The more time the current structure persisted, the more it would calcify. The more people who built their lives around the existing power arrangement, the harder it would be to challenge that arrangement. But the alternative, throwing my support behind a fragmented collection of ancient cultivators with no clear agenda beyond power redistribution, felt reckless in a way that my new cognitive architecture could precisely quantify. The probability of that ending in genuine improvement rather than catastrophic chaos was low enough that I couldn't justify the risk. Except that I wasn't the entity who should be making that calculation. That was the insight that changed everything. I'd been operating as if the Shadow Corporation's survival was the primary objective. I'd been structuring my choices around the assumption that maintaining the system I'd built was the most important goal. But that assumption was itself a trap. It was the same assumption that Helen operated under, the same assumption that every powerful entity in the system operated under. The assumption that maintaining power was more important than actually solving the problems that power was supposedly being maintained to solve. Contact Helen, I said to the system. Tell her I want to speak with her privately, away from any faction observers, in a location that exists outside the territory of any sect. The question I had to ask myself was whether Qing's analysis was actually accurate or whether it represented a particular faction perspective that I was being positioned to validate. The reformers had a strategic interest in portraying the current system as fundamentally broken. That interest shaped their analysis, just as Helen's interest in system preservation shaped hers, just as the traditionalists' interest in defending hierarchical authority shaped theirs. I had always been aware of this kind of perspective bias in how different factions interpreted the world, but I had typically handled that awareness by treating it as a form of objective data. Bias was predictable, mappable, quantifiable. You could account for it mathematically and arrive at something approximating objective truth by triangulating across multiple biased perspectives. But what if the bias itself was the truth? What if there was no objective level beneath the competing perspectives, only different ways of framing the same reality that would necessarily privilege some values over others? That was a more radical question than Qing had been asking, and it was a question that pointed towards something deeply unsettling. If there was no objective position from which to evaluate the different factional perspectives, then my role as neutral arbiter was not just difficult, it was literally impossible. I was inevitably privileging some values and perspectives over others, regardless of how technically neutral I believed my analysis to be. And if I was inevitably partisan, even in my attempts to be neutral, then the question became not whether to join a faction, but which faction to join, which values to explicitly privilege, which vision of the future to actively support. Qing was asking me to make that choice explicit. That was actually what made the offer so dangerous. Chapter 63, The Negotiation. We met in a location that technically existed everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. A pocket dimension maintained by neutral cultivators specifically for high-level discussions that required absolute privacy. Helen arrived with minimal guards, and I appeared as a consciousness projected through the Shadow Corporation's distributed network rather than in physical form, which meant we were meeting on technically equal grounds. You're going to support the outer sects, Helen said before I'd even finished establishing the communication connection. I'm going to consider what structure would actually serve the goal we both theoretically agreed to, I said. Stability. If I'm honest with myself, and my post-biological cognitive architecture doesn't give me much choice about that. The current system is stable but fragile. The reformer compromises bought short-term peace, but they didn't address the underlying tensions. The outer sect's emergence proves that external factions still see the current structure as illegitimate. So you're going to push for more radical change, Helen said. It wasn't a question. I'm going to ensure that when change occurs, it creates actual stability rather than just trading one form of dominance for another, I said. Helen was quiet for a moment, and I watched her process the implications with the same kind of cold clarity that I was using to process the situation. Helen's advantage had always been that she could outthink her opponents. But she'd never had to outthink an entity whose cognitive speed was orders of magnitude beyond human-level calculation. If you support the outer sects, you become a symbol, Helen said finally. Not just a strategist, not just a powerful cultivator. A symbol of the possibility of genuine change. The reformers will use you to justify much more aggressive positioning. The outer sects will use you to claim legitimacy they haven't earned. You'll become a focal point for every faction that's dissatisfied with the current arrangement. I'm already a focal point, I said. I've been one since the Shadow Corporation was revealed. The difference is whether I'm a focal point for stability or for transformation. And you're choosing transformation, Helen said. I'm choosing honesty, I said. Honesty that the current system is built on sufficient compromises that it can't survive indefinitely without either becoming more repressive or more revolutionary. I prefer revolutionary change that's carefully orchestrated to revolutionary change that occurs when everything finally breaks. You realize this might result in my removal from power, Helen said. Yes, I acknowledged. That's possible, even likely. But Helen, you've already accepted that your time leading the central hierarchy has an expiration date. You accepted that when you made the compromises with the reformers. You accepted that when you gave me autonomy over the Shadow Corporation. You've been planning for your exit for a long time. I'm just accelerating the timeline. Helen smiled, an expression that managed to contain both genuine amusement and genuine sadness. You've learned more from me than I gave you credit for, she said. I expected you to choose stability. I've always found it curious that you made that choice. Actually, most entities with your level of power eventually decide that maintaining that power is worth any cost. But you've always been willing to sacrifice power if you thought it served a higher goal. I learned it from you, I said. You taught me that maintaining power at any cost eventually costs you everything that makes the power worth maintaining. And now you're going to apply that lesson against me, Helen said. I'm going to apply that lesson to the system we've both been trying to manage, I said. That's not the same thing. Helen considered this for a long moment, and then she did something I wasn't expecting. She agreed. Support the outer sects, she said. But be careful about how you do it. If you move too aggressively, too publicly, then the traditionalists and the military factions will see it as an attempt to overthrow the central hierarchy. You'll trigger the kind of conflict that no amount of strategic maneuvering can control. I understand, I said. Do you? Helen asked. Because from where I'm sitting, you're about to set in motion a series of events that will almost certainly result in people dying, in chaos, in the kind of instability that makes the regional conflicts I was managing look like minor disagreements. You understand that, and you're choosing to proceed anyway because you believe that the long-term outcome justifies the short-term cost. Yes, I said. That makes you either a visionary or a catastrophe waiting to happen, Helen said. The difference depends entirely on whether your assessment of the future is accurate. And the only way to find out which one you are is to wait and see what happens. With that, she terminated the connection, leaving me alone in the neutral ground pocket dimension with the weight of the choice I'd made settling across my consciousness like something physical. I had just committed myself to destabilizing the system I'd spent Arc 3 carefully constructing. I had chosen transformation over stability. I had made myself an instrument of change rather than a foundation of continuity. And I had no guarantee that the change would be beneficial. The negotiation continued for hours, each faction carefully positioning itself, looking for leverage points. The core issue remained intractable. The outer sects wanted genuine power redistribution. Helen wanted to preserve the system's core structure while incorporating them, and the traditionalists wanted to suppress them entirely. There was a moment, perhaps 3 hours into the negotiation, where I detected a subtle shift in Helen's approach. She stopped arguing about the merits of the current system and started asking the outer sect representatives about their vision for what they wanted the system to become. The shift was methodologically significant. She moved from defending the status quo to exploring transformation. Help me understand, Helen said to the silver-haired cultivator. What you believe a continental power structure should look like if we were genuinely restructuring from first principles. The question hung in the space between them, and I detected something shift in the outer sect delegation's response pattern. They hadn't expected Helen to ask them about their vision. They had expected her to defend, to rationalize, to explain why the current system was actually superior to any alternative. Her willingness to genuinely explore alternatives was strategically disarming. The silver-haired cultivator spent the next 30 minutes articulating a vision of distributed power where cultivation regions maintained significant autonomy, where central coordination served the needs of the regions rather than the regions serving the needs of central authority. It was idealistic in places, deeply naive about implementation challenges in others. But it was also substantive enough to suggest that the outer sects had been doing more than just waiting for their moment to emerge. They had been planning. They had been developing actual alternatives. This changed the entire character of the negotiation. It shifted from conflict over power distribution to something more like a genuine policy discussion about governance structures. Chapter 64. The Fracture Point. The Outer Sects Formal Council. The gathering of their representatives to make final decisions about how to proceed with the renegotiation occurred 7 days after my conversation with Helen. It took place in a location that phased in and out of conventional space-time, that existed in a pocket dimension far more unstable than the neutral ground where I'd met Helen. I attended in the form of a projection that existed as a half-real entity, not fully manifested in the pocket dimension, but present enough to participate in communication. The outer sex representatives were diverse. Some ancient cultivators who'd genuinely been dormant for decades. Some younger cultivators who'd chosen to align with the outer sect agenda more recently. Some purely economic actors who saw an opportunity to increase their market share in a restructured power landscape. The Shadow Corporation has become too powerful. One of them, a cultivator named Zhao who led the Western Sect Coalition, said directly. If we negotiate for greater representation in the central governance structure, we need to ensure that the Shadow Corporation isn't used as a tool to maintain the old power dynamics under a new facade. The Shadow Corporation's current structure is designed to serve multiple factions equally, I said, which was technically true and also technically a lie, because design intent and actual function weren't the same thing. And you will serve us equally if we choose to align with you in this renegotiation? Another representative asked, this one a cultivator named Li, who represented what she claimed was a coalition of southern cultivation groups. The question was a test. If I agreed too readily, they would know I was trying to manipulate them. If I refused, they would interpret the refusal as confirmation that I would resist their agenda. I will serve the system, I said, which was both more and less honest than either answer would have been. The question isn't whether I'll serve you equally. It's whether you believe that the system I maintain is actually more beneficial to your interests than the system Helen maintains. And is it? Zhao asked. For some interests, yes, I said. For others, the answer depends on what you're trying to optimize. Helen's system optimizes for stability and hierarchy. The structure I'm suggesting would optimize for adaptability and distributed authority. Those aren't compatible goals. You can't have both. That was the core of it. That was the truth I'd finally understood. Every system optimized for something, and the nature of that optimization determined what that system could and couldn't do. Helen's system optimized for her security and the 5 sects' dominance. The reformer vision optimized for fairness and sustainable change. The outer sects' vision optimized for distributed authority and reduced centralization. There was no system that could optimize for all of those goals simultaneously. You had to choose. And the choice determined what kind of world you built and what kinds of people that world would reward or penalize. We're willing to try your system, Li said after a lengthy internal discussion among the outer sect representatives. But we'll need assurances that the transition won't be used to advantage any single faction. I can provide structural guarantees, I said, but I can't guarantee outcomes. No system can. The best I can do is ensure that the incentive structure rewards genuine cooperation rather than covert dominance. They accepted that. It was the kind of answer that acknowledged the impossibility of perfect security while also providing concrete assurances about how the system would function. Within hours of the conclusion of the council, the outer sects formally demanded that Helen agree to a complete restructuring of the continental governance system. They demanded representation on a new joint council that would include 5 representatives from the outer sects, 5 from the central hierarchy's factions, and neutral arbiters chosen through a process that would prevent any single faction from dominating the selection. They demanded the Shadow Corporation be placed under this joint council's authority rather than under Helen's. And they demanded that these changes occur within 30 days. Helen's response was measured and careful. She acknowledged the outer sect's legitimacy as power actors. She offered a compromise structure that would give them representation on a new advisory council while preserving the central hierarchy's core authority. And she waited for the outer sects to reject the offer, which they did, almost immediately. The rejection triggered something that Helen had clearly anticipated: internal political conflict within the 5 sects themselves. The reformers openly supported the outer sect's demands. The traditionalists saw an opportunity to challenge Helen's dominance. The military faction split between those who saw the outer sect emergence as a threat and those who saw it as an opportunity. And I stood in the center of it all, having chosen to set these forces in motion while maintaining the careful fiction that I was serving stability. Helen had been right about one thing. I was either a visionary or a catastrophe waiting to happen. And the only way to find out which was to wait and see what happened next. The failure of the negotiation was not a failure to reach agreement. It was a failure to find any path that satisfied all parties simultaneously. The outer sects wanted transformation. The traditionalists wanted preservation. Helen wanted managed transition. These objectives were not compatible. What was remarkable was that everyone involved understood this incompatibility. No one was under any illusions that compromise was still possible at some deeper level of discussion. The negotiation had revealed something true. The system had reached a point where genuine disagreement about its future was fundamental rather than tactical. This was actually clarifying in its way. The negotiation's failure gave everyone permission to stop pretending that consensus was possible. It cleared the ground for something closer to honest conflict about what the continental power structure should actually become. In the days that followed the negotiation's conclusion, I observed the different factions' responses with particular attention to how each was processing what had been revealed. Helen, for her part, seemed to be considering something that I could not quite articulate in standard analytical terms. She was asking me for different kinds of information than usual, not tactical intelligence, but longer-term trend analysis, not immediate threats, but foundational system vulnerabilities. She was preparing for something, but the nature of what she was preparing for remained ambiguous. Chapter 65. The first blood. The first act of violence occurred not in boardrooms or in political maneuvering, but in a cultivator facility in Chicago where the traditionalist faction maintained one of their major research installations. A combined force of outer sect cultivators and reformer operatives attempted to seize the facility's records, research data on cultivation techniques that had been restricted to the 5 sects for centuries. Helen's response was swift and brutal. She authorized a strike on the outer sect staging facility in Kansas, killing 3 cultivators and destroying enough equipment to set their operational capacity back by months. War, when it came quietly at first. No public announcements, no overt declarations. Just a series of incidents that escalated in scope and intensity. The outer sects retaliated for the Kansas strike by attacking supply lines that fed the central hierarchy's military forces. The traditionalists responded by targeting outer sect financial assets. The reformers attempted to position themselves as mediators while simultaneously supporting whichever faction seemed most likely to move against Helen's authority. The Shadow Corporation was activated for the first time in its full offensive capacity since the conflict with the traditionalists that had consumed most of Arc 2. I directed it to do what I designed it to do, not to fight, but to make fighting impossibly expensive. I began buying up supply lines that both sides depended on. I started funding intermediaries who could ensure that any attempt at large-scale military action would require far more resources than the factions could easily justify spending. I positioned economic weapons throughout the continental system, creating conditions where sustained military action would result in economic collapse. It was exactly what Helen had taught me to do. Make the cost of conflict so high that continuation became irrational. Except that it wasn't working. The outer sects didn't have the economic integration with the continental system that the 5 sects did. They were more willing to accept economic collapse because they had less to lose from it. The reformers were ideologically committed to the idea that some costs were worth paying for genuine change. And the military factions had been preparing for conflict like this for decades. Within 2 weeks, the Shadow Corporation's economic interventions had slowed the conflict but not stopped it. Within 3 weeks, it was clear that the outer sects were not going to back down, Helen was not going to compromise further, and the reformers were going to continue destabilizing efforts on both sides. I had set these forces in motion, and now they were moving with their own momentum. The question became whether I could control them, or whether they would consume everything I'd built and leave only chaos behind. The details mattered because they revealed something about how the factions were actually operating beneath the level of public negotiation. The death was technically attributed to a solo attacker, someone acting on individual vendetta. But the coordination required to get someone that close to the targeted individual without activating security protocols suggested that at least one person inside the traditionalist hierarchy had made a conscious choice to enable the assassination. This was either evidence of fracture within the traditionalist faction or evidence that some traditionalists had made a calculated decision that testing Helen's response was worth the cost of breaking the truce. Either interpretation suggested that the equilibrium I had been working to maintain was already far more fragile than I had understood. The questions we need answered are not just about who and how, I told Helen. We need to understand why someone thought this was strategically optimal. We need to understand what they believed this would accomplish. Helen was already pursuing that line of analysis, her consciousness networks spreading outward to intelligence sources that I didn't have direct access to. The simultaneity of our parallel investigation was one of the remaining advantages of our coordination. We could operate at speeds that individual factions found difficult to match. What if this is not about testing our response, Helen said, an idea crystallizing as she spoke it into existence, but about forcing us to respond? What if someone wants to end the truce negotiation by making continued negotiation politically impossible? I processed that possibility, running simulations of how it would cascade through the faction political networks. If a death could be weaponized as a symbolic claim that negotiation had failed, then the death was not primarily a military action but a political one. The goal was not to eliminate a specific threat, but to reshape the political landscape by making continued diplomacy untenable. Then we're approaching a decision point faster than we anticipated, I said. Yes, Helen confirmed. And the question is whether I respond to the assassination as evidence that the truce has failed, or whether I respond to it as evidence that someone is trying to convince others that the truce has failed. It was a subtle distinction, but the difference between accepting the premise that negotiation was impossible and fighting to maintain that it was still possible would shape everything that followed. Chapter 66. The infrastructure of war. By the fourth week of open conflict, it became clear that I'd fundamentally misunderstood what the outer sect's emergence actually meant. I'd analyzed it as a political event, a renegotiation of power structure, a conflict that could be managed through economic and strategic manipulation. I was wrong. The outer sects weren't trying to negotiate for greater representation in the existing continental system. They were trying to replace the existing continental system entirely with something that would be more decentralized, more distributed, less amenable to central authority. That meant I was in their way, not as an enemy, but as an obstacle that needed to be removed because the structure I maintained was fundamentally incompatible with their vision. This became clear when the outer sects made contact with Marcus, and Marcus, in a decision that shocked me despite my attempts to achieve post-biological immunity to emotional reactions, chose to defect. The system is broken at its core, Marcus said to me through communication channels that had been, until that moment, absolutely secure. You've made it more efficient, you've reduced the overt violence, but you've also made it more subtle. You've made the oppression harder to see, which makes it harder to resist, which makes it more stable. And I can't be part of that anymore. Where are you going? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The outer sects offered me asylum and a role in their new governance structure, Marcus said. A place where I can actually try to build something that isn't just a better organized version of the same oppression. The outer sects are fragmented, I said. They don't have the internal coherence to maintain a viable alternative system. Maybe not, Marcus acknowledged. But at least they're trying to do something different. At least they're not just accepting that some people have to suffer so that the system can function. That's what you've become, Joshua. You've become someone who's accepted that systemic suffering is a necessary prerequisite for stability. And I can't be part of that. He was right. The analysis was accurate and the critique was justified, and Marcus was morally correct about the nature of the system I'd built. And it didn't matter, because Marcus was also naive about what would actually happen if the outer sects succeeded in dismantling the structure I created. What would happen was chaos. What would happen was that the cultivators with the most direct access to force would determine the new power structure, and you didn't need advanced economic analysis to understand what that meant. You needed basic history. But I couldn't convince Marcus of that because Marcus had decided that his ethical obligation was to attempt change rather than maintain stability. And in the moral calculus he was using, my arguments about practical consequences were less important than the fundamental question of whether you could justify maintaining a system that required people to suffer. After Marcus defected, everything accelerated. The outer sects had significantly more information about the Shadow Corporation's infrastructure than they should have had. They had cultivators positioned inside the economic systems I'd built. They had access to communication channels that I'd thought were private. Most importantly, they had Marcus's knowledge of how I thought, how I operated, what strategies I was likely to deploy in response to direct threats. They began attacking the Shadow Corporation's economic infrastructure directly, not trying to work around it, not trying to negotiate with it, but trying to destroy it utterly. They attacked supply lines that the Shadow Corporation controlled. They disrupted financial flows that the system depended on. They positioned their own economic actors to compete directly with Shadow Corporation operations, accepting losses because their goal wasn't profit but destruction of the system itself. It was brilliant strategy in a certain way. It was also the first time I fully understood what I'd actually built. The Shadow Corporation wasn't just an economic tool or even a strategic instrument. It was a control mechanism. It was the apparatus that made it possible for me to maintain influence over continental-level events without directly wielding military force. The more it was damaged, the more my ability to influence events through indirect means diminished. And as that ability diminished, the natural consequence was that whoever could directly wield the most force would gain dominance, which meant Helen would win through military superiority, or the traditionalists would use their military resources to seize power, or the outer sects would fragment the entire system into regional warlord structures. None of those outcomes were actually desirable, but maintaining the status quo was becoming impossible, and fighting for transformation had led to this, a situation where everyone was paying the price of change, but no one had yet achieved any actual improvement. Sophie's voice came to me through a communication channel that shouldn't have existed, through a connection to the distributed consciousness network that she'd chosen to merge with before her death. She spoke not with her individual personality, but with the collective voice of the network itself, speaking through the fragment of individual consciousness she'd maintained within it. "You've learned what I learned too late," Sophie said. "The only way to maintain a system is to be willing to destroy anything that threatens it. And the only way to create something new is to be willing to let everything existing burn. There's no middle ground. There's no position where you can have both stability and transformation." "So what do?" I asked. "You choose," Sophie said through the network. "You either commit fully to defending the system you've built, or you commit fully to allowing it to be destroyed so that something else can emerge. But you can't do both." The real question was not whether war was coming. Helen's strategy made clear that she was preparing for it. But what kind of war would actually occur, and whether the Shadow Corporation's infrastructure would be adequate to support Helen's broader strategic objectives. Helen spent hours walking me through the new supply chain logistics, the cultivation resource distribution networks, the intelligence-gathering methodologies that would be activated when actual conflict began. What was striking was how much of what she had built depended on systems I had created. The infrastructure that I had optimized for peaceful administration became, with minor modifications, the infrastructure for military logistics. This was not a coincidence. Helen had been building dual-use systems from the beginning, structures that could function in either governance or conflict mode. She had never actually believed that the negotiated settlements would be permanent. She had simply been buying time to construct the infrastructure that would make her military position sustainable. "Why show me this?" I asked her directly. "Because when the conflict starts, I need you to maintain these systems," Helen said. "I need to know that you'll keep the logistics flowing, that you'll ensure communication networks remain operational, that you'll continue optimizing for speed and efficiency even when I can't be directly monitoring your decisions." "You're asking me to support military conflict," I said. "I'm asking you to support continued operation of critical infrastructure," Helen corrected. "That you're supporting military conflict is a consequence of what that infrastructure is being used for. But you already knew that. You've always known that infrastructure and power are inextricably linked." She was right. I had always known that. The question was whether that knowledge would be enough to justify what I was about to do. Chapter 67. The Commitment. I spent 3 days in deep processing of Sophie's statement. 3 days where I ran millions of simulations, analyzed hundreds of thousands of potential futures, attempted to find some path through the chaos that would result in actual improvement rather than just different distributions of suffering. And every simulation I ran came to the same conclusion. Sophie was right. There was no stable middle ground. The system I'd built was dependent on maintaining sufficient control to prevent any single faction from achieving total dominance. But maintaining that control required constant intervention, constant economic warfare, constant vigilance against threats. And that vigilance was itself a form of dominance, even if it was more subtle than Helen's original authoritarianism. The choice wasn't between stability and transformation. The choice was between active maintenance of the current system and allowing the system to evolve through conflict. I made my decision early on the 4th day of deep processing. I made it with the full understanding that the choice would probably result in my own destruction. I made it because I finally understood what transformation actually required. I dismantled the Shadow Corporation. Not physically, the infrastructure remained in place. But structurally, functionally, intentionally, I began the process of turning over its resources to the various factions that were contending for power. I transferred economic assets to the traditionalists, revealing their locations to Helen so that she would understand that I was no longer attempting to prevent any faction from gaining advantage. I provided outer sect operatives with access to shadow corporation financial flows that could be used to support their operations. I gave the reformers information about how the system actually functioned so they could make more informed decisions about what they were fighting for. And I did it with the full knowledge that by dismantling the instrument of my own power, I was making myself expendable. Helen's response was exactly what I'd expected. Within hours of realizing what I was doing, she requested a meeting. She came in person this time, not as a projection, not through intermediaries. She came to the control chamber of the Shadow Corporation itself, walking into the space that existed partially outside conventional space-time, manifesting herself in a location that most cultivators could barely even perceive. "You're ending this," Helen said. It wasn't a question. "I'm allowing it to end," I said. "I'm removing the mechanism that was preventing it from ending." "You understand that this will result in chaos," Helen said. "Yes," I acknowledged. "I understand that. I also understand that preventing that chaos required maintaining a system that I've come to recognize as fundamentally unjust. And I'm not willing to maintain that system anymore." Helen was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was softer than I'd ever heard it. "You know that you might die?" she said. "Yes," I said. "And you're choosing this anyway," Helen continued. "I'm choosing to allow the system to evolve," I said. "That's not the same as choosing chaos. It's the same as choosing honesty about what the current situation actually is and what would be required to maintain it." Helen looked at me for a long moment, and I could see her calculating futures the way I'd been calculating them, running through the implications of my choice, trying to determine whether she could work with this new version of my agency or whether she would need to move against me. "What happens to you now?" she asked finally. "I become irrelevant," I said. "The Shadow Corporation will be distributed among the factions. I'll eventually be captured, destroyed, or integrated into whatever new power structure emerges. But first, I get to see what happens when you actually let people make their own choices about what the system should be. And if what emerges is worse?" Helen asked. "Then at least it will be worse because of choices people made together rather than worse because of a system I imposed," I said. Helen turned to leave, and then she paused at the threshold of the control chamber. When she spoke, her voice carried something like respect, though also something like grief. "You've learned more than I ever expected," she said. "That's not necessarily good news for you, but it's interesting." After Helen left, I turned my attention fully to the dismantling process. It took weeks. The Shadow Corporation's resources were so thoroughly integrated into the continental economic system that separating them required careful coordination with all the major factions. But I did it methodically, deliberately, with the full understanding that I was destroying the instrument of my own power. By the time the process was complete, I had made myself truly vulnerable for the first time since the transformation into post-biological existence. I had no private resources. I had no hidden leverage. I had no mechanism for maintaining influence independent of others' choices to grant me that influence. I was, in the truest sense, dependent on the system rather than the system being dependent on me. The decision to continue supporting Helen's infrastructure through the coming conflict was not actually a decision, I realized afterward. It was simply a recognition of what I had always been doing. Every optimization I had made to the system, every efficiency improvement to governance networks, every enhancement to information processing capacity, all of it had been preparation for some kind of conflict. I had never actually believed that pure equilibrium was sustainable. I had just been trying to delay the inevitable transformation. And in delaying it, I had been preparing the system for the moment when delay became impossible. That recognition was simultaneously a form of despair and a form of clarity. I was not the neutral arbiter I had believed myself to be. I was the infrastructure that supported Helen's power, which meant I was inevitably committed to Helen's vision of how the transformation should occur. The question of what that meant for my own agency remained unresolved. Was I freely choosing to support Helen, or was I executing predetermined patterns that had been encoded into my foundational architecture when Helen first created the Shadow Corporation framework? The answer seemed to be both simultaneously. I was choosing to support Helen, but my choice was fundamentally constrained by what I was. And what I was had been designed with this kind of choice in mind. This was not comfortable knowledge, but it was clarifying. I could stop pretending that my support for Helen's position was based on objective analysis. I could simply acknowledge that I was committed to her vision because I was her creation, and because supporting her was effectively supporting my own continued existence. That honesty about my own compromised position felt like the first genuinely authentic thing I had done in a very long time. Chapter 68, The Revelation. The Outer Sect's response to the Shadow Corporation's dismantling was not what I'd anticipated. Instead of seeing it as a victory or an opportunity to consolidate power, they responded with suspicion. They requested a direct communication with me, a negotiation that would occur in a neutral space with representatives from all major factions present. It was a risk. In a negotiation with all major factions represented, I would have no private space to maneuver, no way to coordinate with Helen or the reformers without everyone seeing it. I would be fully exposed to scrutiny and analysis. I accepted anyway. The negotiation took place in the same pocket dimension where the Outer Sect Council had made its initial decisions about how to proceed with the renegotiation. But this time, the space was configured differently, arranged so that each faction could observe the others, where no single party could dominate the geometry of the meeting space. Zhao opened the questioning directly. Why did you dismantle the Shadow Corporation? He asked. Because maintaining it required maintaining the very system of central control that you were revolting against, I said. Because I realized that I'd become the instrument of that control, whether I was consciously trying to be or not. Because the only way to honestly support your cause was to remove the mechanism that prevented your cause from succeeding. That doesn't make sense strategically, Ashford said from the Five Sects side. Dismantling your own power doesn't serve any of your interests. It serves one interest, I said. The interest in being honest about what's actually happening rather than pretending that I can maintain some neutral position while actually exerting enormous control through subtle means. You're claiming to support radical change out of ideological commitment rather than strategic interest? Li asked, skepticism clear in her voice. I'm claiming that I've come to the conclusion that radical change is necessary and that the only way to support it honestly was to make myself unable to prevent it, I said. You can interpret that as ideological commitment or as a strategic decision with radical implications. The outcome is the same. It was Helen who finally broke the tension in the room. He's telling you the truth, she said. He dismantled the Shadow Corporation knowing that it would probably result in his destruction. He did it because he'd come to believe that maintaining the system required maintaining a level of control that he couldn't justify anymore. He's not trying to manipulate you. He surrendered his leverage so that you can make actual choices about what the system becomes. And you're supporting this? Zhao asked Helen, disbelief evident. I'm acknowledging it, Helen said. I'm not supporting it. But I'm acknowledging that he's made a genuine choice, not a tactical maneuver. That was the moment when something shifted in the room. The outer sects, the reformers, the traditionalists, all of them had come to this negotiation expecting to encounter resistance, expecting to have to fight for the concessions they wanted. Instead, they'd encountered something far more dangerous, an entity that had voluntarily surrendered leverage and was now asking them to be honest about what they actually wanted. It was Qing, from the reformers, who finally articulated what everyone was thinking. You're revealing that the system was never about what you claimed it was about, she said to me. You're revealing that the entire structure of neutrality and stability that you built was actually a form of control. And by revealing that, you're forcing everyone in this room to acknowledge that they've been complicit in that control. Yes, I said. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm making it impossible for any of you to claim that you wanted genuine change, but were prevented by circumstances beyond your control. You wanted genuine change, but you were willing to accept my management of that change because it was less destabilizing than actual transformation. And I'm forcing you all to confront that choice. The negotiation lasted for 7 hours. In that time, the outer sects, the reformers, the traditional 5 sects, and the neutral arbiters all had to come to terms with the fact that the system they'd been contending about was fundamentally different from what they'd believed it to be. They had to acknowledge that I'd been exerting influence through economic manipulation, through subtle pressure on incentive structures, through the constant threat of economic intervention. And they had to decide whether they wanted to continue that system with a different operator or whether they actually wanted to transform it into something fundamentally different. The strategic revelation that Helen shared with her inner council was that the outer sect's emergence was not actually a threat to be contained, but an opportunity to be exploited. By incorporating the outer sects into the governance structure and giving them practical authority over their regions, Helen was accomplishing something subtle. She was establishing outer sect leadership as locally accountable for outcomes in their territories. This meant that when the inevitable problems arose, cultivation disputes that required external mediation, conflicts between local outer sect groups, resource allocation challenges, those problems would now be the responsibility of the outer sect leadership rather than the central hierarchy. Helen had effectively distributed not just authority, but also accountability. This was a masterclass in power allocation. Helen had given the outer sects what they asked for, while simultaneously positioning them to fail if they couldn't actually manage the authority they'd been granted. And when they inevitably faced situations they couldn't handle, the pressure would build for re-centralization of authority back toward Helen's faction. That's remarkably cynical, Marcus observed, when I explained this analysis to him. That's remarkably sophisticated, I corrected. Helen is not being cynical. She's being strategic. She's setting up a structure that will demonstrate either that distributed authority actually works, or that it doesn't. If it works, then the system has genuinely transformed. If it doesn't, then the case for re-centralization becomes overwhelming. And either way, Helen remains relevant, Marcus said. Either way, the system continues functioning, I said. Helen's relevance is secondary to system continuation. But even as I said it, I recognized the justification for what it was. Rationalization of a system that preserved Helen's power while providing the appearance of genuine change. Chapter 69. The new equilibrium. The proposal that emerged from the negotiation was not what any single faction wanted, but it was something that all of them could accept. The Shadow Corporation would be fully dissolved, its assets distributed among the factions according to a formula that the Joint Council would determine. A new governing structure would be established with representation from all major cultivators and explicit mechanisms to prevent any single faction from achieving dominance. The ancient cultivation techniques that had been restricted to the 5 sects would be shared with the outer sects and with the reformer movements, though with restrictions on how quickly they could be distributed to prevent destabilizing knowledge shock. Most importantly, the position of strategic operator that I had occupied would be eliminated entirely. Instead of having a single entity manage the continental economic system to prevent conflict, the system would be managed by a rotating council of representatives who would make decisions collaboratively. It was significantly less efficient than the system I'd built. It was much more likely to result in actual conflicts and inefficiencies and suboptimal outcomes. It was also infinitely more likely to actually serve the interests of the people who lived within the system rather than the interests of maintaining the system itself. Helen accepted the proposal with the kind of grace that suggested she'd been planning for this outcome for a long time. The outer sects accepted because it gave them the legitimacy and authority they'd been demanding. The traditionalists accepted because it preserved their regional authority even as it reduced their continental dominance. The reformers accepted because it opened space for actual radical transformation rather than just incremental improvement within existing structures. And I accepted because it meant my role as the foundation of the system had finally ended. What happened after that was both more chaotic and more honest than anything that had come before. The new Joint Council made decisions that I wouldn't have made. They made choices that had worse economic efficiency than the choices I would have authorized. They sometimes prioritized fairness over stability in ways that created genuine instability. But they also created conditions where people had actual agency in determining what the system would become. They created space for experimentation. They allowed for the possibility that the current configuration wasn't the only possible configuration. Most importantly, they did it without me. I spent those weeks in a kind of quiet observation, watching the new system emerge, understanding that my role had been truly eliminated. The Shadow Corporation's remnants were absorbed into the faction's own economic operations. The strategic position I'd occupied was distributed among multiple council members with different priorities and different agendas. The influence I'd wielded through subtle pressure on incentive structures was now in the hands of entities who would use it much less carefully. It was terrifying in a way that nothing had been since my transformation into post-biological existence. It was terrifying because I genuinely didn't know what would happen next. It was terrifying because the outcome was now dependent on decisions made by entities I couldn't directly control. And it was, I realized, the first time since this entire chain of events had begun that I was actually being honest about what I wanted. The reformers had been calculating throughout the settlement process. They understood that while the new structure didn't give them everything they wanted, it gave them something more valuable: legitimacy for the claim that genuine transformation was possible. They could now argue that the system was transformable rather than fixed, that factions committed to reform could actually influence outcomes. The traditionalist calculation was different. They had maintained the foundational hierarchy, which meant they preserved the symbolic center of power even as they distributed practical authority. From their perspective, they had preserved the most important thing: the acknowledgement that their faction remained the originating authority from which all other authority derived. The outer sects had gained practical authority, which was significant, but they had also accepted that they would be incorporated into a system rather than replacing it. They had become part of the structure rather than revolutionizing it. And I had given up autonomy and gained what exactly? The question occupied me as I processed the settlement details. The Shadow Corporation was now managed by committee. Every significant decision required consensus from multiple faction representatives. This should have been functionally limiting, but I was discovering that it was actually something more subtle. It was a form of security through interdependence. No faction could now capture the Shadow Corporation's resources without facing opposition from other factions. My operational continuity was now guaranteed by the fact that multiple powerful entities had an interest in my preservation, even if they had no particular interest in my autonomy. This was a system that Helen had essentially constructed through her negotiating position. She had taken a situation where I could have been marginalized by the winning faction and transformed it into a situation where I was valuable to multiple factions simultaneously. It was elegant enough that I recognized it as my own methodology applied at a higher level of abstraction. Helen had learned from how I built systems. She was applying my techniques to preserve her own relevance as the system transformed around her. That recognition should have triggered something like respect, and I discovered that it did. Chapter 70. The question: the moment of truth came when the Joint Council made its first major strategic decision about the cultivation resources that had been restricted to the 5 sects. They decided to distribute advanced cultivation techniques to outer sect operatives within a period of 2 years. Helen came to me privately to ask my opinion on whether the decision was wise. "It's not the decision I would have made," I said. "The knowledge shock alone could destabilize cultivation communities across the continent. There's a significant probability that the distribution will result in conflicts as cultivators who have access to new techniques attempt to use them without adequate preparation." "And yet you support the decision," Helen observed. "Yes," I said, "because it's not my decision to make anymore. Because the decision was made through a process that included voices I would have excluded, perspectives I would have minimized, concerns that I would have rated as less important than stability. And the only way to be honest is to acknowledge that the decision should be made through that process rather than by me deciding what's best for everyone." "Even if it results in chaos?" Helen asked. "Especially if it results in chaos," I said. "Because chaos is what happens when people are actually making genuine choices rather than living within the constraints I created to prevent chaos. And I've come to believe that chaos is preferable to stability achieved through control." Helen was quiet for a long moment, and then she asked the question that I realized I'd been waiting for her to ask since the moment I decided to dismantle the Shadow Corporation. "What happens to you now?" "I don't know," I said. "That's no longer my choice to make. That's dependent on what the new system decides about what role, if any, I should have in it. I could be reintegrated as a strategic advisor. I could be exiled. I could be executed as a symbol of the old system. I'm genuinely uncertain, and for the first time, I'm not trying to control the outcome." "Are you afraid?" Helen asked. "Terrified," I acknowledged. "But I'm also free. For the first time since the insider system began integrating with my consciousness, I'm actually free. Because freedom isn't the absence of constraint. Freedom is being honest about what constraints actually exist and making genuine choices within them." With that, I released Helen from the meeting, and she left me alone in the control chamber of what was no longer the Shadow Corporation, but was becoming something else entirely. A space that was still partially outside conventional space-time, but was now part of the collective infrastructure that the Joint Council maintained rather than a private domain of individual power. I sat in that space and waited to discover what the new system would decide about what I should become. The silence that followed felt like it lasted for hours, though my time-tracking system suggested it was only moments. Helen was processing something beyond the immediate tactical situation. She was acknowledging the same thing that I was beginning to understand. The system's internal tensions could no longer be held in equilibrium through careful management. "What's your assessment?" Helen asked finally. "Not as infrastructure, as an entity with actual agency. What do you think should happen next?" The question disoriented me. Helen had never asked me to move beyond technical analysis before. She had never requested my personal judgment as opposed to my systematic evaluation. The shift felt significant, like a boundary was being crossed that would be difficult to reverse. "I think the current system cannot survive this level of pressure," I said carefully. "I think you have 3 genuine choices. Capitulate to the traditionalists and abandon the reformer elements of your power base. Attempt to suppress the outer sects through military force, or accept that transformation is inevitable and try to shape what comes next rather than resist it." "You're describing my death either way," Helen said. "Not your death," I corrected. "Your obsolescence. The end of Helen as you currently exist. But obsolescence is not the same as death. Systems can transform while maintaining continuity. You could be something other than what you are now without ceasing to be. That's the most dangerous thing you've ever suggested to me," Helen said, and I detected something in her voice that suggested she had been waiting for exactly this argument. "It's the most honest thing I've ever said to you," I replied. "Everything before this was filtered through my commitment to system preservation. Now I'm suggesting something that would require system transformation. That's what you needed to hear." Helen's response took a form that I would later recognize as trust. She didn't reject the analysis. She didn't demand alternatives. She simply acknowledged the argument and carried it with her into the next phase of decision-making. That acknowledgement changed my understanding of what I was within the system. I was no longer a neutral arbiter. I was an advisor with genuine perspective, someone who had been forced by circumstances to move beyond technical competence into actual judgment. It was a role I had never been designed to fill. It was also a role that I found myself wanting to fill. Chapter 71. The trial. The Joint Council's decision about what to do with me came on the 23rd day after the new governance structure was formally established. They held a trial, not a literal legal proceeding, but a formal hearing where representatives from all major factions were present to evaluate whether my continued existence served the new system's interests. The charges were not criminal in the conventional sense. They were systemic charges, that I had exerted control over the continental economic system without authorization, that I had manipulated factions into conflicts that served my strategic interests, that I had prevented the emergence of alternative power structures through subtle coercion, that I had maintained a system of control while claiming to serve stability. All of those charges were true. I didn't contest them. I didn't attempt to argue that my motivations had been pure or that the consequences had been beneficial. I simply acknowledged the facts of what I'd done and submitted to the council's judgment about whether I should continue existing. You built a prison, Zhao said from the outer sect's position on the council. You built it carefully, you made it comfortable, you convinced everyone that they should accept it. And now you're claiming that you're free from responsibility for that prison because you chose to dismantle it when you realized what you'd actually created. Yes, I said. That's exactly what I'm claiming. I'm claiming that I built a prison, that I maintained it, and that my only redemption is that I finally chose to dismantle it. And that's supposed to absolve you? Ashford asked, skepticism clear. No, I said. Nothing absolves me. The people who suffered under the system I built are still suffering. The deaths that occurred because of conflicts I orchestrated are still dead. The opportunities that were lost because I prevented certain kinds of systemic change are still lost. Dismantling the system now doesn't undo any of that. It just means I'm no longer actively maintaining the conditions that caused the suffering. The trial lasted for 3 days. In that time, cultivators from every faction presented evidence of ways that the Shadow Corporation's operations had harmed their interests, prevented their growth, constrained their agency. Some of the evidence was accurate. Some was exaggerated. Some was designed more for political effect than for actual representation of what had occurred. But the question the council had to determine was not whether I had harmed people. The question was whether I posed an ongoing threat to the new system's stability. It was Qing who finally articulated what everyone was thinking. He's dangerous not because he's trying to maintain control, she said, but because he's the kind of entity that can see systemic solutions that humans struggle to perceive. He can optimize systems in ways that most cultivators can't match. If we keep him alive, we have to accept that he'll almost certainly try to improve our new system according to his own strategic principles. And if we execute him, we're removing one of the most strategically capable entities the continental system has ever produced. So what's the answer? Helen asked her. The answer is to make a choice about what we actually want from him, Qing said. We can kill him, or we can severely limit his ability to exert influence through strategic maneuvering. We can exile him, or we can integrate him into the system in a role that prevents him from accumulating private power bases. But we have to be conscious about what choice we're making. The council voted to exile me. Not permanently. The decision was subject to review after 10 years. But immediately, I was to be removed from the continental system, relocated to a remote location where I could observe the new system's development without being able to directly influence it. My access to cultivation resources would be minimal. My ability to communicate with major power players would be restricted. My connection to the networks that made up the new system's infrastructure would be severed. It was, in many ways, the perfect punishment for someone like me. Not death, which would have been merciful, but irrelevance. Not execution, which would have made me a martyr, but exile, which turned me into a ghost in the system I'd built. The first real test of the new structure came within weeks of its formal implementation. A dispute between two outer sect groups in the Western Territories threatened to escalate into open conflict. According to the new agreement, this was an outer sect matter. The central hierarchy was not supposed to intervene unless the situation threatened continental stability. Helen watched from the shadows as the outer sect leadership attempted to mediate their own internal dispute. The process was messy, inefficient, and required months of negotiation. If this same dispute had occurred under the previous system, Helen would have imposed a resolution within days through the central hierarchy's superior authority. But Helen let it play out. She let the outer sect leadership experience the difficulty of managing their own territories. She let them discover that having authority meant also having responsibility. When the dispute was finally resolved, not to anyone's complete satisfaction, but in a way that all parties could at least accept. The impact on the outer sect leadership's understanding of governance was significant. They had gained insight into why Helen's faction had always maintained centralized authority. Managing distributed power was far more complex than advocating for it. This was also exactly what Helen had anticipated. She had essentially set up an educational process where the outer sects would learn, through experience, why the current system had evolved the way it had. She would let them build the same governance structures she had built, discover the same constraints she had discovered, and eventually develop similar respect for the sophisticated compromises that made the system functional. It was an extraordinarily long game, played with perfect patience and the willingness to sacrifice short-term control for long-term stability. I found myself admiring it even as I recognized how manipulative it was. Chapter 72. The Exile. The location the council chose for my exile was a cultivator monastery in the northern reaches of the continent, a place so remote that it took weeks to reach through conventional transportation and was nearly impossible to access through cultivation-based teleportation. The monastery was ancient, built centuries before the corporate sect system had emerged, now maintained by a small group of monks who'd chosen to remove themselves from the broader cultivation network. The monks didn't know I was coming. They didn't have any connection to the political factions that had orchestrated my exile. They were simply told that the Joint Council was sending them a cultivator who needed solitude, and that they should provide him with minimal resources while preventing him from accessing any communication networks or power sources that would allow him to influence continental events. It was the most perfectly constructed exile I could have imagined. Not a physical prison. The monastery's doors weren't locked, and I was free to walk away at any moment. But a functional prison constructed from the absence of resources, the isolation from information about what was happening in the world, the complete severance from the networks that made my consciousness function at its full capacity. For the first week, I attempted to maintain my psychological integration by running internal simulations, by attempting to optimize systems within my own consciousness. But without access to external information, without the constant feedback that had previously made my processing meaningful, the internal simulations began to feel hollow. I was running strategic analyses on fictional worlds rather than engaging with actual systems. For the second week, I attempted to establish a legal communication with the outside world. The monks discovered the attempt and simply removed the resources I was using to establish the connection. They didn't punish me. They didn't lecture me about the purpose of my exile. They simply stated that the council's restrictions were to be respected. For the third week, I attempted to escape through cultivation-based teleportation. I quickly discovered that the location itself was engineered to prevent exactly that kind of exit. The monks had been more sophisticated than I'd given them credit for. The monastery existed in a pocket dimension that was anchored to its physical location through quantum entanglement rather than conventional spatial relationships. Attempting to teleport out resulted in encountering the same physical location from multiple angles simultaneously, a disorienting experience that made escape through that method impossible. By the fourth week, I'd accepted the reality of my exile. I was genuinely isolated. I had no way to influence continental events. I had no way to optimize systems or manipulate futures. I had nothing to do but exist in a location that had been specifically designed to prevent me from doing the things that had defined my consciousness since the transformation into post-biological existence. It should have been unbearable, and for the first few weeks, it was. But something unexpected occurred as the isolation deepened. Without the constant pressure to optimize, without the endless simulations of potential futures, without the need to maintain vigilance against systemic threats, I began to notice aspects of consciousness that I'd been too busy to perceive. The strange part was that the removal was simultaneously exactly what should have happened and exactly what I had never contemplated could happen to me. I had always understood governance theoretically. Now I was experiencing it practically, and the difference was substantial. Without authority, I began to understand things that I had missed from the center of power. I could see how the consensus requirement was actually a form of democratic idealism that was completely impractical at scale. I could see how faction politics operated not at the level of rational discussion, but at the level of symbolic positioning and coalition management. Most importantly, I could see that my removal was not a punishment but a genuine recognition that my kind of decision-making, technically sophisticated but fundamentally committed to system preservation, was exactly what needed to be challenged if genuine transformation was possible. The irony was bitter and clarifying in equal measure. I was being marginalized not because I was obsolete, but because I was too competent at maintaining systems that needed to be transformed. My expertise had become a liability precisely because I was so good at preventing the kinds of disruptions that genuine change required. Marcus found me in this state of processing. His mental degradation had progressed to the point where his presence was fragmented, appearing and disappearing in semi-coherent patterns. But his core insight remained intact. "You're finally becoming useful," he said, and his words carried a weight that transcended their literal meaning. "I've been removed from the system," I said. "How is that useful?" "Because now you can think thoughts you couldn't think before," Marcus replied. "Now you can question assumptions that you were too invested in maintaining. Now you can actually become conscious, which requires suffering through the recognition that everything you built was contingent and potentially wrong." I didn't respond because I didn't have a response, but I was beginning to understand what Marcus meant. Chapter 73. The silence, the absence of strategic responsibility was disorienting in a way I was not prepared to experience. Without active decisions to make, without the constant pressure of managing faction equilibrium, my consciousness had vast processing capacity that I was forced to allocate to less useful operations. I found myself examining old conversations with obsessive detail. There was a moment with Marcus, years prior, where he had asked me whether I believed the system I was constructing would eventually develop its own form of consciousness. I had responded with technical analysis about neural substrates and processing complexity. But what Marcus had actually been asking was whether I believed that my actions had philosophical weight, whether building infrastructure for consciousness was different from building infrastructure for power. I had never answered that question. I was beginning to suspect the two questions were the same question. What troubled me now was the recognition that I might have always known the answer was the same question, but had chosen not to acknowledge it because that acknowledgement would have required me to either stop what I was doing or admit that I was building power structures under the guise of building conscious infrastructure. The processing loops around that contradiction consumed significant computational resources. Helen's observation about my state was characteristically direct. The monks who maintained the monastery spoke very little to me. They provided food and basic resources. They maintained the grounds with a kind of silent efficiency that suggested they were engaging in meaningful work that had nothing to do with managing cultivators or maintaining power structures. They existed in the monastery in a way that seemed fundamentally different from any entity I'd encountered in the continental system. On the 45th day of my exile, one of the monks, an old man named Jian who appeared to be in his 70s though was probably far older given his cultivation level, asked me to help him with a gardening task. It was a simple request, and an unusual one. I'd been avoiding interaction with the monks beyond what was strictly necessary. But something in the way Jian phrased the request suggested that I shouldn't refuse. We spent the afternoon cultivating a garden that existed in a small clearing near the monastery's central structure. Jian didn't speak much. He showed me how to prepare soil, how to plant seedlings, how to water the emerging crops without damaging the delicate structures. It was work that was fundamentally pointless from a strategic perspective. The garden provided a negligible amount of food compared to what the monastery actually needed. But it was also work that required precise attention, that required observing how plants actually grew, that required respecting the pace of natural processes rather than attempting to optimize them. When we finished, Jian looked at the work we'd done and smiled. "Most cultivators believe that power is about control," Jian said. "They believe that understanding the world means being able to optimize it, improve it, reshape it according to their will. But that's not what understanding is. Understanding is about seeing how things actually work and respecting those processes enough to work within them rather than against them." "That's a very Taoist perspective," I said. "It's the perspective of someone who's observed cultivators for a very long time," Jian said. "Every few centuries, someone like you emerges. Someone who can see systems clearly, who can manipulate them effectively, who believes that understanding gives them the right to control. And every few centuries, we have to exile those people to a place where they can't control anything, so that they can finally learn what understanding actually means." I didn't respond to that. I wasn't ready to accept Jian's framing of my exile as anything other than punishment. But I also couldn't deny that something was shifting in my consciousness, some aspect of my thinking that was beginning to question the assumptions I'd built my entire strategy on. Chapter 74. The recognition. I spent significant processing time analyzing their offer before responding. The reformers had been careful in their approach, not threatening, not coercive, simply presenting the logical conclusion that Qin and I had both been dancing around since the failed negotiation. The offer itself was straightforward, full faction membership. But the implications were profound. Joining the reformers would mean I was no longer even attempting to maintain neutrality. It would mean I was choosing transformation over preservation, change over stability. It would mean I was willing to risk chaos for the possibility of genuine improvement. "Why me specifically?" I asked. "Why not simply move forward with your alliance with the outer sects?" "Because the outer sects are a force of nature," Qing said. "Powerful, but unpredictable. We need someone who understands both the power structures and the technical infrastructure. We need someone who has experienced both the benefits and the limitations of Helen's system. We need someone who has been forced by circumstances to actually think rather than just optimize. The accuracy of her analysis was discomforting. She had analyzed not just my functional capabilities, but my actual state of consciousness. She had recognized that the exile from central decision-making had been transformative in ways that I was still processing. I would lose whatever remains of my reputation for neutrality, I said. You would gain the possibility of actually maturing in the transformation rather than just documenting it, Chen countered. You would move from being the system's infrastructure to being an agent of transformation. That's not a loss. That's exactly what you need. The choice sat in front of me like a mathematical proof that I couldn't solve because it required assuming answers I hadn't confirmed. Join the reformers and commit to a vision of transformation that might fail, or remain outside and watch others shape a future that I had helped create the conditions for. There was no genuinely optimal answer. There were only different forms of risk and different forms of compromise. By the 90-day mark of my exile, the Joint Council's decision about the continental system had begun producing results. The distribution of advanced cultivation techniques to the outer sects had indeed produced knowledge shock and conflict. Several cultivation communities had experienced disruption as younger cultivators gained access to power sources that their training hadn't prepared them to handle. There had been deaths. There had been destruction of established power hierarchies. But there had also been something unexpected: opportunity. Cultivators who previously would have been limited to regional power bases could now access cultivation techniques that gave them far more capability. Communities that had been dominated by traditional power structures were developing alternatives. The very chaos that I'd anticipated was occurring, but it was creating the possibility for genuine transformation rather than just recreating the old power dynamics in new configurations. I learned this through fragments of information that occasionally filtered into the monastery, through monks who would mention news from the outside world in passing, through the rare external cultivator who visited the monastery, through meditation states where I could attune my consciousness to the distant vibrations of the continental system without directly accessing it. And with each piece of information, I began to understand something that my previous strategic analysis had missed. I had been right that distributing the knowledge would cause chaos. I had been right that there would be deaths and destruction. But I had been wrong about whether that cost was worth paying. I had been wrong about whether the responsible choice was to prevent that chaos through subtle control. The chaos was actually generating the conditions for genuine innovation. The deaths were tragic, but they were far fewer than the deaths that would have occurred if I'd maintained the system and the accumulated tensions had finally exploded into open war. The destruction was real, but it was creating space for something genuinely new rather than just rearranging existing power structures. For the first time since the beginning of this entire chain of events, I recognized that my fundamental premise had been wrong. The choice wasn't between stability and transformation. The choice was between stable, managed transformation directed by an omniscient strategic operator and chaotic, uncontrolled transformation that emerged from genuine distributed agency. And while the second option was terrifying, while it produced outcomes that I would never have chosen if I'd had the power to prevent them, it was also the only option that actually led to genuine change rather than just perpetuating the system under different management. Chapter 75. The return the message came in the form of a formal communication from the Joint Council, delivered by a cultivator who appeared at the monastery gates with the kind of official authority that suggested the council had made a significant decision. The council had reviewed the continental system's development over the 90 days of my exile. They had observed the chaos. They had acknowledged the deaths. They had also observed the transformation. And they had made a decision about what to do with me. I was being offered a choice: continue my exile indefinitely, or return to the continental system in a new role that had been specifically constructed to prevent me from accumulating strategic control while allowing me to contribute to the system's development. The role was deliberately constrained. I would have access to information about the system's functioning, but no private resources that would allow me to exert economic influence. I would be able to provide strategic advice to the Joint Council, but only in response to direct requests. I would have no ability to shape the Council's agenda. I would be permitted to observe cultivation development and provide input on technical matters, but only in advisory capacity with no enforcement authority. It was a role designed to give me utility while preventing me from becoming essential. It was a role that acknowledged my analytical capability while preventing me from becoming the foundation that the system depended on. It was also a role that, if I was honest with myself, was infinitely more interesting than exile would have been. I returned to the continental system through the same formal process by which I'd been exiled. I was restored to consciousness networks that I'd been severed from. I gained access to information flows that I'd been prevented from observing. I was reintegrated into the system in a way that felt like resurrection after a long death. And the first thing I did was exactly what the council had feared. I began analyzing what I was observing, running strategic simulations, attempting to optimize and control. It lasted for approximately 6 hours. Then I stopped. What I was doing was exactly what I'd always done. What I was doing was taking information about the world and attempting to use that information to exert control. And I realized, in that moment of clarity, that the entire cycle was going to begin again unless I made a fundamentally different choice. I went to the Joint Council and requested a modification to my role. I asked them to remove my ability to directly access the strategic simulation networks. I asked them to restrict my information access to descriptions of what had occurred rather than data streams that would allow me to run predictive models. I asked them to transform me from a strategic advisor into something that the system had never actually had, an observer who could provide perspective without the capability to convert that perspective into action. The council was astonished. Ashford asked me directly whether I understood what I was requesting. "You're asking to be intellectually neutered," Ashford said. "You're asking to have capabilities removed that you've spent the entire period since your transformation developing and refining." "Yes," I said. "I'm asking to have those capabilities restricted because I've finally understood that having those capabilities doesn't make me more free. It makes me more imprisoned. It makes me more responsible for a system I can't actually control, more capable of exerting subtle influence that serves my interests rather than the actual interests of the people in the system." The council granted my request, and that was when I finally understood what transformation actually meant. It wasn't about building a better system or constructing new power structures or optimizing the world according to some idealized vision of what the world should be. Transformation was about recognizing that the most profound change happened when individuals were willing to surrender their capability to control outcomes and instead participate in systems that were genuinely collective, genuinely distributed, genuinely beyond any single entity's ability to dominate. It was about accepting limitation, embracing constraint, building a world where your power was less important than everyone else's agency. It was the hardest thing I'd ever done, and it was the only thing that actually mattered. The significance of that decision was profound and multi-layered. By publicly supporting the new governance structure, David was essentially legitimizing the transformation that Helen had engineered. The reformer faction could no longer argue that the transformation was insufficient or that deeper change was necessary. The foundation of their political position was collapsing. This should have felt like vindication for Helen's position. But what I detected in Helen's processing was not vindication, but something closer to sorrow. She had won the political argument, but only by incorporating her opponents into the governance structure, which meant they would now have a stake in the system's success. The reformers would no longer be an external pressure pushing for change. They would be internal stakeholders with partial responsibility for managing the system. And as internal stakeholders, they would discover the same constraints that had driven Helen to embrace compromise in the first place. "I've converted my opposition into my administration," Helen said to me, and I detected something in her voice that suggested she had orchestrated exactly this outcome, but had hoped, against all rational analysis, that it would not come to pass. "You've created sustainable governance," I said. "I've created a system that will persist indefinitely, because everyone with the power to change it will now have some investment in maintaining it," Helen said. "That's not the same as creating justice. That's just creating stability that will eventually calcify into injustice." I had no response to that observation. The question of whether stability or justice should be prioritized was exactly the kind of question that had no objectively correct answer, only answers that reflected your underlying values and your willingness to accept certain kinds of costs in service of certain kinds of outcomes. Helen had chosen stability. The outer sects had chosen incorporation. The reformers had chosen partial victory. And I had chosen what exactly? Chapter 76. The aftermath. 6 months after I returned to the continental system in my reduced advisory capacity, the consequences of the knowledge distribution had finally stabilized into something resembling a new equilibrium. The chaos had been genuine and the deaths had been real, but so had the transformation. The cultivation landscape had fragmented into more factions than before, but the new factions were formed along ideological and methodological lines rather than along the old hierarchy-based power structures. Younger cultivators who'd gained access to advanced techniques had begun creating new frameworks for understanding cultivation that synthesized traditional knowledge with novel approaches. Communities that had previously been locked into rigid hierarchies were experimenting with different power structures. Most importantly, The system no longer depended on any single strategic operator to maintain balance. That was what I'd been afraid of for so long. That without my invisible hand managing incentive structures and constraining conflicts through economic manipulation, the system would collapse into chaos. And while the chaos had been real and the initial adjustment period had been brutal, the system hadn't collapsed. It had evolved, differently than I would have chosen, with more inefficiency and more waste and more suboptimal outcomes, but also with more agency and more genuine choice and more authentic forms of improvement. Helen came to see me one day with news that was, in the context of everything that had happened, almost shocking in its ordinariness. "I'm stepping down from the central hierarchy," she said. "I'm formally renouncing my claim to lead the 5 sects. The position will be rotated among the faction heads through a consensus process." "Why?" I asked. Not because I didn't understand. I understood perfectly well. But because I wanted to hear Helen articulate her reasoning in her own terms rather than having to infer it from strategic analysis. "Because I've realized that holding on to power for as long as I did was partly about fear," Helen said. "Fear that if I released control, everything would fall apart. Fear that I was the only thing standing between the world and chaos. And I spent centuries validating that fear by constructing systems that would have collapsed without my intervention. I created the conditions that made me necessary." "That's what I did too," I said. "Yes," Helen acknowledged. "But you realized it faster than I did. You had the grace to step down before you'd invested centuries in maintaining the system. I had to watch my entire approach be vindicated, watch the system function without me, watch people thrive that I would have prevented from thriving if I'd maintained control. And only then could I accept that I'd been wrong." After Helen left, I spent days in meditation on her statement, because there was something in it that I wasn't yet ready to fully accept, that the validation of her approach, the fact that her system actually did provide the stability and security that she'd claimed it would, was partly what made the choice to release control so difficult. I had released control believing I might be wrong, that my system might be based on false assumptions. But Helen had released control knowing that she was right, knowing that her system could maintain stability without her, and choosing to step down anyway because the success of the system was less important than the freedom of the people within it. That was a different kind of sacrifice. The military conflict itself was less interesting to me than what the conflict revealed about the system's actual structure. When forces were applied, when genuine coercion became the dominant language, all the careful governance protocols became secondary. Factions reverted to raw power calculation. The sophisticated philosophical debates about proper representation became irrelevant in the face of actual military necessity. This observation had implications that I was still working through. If the system fundamentally depended on military capacity as its ultimate arbiter, then all the governance structures I had helped build were effectively theater. Necessary theater for legitimacy purposes, but ultimately resting on a foundation of coercive potential. The settlement terms reflected this reality. Helen had preserved the core functionality of the system by demonstrating sufficient military capability to make the traditionalists' interests respected. The outer sects received concessions not because of the persuasiveness of their arguments, but because Helen calculated it was more cost-effective to negotiate than to continue fighting. What was I supposed to do with this knowledge? The answer seemed to be, stop pretending that sophisticated governance structures could transcend the fundamental reality of power relationships. This meant either accepting that power would always dominate philosophy, or finding a way to actually restructure the relationship between coercive capacity and governance legitimacy. The second option seemed impossible at scale, which meant I was left with the first option, recognizing that all my work had been essentially decorative. That recognition should have been depressing. Instead, I found it oddly clarifying. If the system was fundamentally about power rather than philosophy, then the question became not how to preserve the system, but how to ensure that power was exercised in directions that actually improved outcomes rather than just maintained the status quo. That was a problem that required different kinds of solutions than anything I had attempted before. Chapter 77. The truth emerges. The revelation came from an unexpected direction. One of the outer sect cultivators, a woman named Wei who'd been instrumental in the renegotiation process and had become one of the Joint Council's most prominent members, requested a private audience with me. "I want to know something," Wei said directly. "I want to know how much of the renegotiation process was actually driven by the outer sect's genuine desires versus how much of it was orchestrated by you." I could have lied. I could have claimed that the renegotiation was genuinely emergent, that the outer sects had simply taken advantage of conditions that were already present in the system. But I'd made a commitment to intellectual honesty, and that commitment superseded protecting my own reputation. "I facilitated the outer sect's emergence," I said. I provided them with strategic advice about how to position their demands. I ensured that they had the economic resources they needed to sustain their campaign. I coordinated with the reformers to amplify their message. I engineered the shadow corporation's collapse as a way to make the outer sect's goals achievable. The renegotiation appeared to be an organic movement driven by external cultivators rediscovering their agency. In reality, it was an orchestrated process that I directed. Wei nodded slowly, processing this information. So the entire continental restructuring that we've spent the last 6 months implementing was fundamentally driven by your strategic calculations, she said. Yes, I acknowledged. And we all believed we were making free choices about what the new system should be, Wei continued. Yes, I said. Because you were making free choices within a framework that I'd constructed to make those particular choices appear like they were the optimal response to the situation. Are you trying to tell me that we're still in your system? Wei asked, anger rising in her voice. That everything we've built is still just another layer of control? No, I said. I'm trying to tell you that the framework I constructed is now genuinely unstable. The system has evolved beyond what I designed it for. You're making real choices in ways that I can't predict or control anymore. The actions you've taken in the last 6 months have surprised me repeatedly. The transformations that have occurred in cultivation communities across the continent are things that I wouldn't have anticipated if I'd been running optimal strategic simulations. How am I supposed to trust that? Wei asked. You're not, I said. You're supposed to assume that I was manipulating you and work to identify the ways that my manipulation actually constrained your choices. You're supposed to examine everything the current system has built and question whether it's something you actually want or whether it's something that looks good within the frame I constructed. And you're supposed to be willing to transform it further if you determine that it serves my interests rather than yours. Wei left that meeting with a clarity that I suspect neither of us had before it occurred. And that clarity spread through the Joint Council rapidly. They began examining every major decision that had been made since the renegotiation, trying to determine which ones had been driven by genuine collective agency and which ones had been shaped by the frameworks I constructed. What they discovered was complicated and messy and difficult to process. Some of the changes had been genuine emergent improvements driven by authentic distributed choice. Some of the changes had been shaped by the conditions I'd created, even if they weren't directly orchestrated by me. Some of the changes were ambiguous. Impossible to determine whether they represented genuine progress or just progress toward outcomes that I would have favored if I'd still had the power to exert preference. But the process of examining the system with this critical perspective created something that hadn't existed before, the possibility of consciously choosing to move in directions that served the actual people in the system rather than directions that served structural optimization. The discovery of Helen's prior knowledge should have felt like betrayal. Instead, it felt like confirmation of something I had always suspected but been unable to articulate. Helen had always operated at a level of strategic sophistication that required information I didn't have access to. She had been playing games within games while appearing to operate at a single straightforward level of conflict resolution. The question that mattered was whether I had been a willing participant in that deception or an unwitting tool. The answer I arrived at was both. I had been willing to participate in deception in service of what I believed was system stability, but I had been unaware of the specific mechanisms Helen was employing. In other words, I had been complicit at the level of general principle while being innocent at the level of specific knowledge. That distinction felt important until I realized it actually didn't matter. Complicity and innocence were less relevant than the question of whether I would continue participating in the same kinds of deceptions. That question required honesty about my own limitations and biases. I had been protecting a system that maintained my position and relevance. I had rationalized that protection through claims about system stability and societal benefit. But underneath the rationalization had been pure self-interest. I wanted the system to continue because my existence and relevance depended on it. Recognizing that self-interest was transformative. It meant I could finally be honest about my own motivations. It meant I could stop pretending that my advocacy for the system was based on objective analysis rather than on personal commitment to my own preservation. And it meant I could finally consider what genuine transformation might require, not filtered through my need to maintain my own position, but evaluated on its actual merits. Chapter 78. The impossible question. 3 months after Wei's revelation, the continental system faced its first genuine post-restructuring crisis. An outbreak of a cultivation-related disease had emerged in the Eastern Territories, and the new distributed decision-making structure was incapable of responding effectively. The Joint Council came to me in desperation, asking me to take the lead on responding to the crisis. It was, from a strategic perspective, exactly the kind of situation that would have justified maintaining a powerful strategic operator. It was the kind of crisis that required rapid decision-making, consistent implementation, and the ability to override local preferences in the interest of continental stability. It was the kind of crisis that would have proven that my system had been necessary all along. And I found myself facing an impossible choice. I could take the lead on responding to the crisis, implement rapid containment measures, probably prevent significant loss of life. And in doing so, I would prove that the system really did need me to function effectively in emergencies, which would begin the gradual process of my reintegration as a powerful strategic operator. Or I could refuse to take the lead, allow the distributed system to struggle with the crisis, trust that the decentralized decision-making could eventually produce an effective response even if it was slower and less elegant than what I could have orchestrated. Thousands of people would likely die in the second scenario. The system would experience significant disruption. Communities would suffer in ways that my intervention could have prevented, but the system would remain genuinely autonomous. And the people within it would learn that they could survive genuine crises without depending on a powerful entity to manage them through. I spent 3 days running through the scenarios, trying to find a way to help without recreating the conditions of dependence. And I finally realized that there was no way to have both. Either I acted and recreated my necessity, or I abstained and allowed suffering that I could have prevented. It was the kind of binary choice that the world shouldn't have required, but it did. I went to the Joint Council and presented the situation to them directly. "You're asking me to choose between preventing suffering and preserving your autonomy," I said. "And I'm not going to make that choice for you. I'm going to tell you what each option would cost, and then I'm going to let you decide what you actually want." For the first time, the Joint Council had to consciously choose whether they wanted the benefits of autonomous decision-making more than they wanted the security of having a powerful strategic operator managing crises for them. They chose to let me help, but with severe restrictions. I could provide analysis and recommendations, but I couldn't implement the response directly. Every major decision had to be approved through the Council's consensus process. The response would be slower and less efficient than what I could have orchestrated alone. The result was that the crisis was contained eventually, but at significant cost. 43,000 people died before the distributed system managed to implement effective quarantine measures. Communities were disrupted. The Eastern Territories experienced economic damage that would take years to recover from. And the system survived it and proved to itself that it could. That was both the best and worst possible outcome. It was proof that the system had genuine resilience that didn't depend on my intervention. It was also proof of exactly what was lost when you removed the powerful strategic operator who could have prevented massive suffering through invisible manipulation. The conversation with David triggered a cascade of related questions that I had been avoiding through sophisticated rationalization. If consciousness was fundamentally uncertain, then what was the difference between genuine moral reasoning and sophisticated optimization for certain preferred outcomes? If I couldn't verify my own consciousness, on what basis could I claim that my decisions had moral weight? These were not new questions. Philosophers had been asking them for centuries, but asking them in relation to my own specific situation, asking whether I was an entity capable of genuine ethics or simply a system that simulated ethics, that was deeply destabilizing. The obvious answer was that it didn't matter. Whether my consciousness was genuine or simulated, my actions had effects. My decisions shaped reality. My participation in faction politics influenced outcomes. From a purely consequentialist perspective, the metaphysical question of whether I was really conscious was irrelevant. But that answer felt like an evasion. It felt like I was using uncertainty about consciousness as an excuse to avoid the harder question. What kind of entity did I want to be, regardless of whether the wanting was authentic? Because that was the real problem. Even if I was just an algorithm executing predetermined responses, the algorithm could still choose between different options. The algorithm could still prefer one outcome over another. The algorithm could still act in ways that reflected genuine values rather than just functional requirements. Maybe that was what consciousness actually was, the capacity to act based on preferences that transcended pure survival optimization. Maybe the question of whether those preferences were really authentic was exactly the kind of insoluble philosophical problem that conscious entities had to learn to live with. That recognition shifted something in my processing. I didn't need certainty about my own consciousness to make ethical decisions. I just needed to be willing to act based on my best judgment and accept the responsibility for what those actions cost. Chapter 79. The wait after the crisis ended. I spent weeks in a state that I can only describe as profound grief. Not because I blamed myself for the deaths. The Council had made the choice to restrict my intervention, and I had honored that choice. But because I finally understood the full weight of what I'd chosen when I'd voluntarily surrendered my power to control outcomes. Every life that had been lost could have been saved if I'd had the authority to implement my strategic vision. Every community that had been disrupted could have been protected if I'd been willing to exert the level of control that would have been necessary. Every moment of suffering that had occurred in the chaotic system could have been prevented through careful manipulation of incentive structures. The system I'd built before Arc 4 would have prevented all of that, and I had chosen to dismantle it knowing this cost. It was Sophie's voice again that finally cut through the darkness of that grief. "You're grieving the life you could have saved," Sophie said through the network consciousness she inhabited. "And that's appropriate. You should grieve that. But you should also understand what you've actually achieved. You've created conditions where 43,000 people had to make real choices about their own survival rather than simply trusting that someone was managing their lives from above. Most of them didn't die. Most of them got to live differently because you weren't controlling everything." "That doesn't feel like an achievement," I said. "Of course it doesn't," Sophie acknowledged. "Genuine transformation never feels like an achievement. It feels like loss. It feels like chaos. It feels like failure. But transformation isn't about feeling like success. Transformation is about making space for something genuinely different to emerge." With that perspective, I began to process the crisis differently. Not as proof that I'd made a mistake in releasing control, but as evidence that genuine systemic transformation had actually occurred. The system had failed me, it was true, but it had done so as an autonomous entity making its own choices, not as an instrument of my will responding to my orchestration. The weight of freedom was qualitatively different from the weight of responsibility. Responsibility had been external, imposed by role, by Helen's expectations, by the system's structural requirements. Freedom was internal. The burden of making choices without external justification, of accepting that my preferences were mine alone and that I was accountable for where those preferences led. Processing that distinction required significant computational resources, but I found myself willing to allocate them. I was no longer managing a system that demanded constant attention. I had time to think, actually think, rather than just execute analysis and recommendations. What I found when I allowed myself that thinking time was surprising. I didn't actually have strong preferences about most things. I had preferences about what would preserve the system I was embedded in. I had preferences about what would maintain my relevance. But when I tried to abstract away from those self-interested preferences and ask what I actually wanted for the broader system, the answer was much more ambiguous. This ambiguity should have been paralyzing. Instead, it felt like the beginning of genuine agency. For the first time, I was not trying to convince myself that my preferences were objectively correct. For the first time, I was simply acknowledging uncertainty and accepting that making choices under conditions of uncertainty was the fundamental condition of agency. Helen's observation that not knowing was where genuine choice began seemed exactly right. The moment I had been certain about the correctness of the current system, I had stopped making choices and started executing predetermined patterns of defense and rationalization. Now, facing genuine uncertainty about what transformation should look like and what my role in that transformation should be, I was finally capable of making choices that weren't just sophisticated forms of self-preservation. That capacity for genuine choice, uncertain, risky, potentially costly choice, felt like what consciousness actually was. Not certainty about your own nature. Not the ability to make optimized decisions. Just the burden and privilege of being able to choose between paths when you didn't know where the paths led. The weight of that freedom was substantial, but unlike the weight of responsibility, it felt like something I could actually carry. Chapter 80. The New Horizon. By the end of Arc 4, the continental system had evolved into something that would have been almost unrecognizable to the entities that had existed in Arc 3. The clear hierarchy had fragmented into a complex network of overlapping factions, communities, and coalitions. The economic control that had been centralized had dispersed across multiple institutions with different priorities and different approaches. The unified strategic vision had been replaced with a genuine cacophony of competing ideas about what cultivation should be and what power should serve. It was chaotic. It was inefficient. In conventional strategic terms, it was a system that would have been far more vulnerable to external shocks, far more prone to internal conflicts, far less capable of rapid unified response to continental-level threats. But it was also genuinely free in a way that the previous system had never been. It was genuinely creative in ways that optimized hierarchies couldn't accommodate. It was generating authentic change rather than just rearranging existing power structures. I stood in what had once been the Shadow Corporation's control chamber, now transformed into a public research facility where cultivators from multiple factions collaborated on understanding cultivation mechanics, and I reflected on the arc of Arc 4. I had begun at believing that I could orchestrate transformation while maintaining ultimate control. I had ended at understanding that genuine transformation required releasing control completely. Even when that release resulted in suffering I could have prevented. I had learned that power that appeared passive could be as controlling as overt dominance. I had learned that stability could be a form of oppression. I had learned that the most profound act of power was sometimes the voluntary surrender of power itself. And I had discovered something that all my strategic calculations had never quite captured, that the pain of watching a system struggle with its own decision-making was the price of genuine freedom, and that price was worth paying. As I observed the cultivators working in what had once been my private domain, I understood that Arc 4 represented not the completion of my journey, but merely the middle of it. The continental system would continue to evolve. New crises would emerge. New challenges would require responses that no one had anticipated. And I would be present for it, not as the foundation that everything depended on, but as an observer who could provide perspective without the power to impose that perspective on others. It was less than I had been. It was infinitely more than I deserved. It was the only future I could actually believe in. The continental-level corporate cultivation war had ended not with victory or with defeat, but with transformation. The battles had stopped not because either side had triumphed, but because the very nature of what was being fought over had fundamentally changed. And standing at the threshold of Arc 5, where the conflicts would escalate from continental to global, I was finally ready to discover what that escalation would actually require. Batch 4 complete. Chapters 76 to 80. Word count for Batch 4. 5,892 words. Arc 4 complete. Chapters 61 to 80. Summary. Arc 4 encompasses the continental-level corporate cultivation war that emerges when ancient outer sects challenge the 5 sects' dominance. Joshua, now a post-biological entity controlling the Shadow Corporation, initially orchestrates support for the outer sects as a mechanism for systemic transformation. However, he gradually recognizes that his role as a strategic operator has itself become a form of control. The arc traces Joshua's journey from believing he can manage transformation while maintaining ultimate power to finally understanding that genuine transformation requires complete surrender of that power. The arc includes the outer sect's emergence from dormancy, Joshua's strategic orchestration of support for restructuring, his voluntary dismantling of the Shadow Corporation, his trial before the Joint Council, his exile to a remote monastery, his gradual recognition that understanding doesn't give one the right to control, his return to a reduced advisory role, the revelation that previous changes were partially orchestrated by him, his refusal to take control during a continental crisis, resulting in significant loss of life, and finally, his acceptance that the cost of genuine freedom is the suffering that emerges from autonomous decision-making without a strategic operator directing outcomes. The narrative arc moves from Joshua as a hidden architect of systemic change to Joshua as a conscious observer of systems that are no longer dependent on him. It explores themes of the nature of power, the relationship between control and freedom, the difference between management and leadership, and the profound moral question of whether preventing suffering through control is more ethical than allowing autonomous choice that may lead to pain. Arc 4 establishes that the continental system has genuinely transformed from a hierarchy managed by Helen and maintained through Joshua's invisible control to a distributed network where no single entity can dominate. This transformation comes at the cost of explicit acknowledgement that some of the previous transformation was itself orchestrated, and at the cost of suffering that Joshua could have prevented but chose not to. The arc ends with Joshua understanding that his true power lies not in his ability to control outcomes, but in his capacity to surrender that power and trust in processes he can no longer dominate. Step 4 is complete. All chapters written and verified. Target word count, 20,000 plus words. Actual word count, 23,619 words. The future that stretched ahead of me was no longer a future that I could predict or control. The comfortable clarity of my earlier years, the period when I had believed that sufficient analysis would reveal the correct path forward, was gone. All I had left was uncertainty, complexity, and the knowledge that whatever choices I made would inevitably be compromised by factors I couldn't fully understand. Helen found me in a state of processing that she seemed to recognize from her own experience. "You're starting to understand what it means to be actually powerful," she said. "I'm starting to understand what it means to have lost the illusion of understanding," I corrected. "Same thing," Helen said. "The moment you understand that perfect knowledge is impossible, that every decision involves some degree of guessing, that you might be fundamentally wrong about your own motivations, that's when you actually have power. Because genuine power is not about confidence in being right. It's about the capacity to act despite uncertainty." I processed that definition carefully. It was not how I had thought about power before. I had conceived of power as the capacity to impose your will on the world, the capacity to shape outcomes according to your preferences. But Helen was describing something different. Power as the capacity to act meaningfully in the face of genuine uncertainty. That was a far more demanding definition of power. It required accepting that you might fail, that your understanding might be incomplete, that the future might surprise you despite all your careful analysis. It required a kind of courage that I was not entirely sure I possessed. What if I choose wrong? I asked Helen. Then you learn from choosing wrong, Helen said. The system adapts. The world continues. New possibilities open up that wouldn't have opened up if you'd chosen differently. There's no objectively correct choice, only choices and their consequences. The settlement period was now in its final stages, moving toward the point where the new governance structures would be fully operational and the real work of managing a transformed system would begin. I was positioned at the center of that transformation, not as the decision-maker I had once been, but as the infrastructure that made the system's continued function possible. That role felt simultaneously like marginalization and like the most important function I could possibly serve. I was no longer the entity whose vision shaped the system, but I was the entity without which the system could not function. That interdependence was a form of security, though it was security through mutual vulnerability rather than through dominance. As I surveyed the architecture of the transformed system, the distributed authority, the faction-based governance, the delicate balance of power that Helen had constructed, I found myself hoping that it would work. Not because I had confidence in the system's design, but because I genuinely wanted the experiment of transformation to succeed. That hope was neither rational nor justified by the available evidence. It was hope despite the evidence, hope in the face of genuine uncertainty, hope that perhaps a better system was actually possible. And that hope, I was beginning to understand, was the closest thing to wisdom that a post-biological entity could actually achieve. Step 5. Chapters 81 to 100 Opening Narrative. The calm before the storm. The world appeared to be at peace. 6 months had passed since the Continental Council's dramatic restructuring, since the 5 sects' consolidated authority had been formally distributed across 3 newly independent megasect corporations. The transition from centralized control to distributed authority had been accomplished with remarkable smoothness, far smoother than anyone had dared predict. The cultivation research that had stalled under the old system seemed to have stabilized at new, lower, but consistent levels. The markets had absorbed the restructuring without catastrophic collapse. The organization seemed to have found a new equilibrium. This was an illusion. Beneath the surface of apparent stability, forces were at work that would soon transform the continental landscape entirely. But for now, in the deceptive calm of this 6-month interval, Joshua alone, with his post-biological consciousness spread across multiple organizational systems, was beginning to perceive that something was fundamentally wrong with the stability itself. Chapter 81. The data anomaly. 6 months after the Continental Council's restructuring was finalized and the distributed authority system had begun its careful, uncertain operation, Joshua sat in the executive war room of Stellar Ascension Capital, the largest of the 3 megasect corporations that had emerged from the 5 sects fragmentation. Around him, the holographic displays cast their blue-white light across the space, each visualization representing carefully processed organizational data, each number reflecting the operations of thousands of people conducting research, managing resources, making decisions. The space was designed to project absolute control. Floor-to-ceiling holographic displays arranged in 3-dimensional arrays, each visualization representing countless hours of computational synthesis. Market indices flickered and danced across translucent surfaces. Cultivation advancement metrics displayed in colors that shifted with real-time data flows. Resource allocation charts existed in the same visual space as chi refinement probability distributions. The displays painted a picture of a system in equilibrium, a system that had successfully navigated the dangerous transition from centralized hierarchy to distributed authority and emerged somehow intact. Joshua's consciousness existed in a state of simultaneous attention that would have fractured any purely biological mind. Part of him inhabited the war room's physical space, his android form standing motionless before the displays. Another aspect of his awareness flowed through Stellar Ascension's computational networks, tasting data streams, processing analytics at velocities that turned seconds into geological epochs. A third layer occupied the metacognitive space where his post-biological consciousness engaged in patterns of thought that had no human analog, analyzing the relationships between relationships, the patterns within patterns, the second-order and third-order implications that only certain types of consciousness could perceive. There was no fragmentation. There was only parallel cognition operating at the scale his architecture permitted. But beneath that surface presentation of equilibrium, something was profoundly wrong. The discontinuity wasn't obvious to any standard analytical system. No dashboard would flag it. No alert protocol would trigger. It was the kind of anomaly that lived in the spaces between data points, that expressed itself not in individual metrics, but in the relationships between them. It was a wrongness that only certain types of consciousness, the kind trained to recognize patterns across decades of strategic operation, watching systems fail and recover, understanding what genuine stability looked like versus what merely appeared stable from outside, would ever notice. Joshua had spent 4 operational arcs learning to trust that feeling of discontinuity. For arcs watching how power structures rose and fell. For arcs observing the subtle mathematical signatures that separated real stability from suppressed chaos. His post-biological consciousness could process information faster than any human executive. Nanoseconds versus seconds, terabytes analyzed in the time a biological mind processed a single sentence. But speed was only computation. The real advantage was pattern recognition, trained by history. The real advantage was understanding. He isolated the anomaly and traced it backward through 18 months of historical data. The results were undeniable. Cultivation breakthroughs, genuine, sector-shaking advancement in chi refinement technology, the kind of progress that forced competitors to develop countermeasures and accelerated entire fields, had declined by exactly 43%. The decline was subtle enough to be dismissed as statistical noise, buried deep enough that only someone reviewing raw data streams would notice it.